Naruto, climbing the steps, looked around to see if there was anyone nearby, and already near the door of the entrance to the residence he met Aoba. Oh, Naruto, are you probably going to see Hokage-sama? She's not here now, she'll be here a little later, the man chattered without stopping. No, Tsunade no Ba-chan sent me for the medicine, not everyone knows its location. Naruto lied cleverly. Ah, well, go ahead, Aoba winked and walked on. Uzumaki moved silently towards the Hokage's office. Here he is, the blonde rejoiced, opening the door. So, he should be here somewhere, Uzumaki said, rummaging through the cage's things. Not him, not him. Oh, here it is. Naruto took out a scroll from the closet and immediately began to examine it. Here it is. Create the seals of the rooster, tiger and monkey, put your hand on the handle of the kunai and make such a seal. Yeah, done, and, having done something incomprehensible, Naruto rolled up a huge scroll and took it with him, after which he jumped out the window, heading towards the exit of the village along the roofs of the houses. Hey, look, Sasuke, isn't that Naruto running? But what's he got in his hand? And why is he wearing a backpack? He was sent on a mission so quickly, but he just got back, right? Haruno said her thoughts out loud, watching the guy go. Naruto, where are you going? She shouted, attracting the clone's attention. He only glanced in the direction of Sasuke and Sakura, and continued running just as fast. But they weren't the only ones who noticed him, Kakashi was also looking at him, releasing his Sharingan. Something's wrong here, he has too little chakra. Stop. In his hand. Could it be? Hatake jumped onto the roof, pondering, to get a better look at the scroll in Naruto's hand. Damn, there's no mistake, that's a scroll of the Hidden Leaf Village's forbidden techniques. Hey, Kakashi, why did you jump on the roof? Did something happen? Guy chuckled and jumped after him. We have big problems, call the fifth. Naruto's clone stole the scroll of forbidden techniques and wants to leave the village. Don't ask anything, do it, I'll catch up with him. Kakashi shouted and ran after Uzumaki. Might, having activated the seventh gate of heaven, began to look for the Hokage and a minute later met Tsunade, who was resting after difficult operations. Guy, what happened? Why did you open the gate? Fifth asked immediately and looked at the man. Naruto's clone stole the scroll of the seal and wants to leave the village. While I was looking for you, I notified some Junin and Chunin, the Anbu have already set out for him, let's go, the man finished speaking and picked up Tsunade. Hey, what are you doing? Do you even know what this looks like? The woman was indignant, waiting for Guy's answer. There's no time, I'll carry you to the village gates in no time. Maida explained and ran. Hey, Naruto, come out. I know you ran into your house. Kakashi called and knocked on the door. If you don't want to do it the easy way, I'll have to break the door down, Hatake declared and prepared to carry out his threat, but then he heard a sound from the other side of the house, where he moved. He ran out the window, there he is. Kakashi realized everything when he saw the guy running across the rooftops again. Okay, I won't be soft now. Naruto was approaching the village gates when he was stopped by Tsunade's shout. Uzumaki Naruto, explain to me what all this means. Sakura and Sasuke stood next to the Hokage, and behind them were all of Naruto's friends, except Neji and Choji, and not far away was a detachment of Anbu, Chunin, and Jonin. And Uzumaki was already catching up with Kakashi. Sasuke, explain everything to them as it is. The blonde shouted and threw the kunai far forward, which crashed into the nearest tree behind the village. Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, Tsunade no Ba-chan, friends, farewell. It was unbearably difficult for him to leave those who occupied a place in his heart, but it was necessary. Torn apart by his decision, he could not hold back the tears that were now rolling down his cheeks. Quickly making a strange seal, Naruto moved to the kunai, and everyone turned around abruptly. It can't be. This is the technique of the second and fourth Hokage, Naruto's father, the teleportation technique that was in the scroll that Naruto now has. But how did he master this super complex technique? The voice of one of the Junin was heard. Uzumaki, having heard every single word, thought about something, but quickly pulled himself together and pulled out a kunai from the tree to throw it forward again, and quickly moved to him. So he instantly, throwing this weapon with a seal, moved and left the village. Such speed could only be possessed by Guy and Lee, who can open the heavenly gates. But Might had exhausted all his strength, and Lee had not yet recovered from the recent battle with Kimamaru. Naruto disappeared from sight. Jonin and Chunin, return to your previous duties, Anbu, and you in pursuit of him. As Kakashi said, This is a clone, but you must find the real one and take the scroll. Your task is to bring Naruto back at any cost. Go. The fifth gave her order, and a large detachment of Anbu disappeared. Sakura, Kakashi and Naruto's entire group, follow me. Uchiha Sasuke, you need to tell us something. An hour before the theft. Valley of Fulfillment. Sasuke and Naruto were fighting at the peak of their strength. Both were very tired, each of them held the enemy's fist in their hand. The situation was tense, one could easily hear the other's heavy breathing due to the dead silence that had arisen, but unexpectedly for both, the brunette spoke. Naruto, why are you trying to bring me back? This is my path. I chose it myself. Believe me, I would come back if everything was that easy. But you have no idea how hard it is. I'm throwing away everything I have in Konoha for revenge. I made my choice, back off. Uchiha said menacingly and jumped away from his teammate. You are mistaken, I understand your feelings perfectly, and that is why I cannot let you go. I will not let you go through your life alone with a desire for revenge. I will bring you back, no matter what it costs me. You were alone since childhood and grew up without parents, so you have no idea what it's like to lose all your loved ones one after another. Do you want to experience all this? Then go instead of me. I will return to the village, but you will have to gain strength and take revenge on Itachi. Leave everyone dear to you in this village. And when you have no strength left, or you die, I will leave Konoha again. As long as you are alive, I will not go anywhere. This will be a reminder to me of today, but if you do everything, we will be together again. Having finished, Uchiha began to wait for what his friend would say, but there was no answer, and after 2 minutes he spoke again. What? You are too weak. I am not interested in you, said Sasuke and turned away from his friend, starting to take steps and move further and further away. Naruto looked at the guy leaving, his gaze burning into Sasuke's back, but soon he extended his hand to him. Wait, I agree, just promise me that you won't leave quietly while I'm gone. Uzumaki shouted after his friend. Uchiha couldn't believe his ears, and it was extremely difficult for him to come to his senses after these words. It wasn't every day that there was a person who wanted to take all your problems and live with them while you were at that moment enjoying and relaxing. Are you serious? I just wanted to test your reaction. Are you really ready to give up everything and everyone for me alone? You wanted to become Hokage, but you can hardly do it as a renegade. The brunette said and froze, waiting for Naruto's answer. What kind of leaf shinobi or Hokage am I if I can't even save a friend? I'm serious, go back to the village and don't leave until I die or until I fulfill your revenge, just like you said. My clone will go with you because they'll start chasing me. I need to get as far away from the village as possible, the blonde said and created a clone that immediately approached Sasuke. The real Naruto slowly began to leave the place where everything was decided. Uchiha couldn't move away from what happened. He looked at the ground and thought about life, but he had to come to his senses and turned his gaze to his friend. Naruto. Sasuke shouted and looked guiltily at his friend who had given up everything for him. What else? Uzumaki stopped and, turning around, shouted to Uchiha. You really are a true friend. Sasuke said barely audibly, but it still reached the blonde's ears. He only smiled sadly and quickly disappeared into the nearby forest. The clone and Sasuke were already not far from the village, meeting doctors on their way, who explained the whole situation with their friends. From everything they heard they only sped up, until they met Kakashi with his ninja dogs. Sasuke, Sakura wants to see you, so we'll talk about your departure later, Hatake said and withdrew the summons. Naruto only made his gaze sadder, remembering his friend. Tsunade walked from room to room, examining the wounds of Hyuga and Choji. With Akimichi everything was really difficult, and she personally dealt with him. Shizune was left in charge of Hyuga. The operations to pull them out of the other world had almost already begun. At that moment, Sakura was crying on Sasuke's shoulder and punching his chest. Why did you do this? If it weren't for Naruto, I don't even know what would have happened next. Haruno whispered, choking on tears. Hush, hush, there's no point in shedding tears for someone like me, and forgive me, Sakura. Uchiha answered her, realizing his actions. By the way, where is Naruto? The girl seemed to have an idea, she even stopped crying. I have to thank him. Where did he go after you came back? You were the last one to see him. Do you know where he is now, by any chance? The girl asked questions without stopping and looked Sasuke in the eyes. No, I don't know, let's look for him together, Uchiha answered, hiding from the girl that he was just a clone and could have already disappeared, but until he was convinced of this personally, he would not tell the truth. Commentary on Chapter 1. His choice. Added warning. Profanity. I'll be brief. Hidan. Chapter 2. I need time. Naruto, throwing a kunai and moving towards it, quickly left the village. A squad of 10 Anbu people ran after him, but he was not worried about that at all now. He was thinking about the words of the Jonin. What did he mean when he spoke about the 4th Hokage and his son? Is it really me? In any case, I can be wrong. I need to find out everything for sure, and only then draw conclusions, Uzumaki decided for himself without stopping. Meanwhile, at the Hokage's residence. Uchiha Sasuke, your entire graduating class and I are waiting for answers. The 5th shouted and looked at the barely standing Choji and Neji. They had just woken up, but upon hearing the latest news, they immediately stood up. I will speak briefly and quickly. I did not want to return here. I need strength for revenge. I am unlikely to gain it here. And then Naruto suggested that we switch places. He would become a renegade and solve all my problems, and I would return and lead a carefree life. And when he takes revenge, if he wants, he will also return to Konoha. You cannot blame me, it was his personal choice. That's all for me, said Uchiha and, looking at all his friends, crossed his arms on his chest. So, I think you need to tell. Tsunade immediately stated and thought about whether to tell or not. About what? Sakura asked, looking from Uchiha to Senju. This is a story about the difficult life of Uzumaki Naruto. A long time ago, 13 years ago, the 9-tailed demon fox attacked the village of the Hidden Leaf. That day was considered a black day for Konoha. Many people died and even more became disabled. Minato Namikaze is Naruto's father, the 4th Hokage, and Kushina Uzumaki is Naruto's mother, a girl from the Uzumaki clan and the former Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox. Jinchuriki are people who have a tailed beast sealed inside them. When the 9-tailed demon fox broke free, Naruto's parents saved Konoha from it at the cost of their lives. To defeat such a monster, it was necessary to seal it again. These people were called the 2 saviors of the Leaf Village. But they were wrong. There were 3 saviors. That day, a terrible monster appeared, but a new hero was also born. Using the sealing technique, the new Jinchuriki became a baby, Uzumaki Naruto. Haven't you noticed how lonely he was? Naruto was considered a monster and didn't even think about who he really was, they only cared about what was inside him, not even by his own will. Parents, the 3rd, they wanted Naruto to be considered a hero, instead, the villagers turned his life into hell. He was always alone, except for us, he has no one. The tailed beasts, also called Biju, are hunted by the Akatsuki organization. It consists of S-class shinobi criminals, that is, equal in strength to the cage. Now no one will protect Naruto in case of their attack, so he was never allowed to leave the village. I just turned a blind eye to all this, letting him feel life outside of Konoha. This is the sad story of our fidget, and now draw your conclusions. How will you be able to treat Naruto after all this? Tsunade finished her story and leaned back in her chair. After a long silence, a voice was finally heard in the room. Naruto is our friend, and my only regret is that I didn't know all this and didn't even realize how hard his life was. He always did everything for his friends, he would never abandon us, and we won't abandon him. Shikamaru said loudly, and it seemed like it dawned on everyone. So much information. It turns out that Naruto's father is the 4th Hokage, Sasuke said, surprised, and looked at the floor in bewilderment, thinking about something. He learned the technique of the 2nd and 4th Hokage, only these 2 people had mastered this technique. If he learns to master the power, then he can safely be awarded the rank of Chunin, and maybe even Jonin. Tsunade said, getting up from her seat. She said this not for Naruto's friends, but for herself, realizing how strong he was. The Anbu are unlikely to find the real Naruto quickly. Therefore, all of you, except Neji and Choji, are sent on a mission under the command of Kakashi Hatake. With his dogs, the ninja will quickly find the Uzumaki. Bring him back alive. Kakashi, I know you're here, don't waste time. Tsunade gave the order and sat back down in her place. Listen everyone, take what you need most and be at the gates of Konoha in 5 minutes. And also, Sasuke, I know that if we get Naruto back, you will want to leave. Don't take everything on yourself, it's better to train with Naruto, and together you will definitely defeat Itachi. What do you say to Sasuke? I promise that I will personally train you in all the strongest techniques that I know. If you were able to somehow entrust everything to Naruto, then you will be able to come to terms with the fact that he will help you in revenge. But if you do it together, what will your answer be? Silence hung in the residence, everyone silently waited for Sasuke to answer. I don't know what to do yet, but I need to talk to Naruto, I'm with you. The brunette chuckled, smiling slightly. Great. Let's go our separate ways. Having collected all the essentials, a team of genin and one chunin led by Kakashi went after Naruto. The ninja dogs immediately determined the location of Uzumaki by smell, and everyone quickly ran after them. Sakura was silent all this time. She didn't know what to feel, but one thing became clear to her. All her life she loved or still loves Sasuke, but she never knew how she felt about Naruto. And now she thought only about this, not making a sound, immersed in her thoughts. But her thoughts were interrupted by the teacher's voice. Here's the whole plan. Me, Sakura and Sasuke will go out and call Naruto. He won't run. At that moment you, Shikamaru, will launch the shadow, and Ino will do the consciousness transfer. Is everything clear to everyone? Kakashi exchanged glances with everyone, telling his idea. And if he doesn't want to, he'll start throwing the kunai back, then everyone else should be behind him and hit his kunai so that he doesn't move too far. Ten can easily do this with her kunai. Shikamaru immediately revealed the second part of the plan. Great idea. By the way, Naruto was standing still this whole time. He probably met the clone and is now resting or hiding from the Anbu. This is our chance. The copy ninja spoke again and looked at the landscape. They were already running past the Valley of Fulfillment, which meant only one thing. Uzumaki was already very close. Another 10 minutes passed and Naruto hadn't moved. The Anbu hadn't found him yet, as they didn't have his scent, while Team Kakashi was already near Uzumaki. Stop. There he is on the tree. Do you see him? Kakashi stopped and looked out from the bushes, pointing his finger at a large branch that covered almost all of Uzumaki's body with leaves. Without Naruto's scent, which was very close, they would not have seen him. We're leaving, said the man, and his comrades jumped out with him. It was a river that separated two forests. One was where Team Kakashi was, and the other was where Team Uzumaki was. Naruto, come down here, we need to talk. Sasuke shouted, looking at the branch, trying to see Uzumaki. Naruto immediately threw a kunai into the river and moved towards it. Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi-sensei. What brought you here? The guy asked and scratched the back of his head. This is the order of the fifth, and forgive me, Naruto. After these words, Uzumaki was immediately captured by a shadow, and Ino, using some technique, paralyzed Naruto even more. This is so you don't run away, the girl said and smiled at the blonde. Naruto, we were told everything about you in the Nine Tails, about your father, the fourth Hokage, and about your whole history, Shikamaru said and looked at his friend with understanding. So you know everything, Uzumaki muttered and drooped. So the fourth is my father. The guy now understood everything for himself. Naruto, forget everything I told you, I can handle Itachi myself without leaving the village. It's none of your business. Sasuke said and looked into his friend's eyes. It doesn't matter anymore, I gave my word, and I will never go back on my word, that's my ninja way. It's my decision, he answered, making the whole situation clear. Naruto, I beg you, come back, not only for Sasuke or teacher Kakashi, not only for your friends, please come back for me too. Sakura asked and, as soon as she finished speaking, she started crying again. Come with us, if you don't come back, I'll leave too. Sasuke shouted at his friend and thought that now the blonde simply had no choice. You're wrong, I'll make sure you don't leave, look at your shoulder, I've already marked you in one place in the village. As soon as you leave, I'll immediately move you back to the village. I'll go through all this for you, friend. The blonde smiled at him and looked at him understandingly. Besides, for you and Sakura, I'll only be a hindrance. The guy didn't have time to finish, as a kunai flew into his shoulder. What are you doing? Kakashi was indignant and looked at the Anbu already standing next to him. Excellent work, we have an order, we will intercept it from you and deliver it to the village. The voice of one of the Anbu was heard. As if I would allow it. When Naruto spoke, everyone immediately looked at him. His body was already covered in the chakra of the Nine Tails, and Shikamaru and Ino's techniques retreated. Uzumaki immediately threw a kunai back, but Tenten and everyone else immediately repelled the attack, not allowing him to move. It's not that simple anymore. The guy said and took out 6 kunai. Shadow kunai, he said, and a huge number of kunai with a movement seal showered the entire battlefield. So that's why he was standing there. He was learning a new technique and marking his weapons, Kakashi said and realized what was happening. Naruto began to move from kunai to kunai, striking the Anbu. The elite ninja squad was confused, they did not even see the blonde due to the speed of movement. And his blows with the fox cover were devastating. Kakashi, it's all on you, we need to retreat, said the beaten squad captain, taking the rest of his subordinates and began to retreat. Naruto, don't be so happy, they just didn't come up with a plan, because they can't kill you, and they weren't able to capture you, the teacher immediately interrupted the guy's fun. Sakura, I will come back to you when I finish my business. For now, farewell. Teacher, please ask Tsunade no Ba-chan not to try to bring me back, it will only make it harder for me to fight with you as well. Give me 4 years, and I will do everything. Ignoring Kakashi's words, the guy said, immediately used the transfer seal and disappeared. Damn, he already made a note, what are we going to do, Kakashi-sensei? Shikamaru asked, and everyone else looked at the copy ninja. Let's go back to the village, and I will personally ask the fifth to fulfill Naruto's request. Let's go. The sensei gave the order, and the team with sad faces began to leave the battlefield. These 4 years have not yet begun, and everyone is already missing them. Uzumaki Naruto left the village, his task is to take revenge on Itachi, but we don't care about that, now he doesn't have the protection he had, and we'll catch him easily. Zetsu shared his information. Excellent work, we need 3 years to prepare, and it won't be easy to catch him with his teleportation technique. Zetsu, keep an eye on him all the time and tell him about the new techniques he will receive. He needs 4 years, and we need 3, and in the meantime, I will prepare the statue of Geto. The leader of the pain organization gave an order to his subordinate. It will be done, Zetsu said smiling and immediately disappeared. Preparations for catching the Biju have begun. Chapter 3. By roundabout ways. Naruto lay on the grass and thought about what he should do next. It had been 2 days since he said goodbye to all his friends. He needed to train, but there were many different techniques in the scroll, and which one was the best? Maybe if he made the wrong choice, he would spend too much time mastering it. Oh, if only Kakashi-sensei or a perverted hermit were here. However, I chose this path myself. Naruto said to himself sadly and began to stand up. A strong wind immediately hit him, and the bandana was blown away by the stream. Someone grabbed the protector that flew about 2 meters with a hand. Hello, Naruto, the familiar Uzumaki greeted with a smile. That voice, a perverted hermit. The boy turned around, surprised. What brought you here? Are you going to lecture me too? I've already made up my mind and won't come back until I fulfill my promise. The blonde shouted at his teacher without greeting. I'm not going to convince you, I have nothing else to do. I asked you to find Tsunade, but I'm not only on her orders, I'm also here for personal reasons. You have a Biju, and Akatsuki won't be waiting, who can protect you if not me? The great Sanin, Jiraiya-sama, and also the Anbu of the route, on Danzo's orders have begun searching for you, they won't be as gentle as the people under Tsunade's leadership, they will easily bring you to a state of half-death. Danzo, who is he? Naruto asked, ignoring everything else. All you need to know is that he is an evil man and an elder of the leaf. Speaking of me, I came here for a reason, is it hard for you to train alone? If you want, I will help you with them, like before. Jiraiya offered and put his hand on Uzumaki's shoulder. Can you, then help me? But I need to become very strong in the shortest possible time. Do you think I can do it? Asked the blonde and drooped a little. You have learned the Hiraishin technique. That means you can handle everything else, and you have a great teacher. The hermit smiled. So, I will take you to a safe and most suitable place for training. He said and began to leave the place where Naruto was. Hey, wait for me. And what is this place? The guy shouted his questions after the teacher, catching up. To the former village of Maelstrom. It is now in ruins, but there are many interesting things for you there. This place is the best for your training, since your clan used to live there, answered Jiraiya and smiled to himself with the thought, how smart I am after all. My clan. Oh, come on, let's go faster. The blonde began throwing kunai forward and moving towards them. Hey, Naruto, you don't know where to go. I'm leading, so follow me. The hermit said indignantly, speeding up. Everything is destroyed. What happened here? Naruto wondered as he stepped over the stones of the former whirlpool village. Because of the dangerous techniques of your clan, other great nations wanted to destroy the village. Uzumaki held back their onslaught as best they could, but everyone came to an end. Some were saved and scattered around the world, but almost all were destroyed. Since you already know that your father is the 4th Hokage, I should not hide it, I was his teacher and knew your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, well. She was a great woman and the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed before you. Even at that time, the Whirlpool village was destroyed, but all the scrolls with techniques remained in a secret room, sealed. And your mother told us how to remove this seal and get inside, so there we will be safe with a huge number of techniques of your clan. Jiraiya explained everything. I see, Naruto responded and thought. So my mother was a strong woman and also a Jinchuriki. Your mother was quite a strong woman, but she treated me like a thing. And I had to kill them because they wanted to seal me, the strongest Biju, into some baby. Pathetic people. But your father, when he died, placed his chakra and your mother's chakra into me, so that when you want to subjugate my power, they will appear and help you. No one can tell you the whole story better than them. I can make it so that you meet them. The nine-tailed offered, appearing in the guy's mind. Make it so that I can meet my parents. But how? Naruto asked, taking a step towards the fox's cage, clinging to the nascent hope. You must open my seal. And the key is with Jiraiya. The fox said, leaning forward and clasping the cage with his claws. Wow, you really wanted something. I don't believe you. Uzumaki objected and looked into the fox's eyes. Do you think I'm the embodiment of evil? Maybe so, but I don't throw words to the wind. You're just afraid. The nine-tailed one narrowed his eyes expectantly and, unable to contain himself, burst out laughing. No. Jiraiya-sensei, give me the key to the nine-tailed seal. Naruto declared, shocking the teacher. What? Are you crazy? Do you even understand what you're asking for? The hermit was indignant and grabbed the guy by the collar. The fourth entrusted me with this seal, which means he believed in me. I ask you to believe in my power too. Trust me, the guy asked, removing the sensei's hands. Where are you from? I will fulfill your request, but Tsunade will definitely finish me off. Jiraiya agreed, taking out some scroll from his backpack. It's always been like this. The blonde replied and smiled. Jiraiya opened the scroll, touched a square, and chakra appeared on his fingers. Give me the seal, the hermit said in a commanding voice. Naruto immediately lifted his suit up. Removing the seal, the man shouted and touched his fingers to Naruto's stomach. That's it, I removed the seal. The guy moved into consciousness. Now give me your hand. I have to take almost all of your chakra. Naruto extended his hand forward, and the fox, breaking out of the cage, touched it with his fist and quickly, almost completely, absorbed the chakra. Where am I? Where is the nine-tailed one? Uzumaki asked himself, surprised and looking around the new dimension. My name is Minato Namikaze. And mine is Kushina Uzumaki. This is. Naruto turned around and saw a man with yellow hair and a Hokage cloak and a woman with long red hair. Dad, Mom, and, unable to hold back his tears, he ran to hug his parents. This is the happiest day of my life. Naruto, we have very little time, we watched you and we know what happened. Know that we do not judge you, you did everything for your best friend, but we should not waste time on emotions, I will tell you something. Minato turned to his son and told the boy about Kushina's unfortunate birth, about how an unknown man in a mask was behind the fox's attack, about how he divided the nine-tailed and placed one half of the chakra in Naruto and the other in himself. In general, he told absolutely everything. Is this the whole truth about my life? Uzumaki was shocked after hearing everything. Yes, forgive me and Dad for your difficult life, the mother apologized in tears, hugging her son even tighter. Naruto, keep the key, I believe that one day you will be able to befriend the fox and gain his power. Already beginning to disappear, the father said. He immediately transferred himself to the dimension to the fox and connected the two parts of the nine-tailed. Closing the seal, coming out of the cage and locking the fox there, the fourth finished the seal. Kushina, my time has come, I am waiting for you on the other side. Naruto, I believe in you, good luck. The last sound of the father was heard, and he disappeared. My time is also running out, and I could have spent it saying goodbye to my son, but I have to ask you for something. Kurama, I have been watching you all this time and I understand, you like our son, you have no reason to help him and unite with him, but I ask you, please. Please, protect my child. The woman said her last words and headed after her beloved. Silence hung in Naruto's subconscious as both the fox and Uzumaki thought about everything they had heard. The boy had a hard time accepting that this was his first and last meeting with his parents. And the nine-tailed thought about the boy's mother's request. He really didn't have much benefit from helping people, but for some reason this question stumped him. Naruto was the first to break the silence. So, your name is Kurama. Nice to meet you, the guy said easily and smiled at the creature sitting in the cage. Are you smiling at the one who killed your parents? You're even stupider than I thought. The fox answered rudely, but grinned. People treated you like a thing, betrayed you as if you were an inanimate being. Sharingan bearers controlled you with their eyes. It was not your fault that my parents died. It was not your fault that you became like this. I promise, if you help me, I will find that guy in the mask and make him pay for what he did. Whoever hurts my friends will deal with me. Naruto said loudly and pointed his finger at himself. You are really stupid. You want to be friends with the tailed beast. You are such a brat, and you want to defeat Madara, but you somehow remind me of old man Rakuto. Don't thank me. I only did this because your mother asked me to. Here is all my power for you. Kurama shouted and connected Naruto's chakra and his. Now he was also collected with his other half and became much stronger. Thank you, Kurama. Uzumaki thanked and immediately moved to the real world. You perverted hermit, I'll tell you something. The boy shouted, opening his mouth with joy and running around the teacher. I opened your seal and got into the same dimension as you. I know what happened. I watched you. Now use the fox's chakra and show your new power. After these words, Uzumaki was immediately covered with yellow chakra, a cloak appeared, the stripes on his cheeks became thicker and even more visible. In his hair, horns of chakra were barely noticeable, which were hidden in the guy's hairstyle. Life inside Naruto boiled, and he began to feel someone else's aura, the amount of chakra. He became a sensor, and pieces of the stone on which the guy stood began to rise up. He practically merged with nature. It's incredible, you're overflowing with energy. And your strength has increased at least tenfold. Your healing has also been enhanced. Jiraiya had never been so surprised, too many events had happened that day. At first I wanted to teach you your clan's techniques, then elemental jutsu, but I changed my mind, we'll do that later, and now we'll go to Mount Myoboku, and there you'll learn the Sannin mode. Are you ready? Jiraiya asked, looking up at his student. What is this, Sannin mode? The guy asked and put on a stupid smile. And indeed, you may have become stronger, but you are still just as stupid. This mode will give you a punch comparable to Tsunade's, as well as incredible speed and enhanced regeneration. And with the fox's regeneration and the Hiraishin, your strength will be equal to mine, and maybe even greater. The hermit declared and looked at his student. He is so strong, but so young. Strong like you. But how do we get to this Mount Myoboku? Naruto asked, scratching the back of his head as usual. Mount Myoboku. Reverse summon. White smoke appeared, and Jiraiya and Naruto disappeared. So he got the power of the 9 tails and wants to master Sen mod. The leader will be unhappy. Zetsu muttered and moved underground. Commentary on Chapter 3. By roundabout ways. All subsequent events will take place 3 years later. Chapter 4. Consequences. 3 years later. Naruto, I need to get back to Konoha. Be careful, the Akatsuki are just waiting for us to make a mistake. Jiraiya said and looked around. For these 3 years, they fought almost every day. The Anbu of the Root and Orochimaru's guinea pigs fought against them. The Akatsuki remained in the shadows. Okay, I'll try my new technique for now, the guy replied and winked at the teacher. Indeed, I can leave you alone, the hermit smiled in response and disappeared. Naruto immediately lay down on the ground. Yeah, a new technique, because of this training my whole body aches, Uzumaki complained to himself and looked at himself, but I became strong, thanks to the perverted hermit, the guy immediately calmed himself down and smiled. Whose chakra is this? Enemies. However, I should have gotten used to it by now. So I'll try a new technique. The blonde felt the presence of enemies and abruptly stood up from the ground. He was in the forest, and it was difficult to see anyone. Having looked around, he began to use the technique. Dancing Tornado Technique, Phase 3. Uzumaki shouted and formed seals. Powerful tornadoes began to emerge from his body, destroying everything in their path. Having formed a huge funnel in the forest, the technique stopped. There you are. The guy noticed the enemies, who had nowhere to hide. They look strong. It's good that I made myself a battlefield, Uzumaki thought, looking at his opponents. Who are you? Naruto asked, glaring at the 3 standing in front of him. My name is Shimuro Danzo, I am the head of the Root. I am tired of your antics. Since you destroyed all the Anbu sent by me, I will personally deal with you. There is a precious fox in you. If I do not capture you, then, Akatsuki, this cannot be allowed. All my actions are for the good of the village. Shimura declared and glared menacingly at the guy standing in front of him. Danzo, this is the leaf elder that the perverted hermit spoke of. Does that mean his men have been attacking me all this time? He's definitely very strong. According to the stories, his level is like a cage. If I start running, he'll obviously track me down. He's not a shinobi of the level that would let his prey escape. Then, I have to defeat him here and now, not a step back. Uzumaki decided for himself, taking out 6 kunai, and prepared for his attack. First, I'll take care of his subordinates, I need a one-on-one fight. Shadow kunai technique. He shouted and scattered kunai across the field to move freely using the teleportation technique. We need to dispel the clone on MT. Myoboku, then I'll enter Sannin mode and use the fox's cloak, increasing my speed, strength, and regeneration. He's clearly strong, and since he brought these guys with him, that means they're strong too. Torun, buy me some time, I need to free my right hand, Danzo ordered in a calm voice and began to rip off the bandages. It will be done, his subordinates shouted, and one of them took out a kunai, and the other a sword. Naruto was immediately covered in yellow fox chakra and his eyelids turned orange. He entered Sannin mode and used the Nine Tails cloak. Great, I can feel their power, the one he called Torun is the same as Shino, he uses bugs. I can feel the chakra moving through his body. And thanks to this, Fu was tracked down, which means he is a censor, he needs to be gotten rid of first, the guy decided and moved to the kunai that was near Fu. Uzumaki made a blow of incredible power, because, combining 2 modes, he released so much chakra with one blow that the damage was higher than from Tsunade's blow. His opponent flew off the battlefield, met several trees with his body on the fly and stopped on one of them. He was already dead, his breathing was not heard, and his chakra was quickly fading. The second one immediately rushed at Naruto, the blonde noticed this and moved behind his opponent, and just as he was about to strike, he stopped. Torun's neck turned purple, causing Naruto to jump back, behind the funnel. These are poisonous bugs, dangerous, but it won't stop me. With these thoughts Uzumaki hid behind a tree and created a clone. His copy came out instead of the real Naruto. Your poison won't stop me. The fake Uzumaki shouted and moved towards Torun. Okay, boss, maybe I'll die, but now he's finished, the poison will paralyze him, and all that's left is for you to finish him off. The guy put on the smile that was hidden under the mask and was already preparing to accept death. Uzumaki struck a blow that meant the death of another person. He lived all these years, made connections, had a family, and everything ended in just an instant, but he was happy because he thought he had accomplished his mission, and only in the last second of his life did he manage to see that it was an ordinary clone. His sacrifice was in vain, but he died, and the dying smile on his lips will never be removed. Only he remains, Uzumaki thought as he descended into that crater towards the enemy again. You didn't even help your comrades, you worthless thing. Someone like you will never defeat me, Naruto said, shaking his fist at the man opposite him. This made the guy very angry, because when he was cutting short the lives of Danzo's subordinates, Danzo stood there indifferently. They were following orders, I needed time to prepare my hand, Danzo answered, after which the blonde turned his attention to this hand, which was in some kind of protector, and Sharingans were built into it, a terrible sight. Those eyes. What did you do to Uchiha, for this hand? Naruto asked, but rage boiled inside him, just the sight of him infuriated the guy so much that he wanted to tear him apart. I only implanted the eyes, Itachi did the rest, the man answered calmly, this is not the time to chat, I will destroy you. Wind element, wind bullets. Danzo inhaled the air and released it at a tremendous speed, like bullets. Naruto threw the kunai up and moved towards him, dodging the technique. My turn. Shadow clone technique. The created clone immediately moved to Dasno and delivered a lightning-fast and incredibly powerful blow. Shimiro's body flew into the distance, but suddenly disappeared. He appeared alive and well above the clone and destroyed it with his kunai. What the hell, I hit the target right on target. I definitely couldn't miss, what's going on here? The guy thought and stood up on the ground. Shadow clone technique, this time he created 10 clones. Everyone instantly moved to the target and began to strike, simply destroying the enemy's body. Again, everything disappeared, he appeared in another place. Wind element, arrow. Shimura created a huge arrow that destroyed all the clones. It's impossible, I'm sure there's some trick to it. Don't yawn. Wind element, machine gun. Danzo began to fire bullet after bullet, which Uzumaki deftly dodged with the help of teleportation technique. Now the element of wind and water, the technique of the vortex typhoon. A typhoon appeared in front of him, which should have immediately destroyed Danzo's body, but it disappeared again and appeared behind Naruto. You're finished, Shimura shouted and, creating a wind sword, threw it at his enemy. Damn, I can't make it. The guy shouted and, having managed to dodge only a little, redirected the attack not to the heart, but to the side. When the sword had already touched the guy and was flying further, Uzumaki moved to one of the kunai. Damn, It hurts, he touched me, and my attack passed again and left no trace. Think, you fool, what's wrong with his movements? This is clearly some kind of trick, having figured it out, I will have a chance. Right. Before the battle, he freed his hand and the guy began to look closely and noticed something. What the? He already has 3 eyes closed on his hand, why exactly 3? Right, my one clone, then several clones and a typhoon. All my attacks. Now everything is clear, he still has 7 eyes on his hand, and I destroyed only 3 and am already seriously injured, besides, Sanin's mode will soon run out, I need to seal his hand. It looks like he's trying to figure out the secret of my technique, we need to destroy him quickly. Wind element, wind shuriken. Danzo placed the wind on top of the shuriken and sharpened it even more. I can easily dodge it, Naruto said with a smirk. Really? Shadow shuriken technique, authority technique, direction. The elder used 2 more techniques, and many more of the same shuriken appeared, which he could control. And he directed each of his attacks towards Uzumaki's kunai, preventing him from teleporting. Damn, teleportation barrier. Naruto made hand seals and the signs that meant seal appeared in front of the shuriken. They began to absorb Danzo's technique. Transfer to kunai, he said, and the attack aimed at him transferred to the kunai. You are so young, and you have mastered your father's techniques, it's a pity that you will have to be killed. The elder shouted, took out a blade and sharpened it with wind chakra, rushed towards the guy. Shadow clone technique. Naruto made a clone that activated the rasengan and ran towards Danzo. The copy aimed the technique at the enemy, but Shimura dodged it. Clones are not worthy of my attention. And he struck, leaving a wisp of smoke from the copy. No, it has fulfilled its purpose, the guy answered with a smile and began to form some long seal. While he was completing the technique, his opponent was already in front of him and was preparing to attack, but Naruto moved to one of the kunai, which was firmly embedded in the ground, and this disoriented the enemy. Naruto moved again, this time to the seal left on Danzo's body, and placed his hand on his sealing technique. After these words, blood began to flow from the eyes that were on Shimura's hand, and they all closed at once. Bastard, you figured it out after all. The elder shouted and swung at the guy, but he moved again to one of the kunai. You can't transform like that anymore, you're finished. He shouted back. Even though my Sannin mode is gone, and my chakra supply is almost depleted. I shared my chakra too much between the clones. Damn, my body. I can't move. When will you? Naruto said, trying to move, but nothing happened. Then, when you sealed my hand, I managed to make a hole in the bandage that covered my eye, and with the valuable Mangekyo of Shisui's Sharingan, I placed a paralyzing seal on you, Shimura answered, getting closer and closer to the guy. Although I could cast a strong genjutsu with this eye, I needed seals created with my hands to do so, and at that moment I could only paralyze him. The problem is that this eye is not mine. Well, its power will be restored in 3 years, I still have time for everything. With these thoughts he got very close to Uzumaki. Amazing regeneration, your wound no longer oozes blood. But now you will die. The elder shouted and began to strike with the blade, leaving deep cuts on the boy's body. Naruto, your body is badly cut up, create a hand from my chakra and destroy his eye, maybe then you can use your body, the fox advised. Uzumaki immediately took advantage of the offer and created a finger-shaped chakra from his stomach that pierced Shimura's eye, which made the elder jump back. As soon as the seal was removed from Uzumaki, he too moved to the far kunai. Creature, do you even know whose eye this is? You're finished. Danzo ran towards Uzumaki, screaming. Naruto, move, I feel the same pain as you, but you need to get up, he's gone crazy and very vulnerable now. He still has your seal on him, all that's left is to make one strong attack. That's right, you have a seal in the Uzumaki clan's dungeon, and your blade is there too, teleport there, disappearing from Danzo's sight, he will lose his orientation, and you, without using heavy techniques, will pierce him with the blade, the fox advised the guy. It's good when minutes pass in the Jinchuriki dimension, which in the real world are equal to seconds. The guy, suffering severe pain in his body due to severe cuts, quickly moved to the dungeon and took the blade, and let the wind chakra into it. The body almost did not obey, everything was swimming in his eyes, he just wanted to fall. Naruto dropped to his knee. Not now, there's only a little bit left, come on, I believe in you, and your parents and friends, everyone is with you. Are you really going to let yourself die? Have you thought about what will happen to Jiraiya? These words inspired Uzumaki, and he, gathering all his will, again moved to Danzo and pierced his body with his blade. Oh, You brat, Shimura shouted and also aimed his blow at Naruto, but he jumped up and received a blow to the leg, but he himself, having directed all the fox's chakra into his fist, hit Danzo in the face, knocking him off the blade. The elder's body flew, and he landed far from the guy. Uzumaki, now due to severe pain in his leg, fell to the ground and could not get up. He will die soon due to blood loss, but for now this Danzo is still breathing, and no one knows what techniques are hidden up his sleeve, the fox said, but he knew that Naruto would not be able to get up. You are finished. All this time, behind the battlefield, in the forest, my Anbu were waiting, 20 people will subdue you. I will not die, there are shinobi who use the soul technique, they will be able to heal my wounds with precious life, it is their duty. The nine-tailed Biju is now in the hands of Root. The man shouted, using all his remaining strength to notify Naruto of his imminent death. It was clear from his voice that despite the pain, he was smiling. Naruto, it seems like this is the end, I feel like someone is already very close. And yet I was glad that in the end I found the person Rakuto spoke of, Kurama said and looked at Naruto with a smile. None other than Jiraiya began to descend into the crater. All battered and beaten, also with quite serious wounds. Pervert. Ahem, hermit, what are you doing here? Naruto asked, coughing up blood. I was leaving, but I heard a strange sound in the place where you were. Having climbed the highest tree, I noticed a funnel created by you, and was about to leave, but decided to check on you. I was stopped by a squad of Anbu. Root, I immediately realized that they would not let me near you, and from the number of people I realized that Danzo himself had come for you, but it is not so easy to defeat 20 shinobi of the Jonin level. And now we need to hurry, remember, you said that you left the seal of Hiraishin in the village of Leaf, move us there, get ready, I'm coming, said Jiraiya and jumped back to Danzo. All this time you have been giving us no peace, and Orochimaru, I know all about your agreements, I would say a lot more, but because of you Naruto is in a state of half-death. Rasengan. The hermit shouted and finally finished off the enemy. Meanwhile Uzumaki almost passed out, but after a loud cry he opened his eyes again, Jiraiya was already standing over him. Seeing the teacher, he passed out completely. It hurts, but if I take out the blade now, you will definitely die. Move us, Naruto, otherwise you will definitely die. The teacher said and took the boy's hands, spreading his fingers as needed for the seal. Since Uzumaki could no longer hear or do anything, the fox let chakra into the boy's hands, which were held by the hermit. They could move to any kunai or any seal, but perhaps the boy's brain was still working, and he moved them to Naruto's room. Then, when Kakashi was chasing him, he ran into the house to collect things, and put his seal there. Okay, you did what was required of you, I'll take care of the rest, Jiraiya said, you saved us, now it's my turn to save you. He laid the boy on the bed and created a clone. I'll go with Naruto to the hospital, and you inform Tsunade about what happened, she must save Naruto. The hermit ordered the clone, and he went to the Hokage, and the real one went with Naruto to the hospital. 5 minutes later they entered the hospital. Hurry, he's dying. Give him a room, Tsunade will be here soon. Hurry, Jiraiya shouted. The nurses immediately took Naruto on a stretcher and carried him somewhere. But you two were earlier. One of them did not have time to finish before the hermit interrupted her. It's okay, I can wait, take me to that boy's room and bandage my wounds there. Meanwhile, at the Hokage's residence. The door quickly opened and Jiraiya ran into the room. Tsunade, don't ask unnecessary questions, Naruto is dying, Danzo is dead, I'm a copy, quickly head to the hospital. The hermit almost finished, and the clone disappeared due to his wounds. Shizune, inform all your classmates about Naruto. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura first. I have to hurry, Tsunade shouted and, putting on her green vest, ran out of the residence. After some time, she reached the hospital, they showed her in which room Naruto and Jiraiya were. She ran into the room and went straight to Naruto. He still had a blade sticking out of his leg, no longer winded, since with Danzo's death the effects of his techniques disappeared. Get me operating room number 11 ready, urgently. With Tsunade's order, the boy was immediately carried to the right place, and Tsunade herself followed him. They entered the room, there was a huge seal on the floor, glowing green, Naruto was placed in the center. The fifth sat next to him and sent her flow of healing chakra into the guy's body. The rest of the medical ninjas sat around the seal and began to restore the cells. Just like they once treated Neji. After an hour of such an operation, doctors came out of the room, completely different, not those who carried him there. During the operation, due to the lack of chakra, they changed several times. Sweat was visible on the forehead of each of the doctors. They again carried Naruto, this time to a rest room. Tsunade followed them. In front of her on the couch sat a completely bandaged Jiraiya. The wounds were not that serious, and Shizune healed him without surgery. You don't have to worry about his life. He needs rest, and now you're going to tell me what the hell is going on here? Screamed Fifth and grabbed the hermit by the collar. In response, he took out the scroll of seal that Naruto had stolen 3 years ago and gave it to her. Having learned the necessary techniques from it, he no longer needed it. Sighing, Jiraiya began his story. The door to Naruto's room opened and a girl with cherry blossom hair and the same name walked in. Crystal clear tears welled up in her green eyes. Naruto, is it really you? To be continued. Chapter 5. Meeting. Naruto, is it really you? Sakura asked rhetorically, barely holding back her tears, and immediately threw herself on the guy's neck. Uzumaki felt moisture on his chest and slowly opened his eyes. Sakura-chan. The blonde spoke in a trembling voice. The girl was very surprised, raised her head and looked into the guy's unchanged blue eyes. How? Are you awake already? But you just got out of surgery. The girl said, becoming more and more surprised. I'll tell you more. It's time for me to go. Uzumaki said and put his hand on Sakura's cheek, which was still dripping with tears. Baka, you were seriously injured, your life was barely saved, and you continue to say such nonsense. Haruno exclaimed with bitterness in her voice, moving away from his hand. Much time passed, she became stronger. She already understood everything and was not going to convince the guy, now Sakura only prayed for him to survive. And you became strong, Shizune-sama told me that you were able to defeat Danzo. I looked at his personal information, his strength was almost equal to the 3rd Hokage, and what are these seals on your right and left palms? Haruno asked, wiping away tears and looking at the guy's hands. Oh, so they woke up. Jiraiya-sensei and I put them only yesterday, they were supposed to wake up in 2 days, but apparently I'm so strong that one was enough for them, Naruto said, forcing a smile. On my right hand, I created a seal using the combined seals of my clan that changes my element to the one I want. I can use all 5 at once, although this power is intended only for me, because without my chakra reserve, you will not be able to use this elemental transformation. On my left hand, there is a seal that, at my will, renews the circulation of chakra. In other words, Genjutsu disrupts the flow and circulation of chakra, and thanks to this seal, even the strongest illusion will not work on me. If I had awakened these seals before the fight with Danzo, I would not be lying in a hospital bed now. Having explained everything and trying to restrain the trembling of his voice, the guy complained. Amazing abilities. By the way, all our comrades will be coming soon, the girl said and smiled. She knows too well how much space Naruto's friends occupy in his heart. That's great. How are Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei? Uzumaki immediately asked. I haven't seen them for a long time. After you left they agreed with Tsunade-sama not to send them on missions, and completely immersed themselves in training, the pink-haired girl answered, lowering her gaze. I'm sure Sasuke has become very strong. Speaking of him and you, are you together? He asked the girl another question, blushing and feeling sadness in his chest. No, she answered without further ado, closing her eyes. I see, but you love him and you will definitely be with him, you will succeed. The blonde encouraged her, raising his hand with difficulty, stretching his thumb upwards, wincing in pain, but trying to smile. I don't even know Liu. The girl was interrupted by the opening of the door, through which the remaining members of Team 7 entered, followed by Tsunade and Jiraiya. Ujiratankachi, you got it bad, Sasuke said, grinning and moving closer to Naruto and Sakura. Hey, asshole, I'm fine, so keep your mouth shut or I'll get up and punish you. Naruto said and tried to get up, immediately falling back and gritting his teeth in pain. Hey, lie down and don't move, you need rest now. Kakashi responded. He defeated Danzo. Naruto has probably surpassed me long ago and even become stronger than Jiraiya-sama. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, unlike Sakura, who became even more beautiful, and Sasuke, who grew up a bit, you haven't changed at all. Naruto said, smiling again, not noticing that he complimented the girl, who blushed all over. Well, thank you, Hatake grinned in response. I wouldn't be so happy if I were you, Naruto. We were able to heal the wounds on your chest, but we couldn't completely close the 3 deepest cuts, you'll have scars. Senju said loudly, pointing her finger at the boy's bandaged torso. Besides, you better take care of yourself, because Akatsuki has begun to act and has already captured the 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails and 7 tails. Only because the one tail, Gaara no Sabaku, became the cage, they haven't captured him yet, and the 8 tails, Killer Bee, controls his power and his sworn brother, the Renegade, so he hasn't been captured yet either. You're just lucky. It's time for you to return to the village for safety. The Hokage shouted again and went to the window at the end of the room. That's right, Naruto, I just didn't want to bother you, but the situation is extremely difficult, Jiraiya immediately added. Gaara became cage. In any case, I'm not going to put Konoha at risk by returning to the village. Besides, I'm not afraid of them. If they want to, then let them attack, I'll destroy them. And only when there's no trace left of them, I can return back. Uzumaki confidently declared. You only think about yourself. All these 3 years I was so afraid that something would happen to you, I was worried about you. And I'm sure these thoughts visited everyone you know, but you don't appreciate our feelings. Do you even know how my heart sank when I found out that you were in the hospital? Haruno started crying again and covering her face with her hands, shouted. All these days, I also thought about you, and only this thought helped me survive in the battles against Orochimaru and Danzo's subordinates. Only thanks to these thoughts, my promise, memories, Uzumaki Naruto became strong and was able to survive. In addition, I will never expose my village to the attack of Akatsuki. Grabbing the girl by the hand and forcing her to look at him, the blonde answered. He's right, sooner or later, they'll come for Naruto, we'll leave here soon. Naruto will move us straight to the Uzumaki clan's hideout, where there's a seal that will use your own chakra to intensively heal your body. Considering the 9-tailed enhanced regeneration, Naruto will be running and jumping tomorrow, the hermit explained, smiling and calming the excitement of the others. Tsunade no Ba-chan, when we were training with the perverted hermit and passed by the sand village, I left a teleportation seal there, so if you find out that Gaara is in trouble, use the summoning seal that I will give you. With it, you will be able to summon my clone, explain the situation to him and dispel him. I will immediately find out everything and rush to help, the guy informed the 5th. Naruto, I was thinking, well, I'll deal with Itachi myself, and I'll leave you with just the observer's position, or, if you want, deal with his comrade, what's his name, Kisame, I think, Sasuke said, ignoring everything else. What are you talking about? I'll deal with both of them myself, don't get so worked up, Uzumaki assured, starting to laugh. Tonkachi, just try. Uchiha didn't have time to finish speaking before someone's voice interrupted him. I see you're having fun here. Nara came out from behind the door, grinning, followed by the other teams with their captain teachers. Oh, Shikamaru, and the bushy-browed team, and also the Kurenai-chan team, you've all grown so much, I can't even recognize you. Ino, you've become such a beauty, and I see Hinata trying to keep up, how bored I am. Naruto's voice was interrupted by Hyuga's fall. What's wrong with her? Uzumaki asked worriedly. She's just allergic to you, Inuzuka immediately replied. Naruto, I told you a long time ago, don't call me, Chan, Kurenai immediately complained, pouting her lips. When you're angry, you're even more beautiful, Asuma immediately noted and winked at Yuhi, causing her to blush. Laughter began in the ward. Speaking of beauty, Naruto called me a beauty, Yamanaka immediately remembered and, coming closer to the blonde, kissed him on the cheek. Everyone around started smiling, but Haruno's eyes showed anxiety, jealousy and even disgust. She looked away from the guy, dissatisfied. No one noticed this except Uzumaki, but he also remained silent. Well, it's time for me to go train, Uchiha said and was just about to leave when Naruto stopped him. Stop, come here, the guy said so that no one would notice, hoping that the brunette would understand. Sasuke immediately realized everything, walked up and extended his hand to the blonde, and Uzumaki left a seal on his hand. Survive, they said to each other together, and crows appeared from the Uchiha's body, which immediately disappeared, leaving behind only feathers. Crows? Ugh, what bad taste, the guy immediately narrowed his eyes and turned away. Sasuke was so calm and even cheerful, it's not like him, what was he planning? And what was that handshake? Kakashi wondered. Guys, it's time to say goodbye before Akatsuki gets wind that we're in Konoha. We need to go, the hermit said, interrupting the fun. Perverted hermit, what are you doing? I'll scatter them myself, let them come. Uzumaki answered with a displeased, but stupid smile. No, Naruto, it's not worth it, you should leave, it's safer for you and for the village. I'm glad I was able to see you, but we'll chat next time, Hyuga responded. Naruto-kun, Neji is right, It's time for you to leave, then show me your youthful strength. Lee shouted. Well observed, my student. Might Guy joined in the shouts. Okay, now come to me and stretch out your hand. I will leave my invisible teleportation seal on you. I have developed sensory abilities, and if I feel that you are in some kind of trouble, I will immediately rush to help, Naruto said and looked seriously at everyone who surrounded him. After that, he left a mark on everyone, even the Junins and team captains. That's it, I have to go. Thank you all for coming to see me. It was nice to see you. It's okay, I'll solve all the problems soon and come back to you, and everything will be like before. Sakura-chan, I want to address you separately. Please don't worry about me and be happy. I don't want to see your tears anymore. It wasn't a request, it was an order, and without giving the girl a chance to answer, the blonde made a seal, transferring himself and Jiraiya to the shelter. He'll be okay, right? Ino immediately became worried and clenched her fists. I think so. He defeated Danzo and now, probably, he has surpassed me and even Jiraiya in strength. Silence reigned in the room, only surprise could be seen in the eyes of Uzumaki's comrades. Naruto, why were you so cheerful? I haven't seen you like this for a long time, are you hiding something from them? The hermit asked, already starting to treat the blonde. Let them continue to think that I am the same as before. A carefree, cheerful fool, I don't want them to see me for real, as I am. It's clear. Is everything ready? Yes, we can move out. Great, take care of the one-tailed one. Chapter 6. I'll fight for her. Akatsuki was spotted on their way to the sand village, and I can't call Naruto or his clone, but he needs to be warned. The Hokage screamed throughout the residence. Jiraiya-sama told me where they would be staying, let me head there and warn him, Haruno asked and moved closer to her teacher. You want to see him so much, well that's your right, go and report everything to him, I'm counting on you. Fifth immediately gave the order. Yes, the kunoichi replied and ran out of the residence. Where are you going, perverted hermit? Uzumaki asked, rising from his knee after a long training session. I need to report to Tsunade that you're okay, the Sannin explained and wandered off towards Konoha. Okay, say hello to Sakura-chan. The blonde shouted after him and smiled to himself. Memories came flooding back, and he remembered something very important. Exactly, how could I forget about that? Teleportation technique. The guy exhaled and, having recreated the seal, used jutsu. You're late, Yujirin Tokachi, an indignant Uchiha immediately appeared in place of the seal. These scars on your body are from the battle with Danzo. Seeing his friend's torso, the brunette asked a rhetorical question. What? It's Sasuke, but what is he doing here? Having reached Naruto, Sakura noticed this picture and decided to watch the guys for a bit. Yes, they are quite noticeable, but they do not bother me. After all, I am a shinobi and should not think about such things. By the way, about your Yujiro Tonkachi, stop playing the fool. We could still pretend that everything is fine in front of friends, but I am sure you pretended too. Dotting all the I's, said Uzumaki. Sasuke, what happened between you and Sakura? When I asked her about you last time, she drooped and, as it seemed to me, was upset. You called me to chat. Uchiha immediately responded rudely. I'll ask again, what happened between you? Naruto repeated his question. His eyes were already showing anger. Believe me, when I came back and really tried to see in her what you see. But every single day she came to me and asked to go for a walk. Not at all like before, it was all very serious. I really thought that she had become smarter. I began to look at her as a girl. She still did not understand my rude answers and refusals, and I gave her these refusals and answers, because every conversation came down to you. I understand that she could be bored, but when I was almost ready to start a relationship with her, when I almost developed real feelings for her, she interrupted them with talk about you. I did not say a word to her and still tried to replace you, but when I got tired of it, I immersed myself in training and am very happy with my decision. There can be nothing between us. I am an elite shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, and she is a simple girl. She will have to treat weaklings and losers all her life, while I will gain strength and destroy all the enemies of the village, and become a real Hokage, the Uchiha loudly declared and crossed his arms over his chest. Elite shinobi, Hokage. You have no idea what it means to be Hokage. This title is given to the one who was able to console everyone's feelings, who was able to save everyone and who will lead everyone forward. And you are only going forward yourself, spitting on the feelings of others and not wanting to help anyone. You do not follow the common goal, but your own. By the way, you have become too talkative, especially when you throw dirt at someone. Sakura-chan is a great girl and a powerful shinobi, everyone should dream of her, but no one understands this. I will personally take care of everyone who offends her in any way, even if it is you. Naruto answered and, making a confident look, looked into the already activated Sharingan of the Uchiha. This is ridiculous. You will destroy everyone who hurts Sakura. What kind of nonsense is this? Why are you doing this from the side? Because you are a pathetic loser who can't even get the one he loves. You will always follow me. Those whom I reject, you will pursue. Those whom I refuse, I will refuse you. And the title of Hokage will be mine. You will again be a loser. Sasuke answered, no longer holding back his laughter. Yes, I love her even now and I always have. I helped her openly, and she didn't notice it, but I'm glad about it, glad that I act from the shadows. It's her choice and I will never decide for her, even if she doesn't love me, but I want to make her happy. I want to see her smile, even if it's not meant for me. Uzumaki explained briefly, which left Sasuke speechless. Naruto, you, Haruno thought, and a storm of emotions immediately flashed through her head, and just as she wanted to leave, she was stopped by the blonde's angry voice. What about elite shinobi? I will fight you and show the difference between our strength. I will show who is stronger. I will show who is worthy of the title of Hokage, and I will fight for the broken heart of my beloved girl. I will fight for Sakura-chan. As soon as Uzumaki finished, he immediately folded the seal in the fox cloak and Sennin mode appeared on him. You have changed. This is no longer the cries of a child, but the statement of a real shinobi. This makes me laugh. I will show what I have achieved. Uchiha shouted and his body began to be covered with seals. What is this? Uzumaki immediately asked. Thanks to our sensei, Orochimaru's seal was completely redesigned for me, and then I was able to master what no one else had achieved. I am the only one who managed to do it. Control 2 Sannin modes, Ninja Dog mode, and Crow mode. Kakashi couldn't do it, but I did it, and I even surpassed everyone else. And if you add Orochimaru's seal, based on natural energy, then you can even say that I have controlled 3 Sannin modes. My eyes see chakra and track the enemy. If I am blinded, my sense of smell will come into play, and if my sense of smell is also suppressed, then the hearing of the crows will come into play. After all, when ninja crows are overexcited, their sensory abilities are increased. You have the Shroud and Sannin mode of toads, and I have 3 Sannin modes. Maybe you have a teleportation technique, and I have a reaction that surpasses all others. Did you really think that I remained a weakling? Sasuke finished his explanation and took the blade out of his sheath. I see. I was glad that you also had a blade. Wait a second, the guy said and disappeared, appearing a few seconds later with his own blade. Are you ready? Always. Why am I still here? Gaara is in danger, and these two are about to kill each other, but if I interfere, Naruto will never forgive me. After all, he has been waiting for this fight for so long. Lightning element, lightning blade. Uchiha shouted and covered his weapon with them. Wind element, wind blade. Teleportation technique, shadow kunai. The blonde shouted in response, immediately using the technique and scattering kunai with seals across the battlefield. A second later, Uzumaki moved to one of the kunai and attacked Uchiha, but he noticed his movements and pointed the blade towards his friend. Naruto did not leave and, leaning down, receiving a blow over the shoulder, left a teleportation seal on the brunette's stomach, and immediately teleported away. You touched me, but I left my seal on you, although I could have moved to the old one, the one on your hand, but that would have been cheating, and now everything is ready. Let's continue. Naruto teleported to Uchiha again, but he was ready and was about to reflect the aimed blow, but Uzumaki launched the blade, and with a sharp movement he put another seal on Sasuke's back. The two blades touched, and the blonde again found himself in front of Uchiha with the teleportation technique and took the blade in his hands. The brunette immediately saw his smile, after which Uzumaki began to move along these two Uchiha seals, trying to strike from the back and from the front. Sasuke deftly blocked each of his blows, so the guys exchanged them, and from the side it seemed like some kind of dance. When the blonde realized that it was useless, he stepped back. Indeed, good reaction. Looks like it's time to show off your techniques. I need to try this. Naruto only managed to finish speaking when he immediately began to fold the seals. Clone technique. The guy shouted and 4 clones immediately appeared. Rainbow technique. 5 multicolored streams. He said again and 5 multicolored elemental streams appeared from the hands of each of the clones. Is this genjutsu? I can't believe he has 5 elements, but I can easily dodge them, Uchiha said out loud and began to dodge the attacks. Flow control technique. The clones in the original said at the same time and began to redirect the flows to the Uchiha. He can control them. Is this a joke? I have to use genjutsu before I get hurt. Sasuke thought and caught Uzumaki in an illusion. The blonde saw how the Uchiha's body began to be torn apart by crows. He used genjutsu. As soon as Naruto thought about it, the illusion was immediately dispelled. What? He dispelled it. The brunette only thought as 5 streams were already near him, ready to tear his body apart. Damn, I'll have to. The guy ran as far away from the attacks as possible. Clone technique. Sasuke created a clone and threw his blade at one of Naruto's clones. 10 Fire Lion technique. The clone used the technique and fire began to come out of his mouth in the shape of a lion, and the original began to create seals. If I can't catch him like that, I'll have to go into close combat myself. The wind flow disappeared, and Naruto immediately moved to the Uchiha and struck, but he dodged, continuing to create seals. Lightning element. Control. Sasuke's foot was covered with a lightning cover, and his previously thrown blade was immediately drawn to the owner, destroying Uzumaki's body. But this body turned out to be a clone. Even one strike can end this battle. He won't be able to dodge all the clones. Disrupting the streams. Attack. 3 of Naruto's clones began to attack the Uchiha. Element of lightning. God of lightning, Kirin. A lightning bolt with an incomprehensible shape flew out of the sky and immediately headed towards the target. I won't have time to move. The wind cover will reduce the damage from the attack. The lightning armor will absorb some of the damage. Technique of 2 colors of the rainbow. Covers of 2 elements. Meanwhile, Uchiha could no longer dodge, and the clones were simultaneously preparing to strike. Damn, I won't make it. Lightning armor. The clones struck, but because of the cover, they immediately disappeared. The battlefield was covered in dust. A second later, a battered Uzumaki flew out of the dust with a blade in his hands and ran towards Sasuke, destroying the remaining Uchiha clone along the way. Sasuke ran out from the other side, also with his lightning blade. Naruto moved to the enemy, and a scream was heard. Enough. The pink-haired girl screamed as she ran. And the guys froze in front of each other. Uchiha held the blade in front of Uzumaki's neck, and blood was quietly flowing from the cut left. Naruto held his blade, which was firmly pressed against Sasuke's clothes in the stomach area. We'll continue later, Uchiha whispered to his teammate and jumped back. Uzumaki followed his example. What are you two doing here? The girl asked, already standing between the guys. Nothing special, just training, right, Sasuke? The blonde replied and looked towards the brunette. Yes, that's right, a test of strength, Uchiha added and tried to smile. They take me for a fool, but I can't say what I heard. By the way, I couldn't notice you with my sensory abilities, why? Naruto immediately asked. I am the 5th Hokage student, she taught me how to hide my presence even from censors. Now let's get down to business. 2 of the Akatsuki were spotted on their way to the Sand Village. I had to deliver this message to you, Naruto, because Tsunade-sama can't contact your clone. But she told you not to act like an idiot and to wait for the Junin team, Haruno explained. No, I can't wait that long, I'll go there right now, and that's not up for discussion. Uzumaki immediately answered and began to make some seals. Wait, I knew you would answer like that, but please, I beg you, let me go with you. She asked, grabbing the guy's hand. Sakura-chan, you know that I can't allow you to die, I can't go with you to such a dangerous place, the guy answered confidently, directing his gaze into the girl's eyes. Do you think I'm that weak? Do you think I like being protected all the time? I don't want to lose you now, and being by your side in such a difficult battle is my duty as a medic of the Hidden Leaf. Haruno declared and squeezed the blonde's hand in hers. And you've changed, okay, if that's what you want, I'll take you with me, just don't make me worry. The menacing look was replaced by a smile, and the confident tone of the conversation became softer. It seems to me that you forgot about me, I am also a member of Team Number 7, I will not ask for anything, I will simply go with you, it is time for me to try my strength on worthy opponents. Uchiha immediately intervened in the conversation. Okay, then let's go, Uzumaki said, and the 3 of them disappeared. Where are we now? Haruno asked immediately. Not far from the village of Pesca. I feel, very weakly, but I feel, strong chakra, 3 kilometers from us. There are 2 of them, Uzumaki immediately informed. While I'm flying Naruto, Sasuke, prepare the traps, then switch, we need to act quickly. Sakura said in a commanding tone. The guys immediately smiled, they liked this kind of friend. A little over an hour passed. Well hello, rats, from Konoha. Sasori-san, should I deal with them alone? The guy with blonde hair smiled and asked. Deidara, Don't rush, the leader said that Uzumaki Naruto had become quite strong and was able to defeat even Danzo. But it doesn't matter, they thought they caught us by surprise, but they were wrong. Kakuzu, Hidan, come out. Team 7 was immediately followed by 2 more Akatsuki members appearing on the other side. That can't be, I was told that you hunt in pairs. Haruno said excitedly. We ourselves are not happy that we are underestimated, but since we knew that Uzumaki Naruto would come here, they sent 4 of us, and now tell me, how is it, to stand in fear, surrounded by shinobi with the rank of Hokage, and understand that you are finished? We know that the Nine-Tailed uses the teleportation technique, but if you hide, then the village of sand will be finished. What will you do? The guy who was previously called Kakuzu responded. We can't run away, this is a dead end, it looks like the end has come for the 3 of us, but I won't scream and cry, I'm the Hokage's student and I'll fight. Shut up, the fact that there are 4 of you doesn't mean anything. Uzumaki replied, and he and Uchiha simultaneously formed seals. Naruto's body was covered with Sannin mode and Fox cover, and Sasuke's body was covered with seals and 3 Sannin modes were activated. You're fucked, ah ha ha ha, let's have some fun, guys. Hidan shouted, and they began their attack. Chapter 7. Battle or War? Sasuke, the one with the scythe, in any case, close combat, your reaction will come in handy here, you take care of him and this blonde guy, and the one with the iron tail and the guy with the case in his hands I will take on myself, I will take them with me using the teleportation technique and give you more space, good luck, Uzumaki quickly said and threw 2 kunai in different directions. Fire element, fire tornado, Uchiha shouted and, having folded the seals, released fire from his mouth, lightning element, laser, pointing his hand at the enemy, the brunette used another technique. As soon as Naruto's kunai almost reached the enemy, the guy immediately created a clone and teleported to the weapon. The clone touched Sasori, who immediately destroyed it with his tail, the original left a seal on Kakuzu. Okay, you'll come with me, the guy said and moved, taking the pink-haired Kunoichi with him. Where are we? It looks like he took us with him. Sasori, take your real form, otherwise you'll die, Kakuzu advised, I'm not going to give in to him either. 5 Hearts Technique, Link. Putting his hands together, thereby applying the technique, the guy's body began to be torn apart by strange threads, and some masks appeared in front of his shoulders and behind. Sasori's form, take shape, smoke appeared, and 2 monsters immediately emerged from it. One had the body of a doll, and the other was covered in threads. Naruto, I'll take care of what? Haruno wanted to say, but Uzumaki interrupted her. No, you will just stand and watch, and if I get injured after the fight, you will heal me, I can't risk you, I do not underestimate you at all. I just do not want to see you die, never, Uzumaki said and looked at the girl seriously, they really look like monsters, but I can, the guy added and pulled his blade out of its sheath, and in his other hand he held 3 kunai. Shadow kunai technique. The guy shouted and scattered weapons all over the battlefield. And the kid is seriously going crazy, puppet summoning technique, 3rd cage. Having taken out a scroll and used the technique, some dark-haired man climbed out of it. This is the 3rd cage of the hidden village of sand, the strongest shinobi of Suna. As you understand, I am a puppeteer, but far from simple, I can use the techniques of this doll in such a way that you will have a hard time, Sasori said, tying the chakra threads to the doll. Wind release, wind flow, fire release, fanning flames, fire capture technique. Kakuzu said, and from the masks that were imprinted on his shoulders, 2 elemental attacks came out, aimed at Naruto. XO, I can't dodge it, it will hit Sakura-chan. Sakura-chan, hurry up, hide somewhere, rainbow seal technique, wind release, tornado, water release, water flow, whirlwind typhoon technique. Uzumaki shouted back and created a technique with his right hand that met and extinguished the enemy's flames. So you also have mastery over several elements, interesting, Kakuzu said with a smile. Living puppet technique, 3rd cage technique, iron sand needles technique. Sasori added, and black needles began to emerge from the ground towards Uzumaki. Kaso, they don't let me rest, but now it's open. Shadow cloning technique, volley of attacks, the blonde barely managed to finish speaking, as all the clones along with the original teleported to the red-haired guy and began to deliver destructive attacks, using the fox cover and Sannin mode, from which the body of the Sasori doll fell apart into pieces, and some kind of scroll flew out of it. Damn it, and I told you not to give in to him, I can't sew up your doll body with my threads, I'll have to insert this scroll into this black-haired guy. Kakuzu calmly walked up, took the scroll and inserted it into the hole in the 3rd cage's chest. Uzumaki meanwhile watched all this in a state of shock, and his clones did not even move from their place. Damn it, I almost died at the hands of this kid. Thanks, Kakuzu, it's nice to have a smart partner, otherwise Deidara. Sasori complained. The same goes for Hidan, his comrade answered. Ah, damn, I can't use my doll jutsu from the Cage's body, I created this scroll slot only for extreme situations. Kid, listen to me, because of you I will have to make a new doll with my own hands, the Cage's body does not have chakra threads, and I cannot use my main doll technique, but do not rejoice, because this is my strongest puppet, and when I controlled it with the help of chakra threads, I did not have full control over it, and now the third Cage is in front of you, in no way inferior to the real one, will you be able to defeat the strongest shinobi of Suna? Do not forget, but Kakuzu is also with me, what is the taste of despair? Sasori said from the doll of the third. Your pathetic methods won't help here, I've already destroyed you once and I'll do it again, the blonde answered menacingly. Smug idiot, swords in the right, poisonous claws in the left, and now attack. The third one shouted, and 5 huge claws appeared from his left hand, and 5 swords from his right hand. Earth release, wind release, fire release, meteor shower technique. Having folded the seals and used the technique, a meteor shower began from the sky. That's not all. Water release, lightning release, river of destruction. Jumping back, Kakuzu used the technique and released a wave of water that was saturated with lightning. What will you do now? I am ready for your attack using teleportation. Sasori's body, on which the seal was, is destroyed, and your kunai with the seal were washed away by the water. You can't jump up. One of the fragments of the meteor shower will kill you, and if you stay on the ground, your legs will hurt. If you run away, the girl will die. This is a hopeless situation. Die, worthless one. Naruto, what will you do if you are surrounded by enemies and are ready to use techniques to destroy you, and your teleportation technique suddenly fails? Jiraiya asked his student. No, you're stupid, this is a hopeless situation. The blonde complained. There are no hopeless situations. If you feel bad or are driven into a corner, remember these words and move forward. The hermit looked seriously at the student and slightly forced a smile. It's like pissing on 2 fingers, but it's unlikely to help me in battle, you stupid perverted hermit. Rainbow technique, 5 elements, lightning, fire, wind, water, earth, elemental combination, rainbow shuriken technique. Uzumaki, without moving from his place, created additional arms from the shroud and began to use his technique. You fool, you won't be able to move from this spot now. Kakuzu shifted all the masks to his right hand. 5 element technique, multicolored destruction stream. Sasori, get out of there. Kakuzu shouted, and a stream of 5 elements burst out from his hand. Great, the equipment is ready, and now. Shadow clone technique, having formed a seal from the hands that were created by the veil, a clone appeared, which immediately jumped away, where Sakura was. Uzumaki's legs were doused with enemy technique, and the meteor shower that flew from above and fell not far from the guy's legs also left burns on Naruto's already almost destroyed legs with its explosion. The blonde howled in pain and threw his shuriken at the enemy's stream. Naruto's technique was stronger, and the stream retreated, and the technique got Kakuzu. No, I wouldn't do that to that boy, no oh. Kakuzu screamed, and his body was carried away by the blonde's technique. With every meter of his flight the life left the Akatsuki member. Meanwhile, the guy moved to the newly created clone and found himself next to his girlfriend, and again screamed from unbearable pain. The girl shed a tear at what she saw, but she didn't lose her composure and covered the guy's mouth with her hand. Quiet, we can be discovered, I'll heal you now, Sakura said and took a bandage out of her bag. Haruno, without wasting time, tied the bandage to Uzumaki's mouth to muffle his scream. The Uzumaki clone immediately caught the original's desire at the level of thoughts and ran towards the enemy. When the girl looked at his feet, she felt sick. She had never encountered anything like this before. The fabric from the guy's shoes and clothes had eaten into the guy's muscles, and you could also see Uzumaki's bones, which were burned by fire and cracked by lightning attacks. My jutsu can relieve the pain, but I can't cure this. You need to go to the WI. The girl didn't have time to finish speaking before her enemy interrupted her. Who do I see? You will pay for what you did to Kakuzu. Sasori growled and attacked the guy. Uzumaki immediately tore the bandages with his hand, and with his other hand took the blade and, passing the element of wind through it, threw it at the enemy. Shield of iron sand, Sasori said and stopped the blade. Uzumaki's body was once again covered by the fox's veil, and he strained a huge amount of chakra in his feet and thanks to this he was able to stand up on his feet. He's not even standing on his feet, he's being held up by his cloak. Naruto, how long will you last? Sakura worried. Shadow clone technique. 4 clones appeared next to Uzumaki and they immediately jumped into battle, while the original remained behind. Spear of Iron Sand. The third Kazekage shouted and destroyed 2 clones. He hit the third with his shield, and one of the clones reached the enemy and left a seal, and began to fall down, but before disappearing, he picked up the blade and threw it to the original. You still managed to leave a seal on me before your death, stupid clones, but you only share your chakra, it's incomparable with my puppets, you're finished. Sasori shouted again and rushed towards Uzumaki. He's right, I've already divided my chakra more than once, plus I threw the rainbow shuriken and now I only have enough for one, this is my last attack. Rainbow technique, unification, 5 elements, blade. Uzumaki shouted and directed the 5 elements into his weapon. This is the end for you. Naruto added and teleported to the enemy. I've been waiting for this, iron shield of magnetic sand. Sasori gathered all the sand and created a shield and collided with Naruto's blade. Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, you will come with me, he said before the enemy's onslaught. No, I will destroy you and all your minions. Naruto answered him. Uzumaki's blade flew away, and Sasori dispelled the shield and created a spear. Die, he shouted and aimed the attack at the boy's heart. Naruto felt the warmth of his own blood and, suddenly losing consciousness, fell, pierced by what turned out to be a poisoned spear. Shenro. A shout was heard from behind the third Kazekage. Damn it, I won't make it, Sasori managed to say before the blow. You're finished, Haruno said and struck, smashing the doll into pieces, from which the scroll flew out again. Naruto. Can you hear me, Naruto? Please, don't die. The girl screamed and ran to the guy, stopping near him, she fell to her knees. Naruto. There's so much I haven't told you yet, please, don't die, I'm L. Sakura's voice broke off. Naruto raised his hand and touched her cheek, and smiled, but his eyes closed again. Haruno only managed to catch his falling hand. What should we do? Think. Haruno. You can. Damn right, I have Tsunade-sama's scroll, with it we can teleport to the village. Sakura ran to her bag and, taking it, headed towards the guy again. On the way she picked up the scroll that fell from Sasori's body, quickly took out the 5th scroll. I direct chakra into the scroll, I conduct the technique through myself. Teleportation technique, the girl said the last words already sitting in the Hokage's residence. What the? Saku. Tsunade-sama, there is no time, his condition is critical, quickly help him get up, he needs to be taken to the hospital and treatment started immediately. Sasuke Uchiha, then my ritual is complete, so experience the power of Jashin-sama. Chapter 8, Sasuke vs. Hidan. Sasuke Uchiha, then my ritual is complete, know the power of Jashin-sama. Hidan shouted and finished drawing the circle. A little earlier. Fire element, fire tornado, Uchiha shouted and, having folded the seals, released fire from his mouth. Lightning element, laser, pointing his hand at the enemy, the brunette used another technique. The laser didn't reach the enemy, and they deftly dodged the fire tornado, but it still gave them enough time to take their opponents with the help of teleportation technique. Hey, Hidan, these kids separated us, what are we going to do? Deidara asked with the same indifferent look. We won't do anything, they will destroy the Jinchuriki, and we will take down Itachi's brother, but let's do it quickly, I don't want to play with these kids. The gray-haired man answered and threw his scythe at the Uchiha, holding onto the rope. I can attack not only at close range, but I am also good at long-range attacks. The guy immediately hurried to tell a little about his scythe. He's unlikely to hit with this scythe, and if he does, he'll only hurt. I don't know anything about his abilities, but perhaps in order to win a duel, he only needs to leave at least a small wound on the opponent. Therefore, we can assume that he's good at ninjutsu, but it won't work against my Sharingan. I need to quickly deal with this blonde guy who's standing behind him. After analyzing the opponents, Sasuke jumped away from the attack and immediately took out his blade. Thanks to his Sannin modes, he quickly reached the enemy. You're finished. The guy shouted and pointed the blade with the element passed through it, but in the last seconds he noticed only a smile on Deidara's face. Kibaku Nendo, explosive minds. The blonde shouted in response and jumped back, leaving Sasuke. Well, how do you like my art? The battlefield was covered with a smoke screen, and only after some time was it noticed that a piece of wood remained at the site of the explosion. Damn, replacement technique. This one uses strange explosions. I didn't even notice how he left mines under himself. It will be much more difficult to get to him, but if I attack his comrade, I won't be afraid of his explosive techniques, because he won't risk blowing up his partner along with me, Uchiha thought, sitting on a branch. Where did he go? Deidara asked immediately, but before he could understand anything, a brunette jumped down from a branch, holding a blade in one hand and throwing smoke bombs at Hidan with the other. I limited his visibility, but my Sharingan sees chakra, and hermit mode senses it. Where the fuck is that little rat? Hidan asked himself, still maintaining his calm. Sasuke jumped out of the shadows and pierced the enemy with his weapon. One is ready, the guy said to himself and began to turn his gaze to the second. Damn, that hurt. Hidan screamed and immediately struck the Uchiha with his scythe, but he, not expecting the attack, did not have time to jump back in time, and the scythe slightly scratched his shoulder. Damn, did I miss? No, the blow was right in the heart, but even if so, after the blow to the lungs he shouldn't have moved. What's going on here? The brunette jumped out of the smoke, surprised. Deidara, he's already finished. I heard that Jiraiya, one of the Sannin of the Leaf, was spotted nearby. Zetsu saw him heading our way, so go meet him, but you're weak, and if there's trouble, call me, I'll give more sacrifices to Jashin-sama. Hidan said to his comrade, also jumping out of the smoke. Damn, I should have killed Itachi's brother. Well, okay, I'll show my art to a more valuable person. Destroy this bastard. I heard even the leader himself wanted to destroy him. I'll do him a favor, and you'll become my subordinate. Already creating some strange creature, similar to a large eagle, and jumping on it, Deidara finished. Hey, asshole, should I kill you too? Hidan shouted after the already flying away blonde. Okay, at least I have enough time to play with this sucker. The gray-haired man thought about all this with a huge smile, licking the Uchiha's blood from his braid. What are you doing? The blood of the Uchiha is sacred. You insult my clan, I will destroy you. The angry brunette screamed, starting to apply some seals. Now he will learn the power of Jashin. Hidan pierced his hand with a kunai and with his other hand began to take this blood, drawing something strange around himself. Sasuke Uchiha, then my ritual is complete. Know the power of Jashin-sama. Hidan shouted and finished drawing the circle. Start praying to your god, because now the god of lightning, the element of lightning, Kirin, will appear. A lightning bolt with an incomprehensible shape flew out of the sky and immediately headed towards the target. The attack hit the enemy, and Hidan felt severe pain, but there were no traces of the attack on his body, and the Uchiha was thrown back. What was that? My body. Despite my lightning armor, it took so much damage. It was Kirin, he wounded me, most likely, if not for the regeneration from the hermit mode, I would already be dead. Sasuke said, lying near some tree. This is Jashin-sama's power, now it's time to die. Hidan shouted and raised his scythe. Logically, he reached me with a scythe, licked my blood and created this circle with his blood, after that I damaged myself. So now it is clear, he does not need to kill with a scythe, he only needs to touch the enemy, but why this circle? And why is he standing in it? Exactly. It is a risk, but that's all I thought of. I will not die at the hands of this idiot. Now is not the time to writhe in pain, I need to gather all my strength and strike. The guy thought it all out in a second, and then his entire body was covered in lightning, and he moved to the enemy, and struck him in the stomach, pushing him out of the circle. Damn, the guy twisted around because of the pain in his stomach, and now. Uchiha threw a kunai up his opponent's shoulder and lightly caught him. The cut was visible, but Sasuke was fine. Fuck, you little bastard, you ruined Jashin-sama's ritual. And you will pay for it. Hidan shouted and, standing up, ran towards the circle. Clone technique, 5 lasers. Lasers flew out of the clone's hands, all of them reached their target, some pierced the enemy, and the original cut off Hidan's hand, in which he held the scythe. But the gray-haired man simply ran through the clones and ran into the circle. Who needs that arm? Now you won't throw me out of the circle, I won't fall for the same thing twice, and Kakuzu will sew my arm back on, you're finished, sucker. Hidan laughed and pulled out a stake from his remaining arm, and wordlessly pierced his body with it. The Uchiha clones disappeared. That's it, motherfucker. Hidan shouted, the clones dispersed, and the original fell to his knees. How do you like Jashin-sama's strength? No way, said Uchiha and, moving, cut off the enemy's head. That's it, Kirin really got me, but I need to move on the second one before he does any damage. You bastard, why didn't my ritual work? What did you do to me? Hidan started screaming, turning his gaze to Sasuke. And you really are immortal, you can talk even after that. In fact, when I pushed you out of the circle, I immediately trampled your blood in one place, thereby destroying your beautiful circle, and when you pierced yourself again, I did not receive damage. I dispelled the clones of my own free will. I waited for you to relax to deliver the decisive blow. Sasuke explained to the enemy everything that happened. So what? I won't die anyway. What will you do next? Chop me into little pieces. Fuck you. I'll destroy you anyway. I'll get you from the other side. Get ready. The helpless Akatsuki member screamed. I have 2 summons of birds and dogs, but everyone thinks that I can only summon ravens, but this is not so. I can summon any bird. Summoning technique, kites. Now these kids will take care of you. There won't even be any guts left of you. Goodbye, I have to go. Finished the brunette and hid his katana in its sheath, and, limping, stomped after the second enemy. No, you wouldn't dare. Don't. Stop. No, oh, oh, oh. That's all Uchiha heard. With every step this scream died down, but didn't stop. And yet, it is difficult to be immortal, because now he is being gnawed by vultures, and he feels pain, but cannot do anything. He cannot even die. This is probably the most terrible torment of all. This is what Hidan paid for immortality. Come out. I've noticed you for a long time, said Jiraiya, looking into the distance at the branch. It's not for nothing that you're called a Sannin, but you. Explosive minds. Commentary on Chapter 8, Sasuke vs. Hidan. The chapters are not very long. I try to describe the battle in one chapter as much as possible. Please do not complain about the volume. Stay with me further. Chapter 9, Losses. Come out. I've noticed you for a long time, said Jiraiya, looking into the distance at the branch. It's not for nothing that you're called a Sannin, but you. Explosive minds. Damn, he was all Jiraiya managed to say before that. Haha, the leader will be happy. I defeated one of the Sannin with just one technique. Calm down, Deidara. That voice. Itachi. What are you doing here? The blonde asked immediately, his voice sharp. Where is? Here. Look around, Uchiha said calmly. As soon as Deidara looked back, everything around him turned black and he was enveloped in darkness. All he could see was the Sharingan shining in front of him. Where are we? What is this place? The guy said, his voice already trembling. As soon as you left Hidan, I caught you in my genjutsu. All this time you thought that you were flying to one of the Sannin, Jiraiya, but in fact you were moving deeper into the cave, the brunette explained. But what do you want from me? Deidara asked more confidently. I will not answer this question. I will only say one thing. Zetsu is also in my illusion and thinks that you and I are now dying together at the hands of Uchiha Sasuke, but in fact, in reality, you have almost burned from Amaterasu. In my Tsukuyomi you do not feel what is happening to you in reality. Goodbye, Deidara. Closing his eyes, Uchiha finished, leaving his former comrade in pitch darkness. Wait, Itachi, why are you doing this? The almost dead guy shouted into the void. The illusion is dispelled. Damn, I don't have much time left, Itachi said to himself, coughing up blood and approaching his brother's body. I saw your fight with Hidan, you became strong, but I have to give you my eyes, because very soon the Akatsuki will declare war. I am already too weak. My eyes are almost plunged into darkness. Now only you can stop them, you and your friends. There is little time, but in order for you not to notice the substitution of eyes and not to feel pain after the transplant, I will have to impose a genjutsu with Shisui's eye. In about a month the pain will disappear, and the illusion will dissipate, and you will know everything that happened now, and the whole truth about the Uchiha clan. We will exchange eyes. I will die with yours, and you will live with mine. Finishing the exchange of eyes, Itachi said to his brother immersed in sleep. And now I will watch you from the sky. Good luck, my little stupid brother. Forcing a smile and opening his eyes, Uchiha finished. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to clearly see what you have become before I die. Amaterasu, self-destruction. Where am I? Where did that bomber go? Sasuke asked in panic, abruptly getting up from his bed and looking around. It's okay. Jiraiya-sama found you lying on the ground in the forest and brought you to the village, the girl sitting next to him explained. Sakura, what about Naruto? Did he defeat his enemies? Uchiha immediately bombarded Haruno with new questions. Naruto. He won but, after the fight, his wounds were too serious. Anyway, I'll tell you everything now. After we defeated our opponents, I teleported myself and Naruto to the Hokage's residence using the teleportation technique, but Naruto's wounds were so serious that Tsunade-sama alone wouldn't have had the time or strength to deal with them, even she. Me, Shizune and the other doctors also started helping. I needed to stop the bleeding since Naruto was poisoned. Tsunade-sama was working on the antidote, and Shizune and the others were treating the wounds. It took several hours, but we still managed to cope with it. During the fight, one of Naruto's opponents damaged his legs to such an extent that even we were unable to heal them. We had to resort to amputating both limbs, and now the fifth is trying to recreate a model of the leg with the help of Hashirama's cells and sew it on. Please don't make me describe his entire fight, because I promised myself that I would cry less, but Haruno didn't have time to finish, as Sasuke interrupted her. That's enough. It must be very difficult for you to remain calm in such a situation. I know how worried you are about him. Sakura, it's time to admit to yourself that you have fallen in love with this idiot. Still maintaining composure and calm, smiling, Uchiha said. I wish I could hit that idiot too. The girl added. Whatever you think, you can't deny that there is some kind of connection between him and you. I know that you watched my fight with Naruto, and he felt you too. I really said a lot of unnecessary things. Forgive me for that, Sakura, the brunette said in a serious tone and met the girl's gaze. I'm not offended, Haruno answered, trying to smile. Sakura, Sasuke, the operation on Naruto's legs is complete and everything went well. Shizune said, running into the office, out of breath. Phew, what a relief, how is he? The pink-haired girl immediately asked. He's unconscious in the 10th ward now, but he's fine. Tsunade-sama said that he'll wake up soon, although he won't be able to walk for a while, the brunette answered. It's okay, I'll look after him, the girl smiled. Sasuke, I'll go to Naruto. If anything happens, come in, Haruno added and slammed the door. Damn, he was able to defeat two at once, and I barely managed to deal with one. I've heard about his opponents before. One uses all 5 elements, and the other is a famous puppeteer of the Sand Village. Naruto, how strong have you become? At the Akatsuki hideout. I can't believe my ears. Zetsu, are you sure about this? Naruto single-handedly defeated Kakuzu and Sasori, and Sasuke together with Jiraiya defeated Uchiha Itachi, Deidara and Hayden. All this seems like a cruel joke. I'm angry, I need to be alone. Pain finished, already starting to disappear. Leader, it's true, I saw it with my own eyes, and recently Orochimaru contacted us and offered to join Akatsuki again, and since we have few people, it's pretty good for us. What should I tell him? Finishing and waiting for an answer, he looked at the leader of Zetsu. Orochimaru, that snake, I've heard of him. I also don't believe that Itachi-sama lost, but it seems he shouldn't have spared that kid's life, Kisame added. Let him come to our shelter, give him the coordinates, I need to talk to him, and you, Kisame, find the 8-tailed one. Konan said that he went on a mission and has now left the village. Nagato gave the order and disappeared. In Orochimaru's hideout. Orochimaru-sama, hold on, I'll get you the body of one of your subordinates now, the medicines aren't working anymore. Kabuto screamed in panic as he watched one of the Sannin die. It's too late to look for the body. Kabuto, forgive me, I have no other choice, the Sannin finished, turning into a snake. No, Orochimaru-sama, please, don't, no. Meanwhile in the village of Lista. Sakura, where are you going with all those fruits? Shouted a cheerful Ino, running up to her friend. Naruto was recently seriously injured in a fight with Akatsuki, here are some vitamins. Haruno answered just as cheerfully. What fight? Why don't I know anything about this? Asked the now indignant Yamanaka. Well, everyone was on their ears here, he just got out of surgery, will you come with me? The pink-haired girl suggested, heading forward. Sure, just wait for me. Hey, Sakura. Naruto, you were able to defeat 2 shinobi who are as strong as Kage. How much training did you go through for this power? After all, I still haven't managed to get even one step closer to you. I'm only moving further and further away, Haruno thought as she walked. They were 2 ordinary people from Akatsuki, and I couldn't deal with them without Sakura's help, and their leader is even stronger. I need to train more, otherwise I won't be able to protect anyone. Uzumaki lay and thought about all this. Oh, Naruto, are you awake yet? How are you feeling? Sakura asked and walked into the room with Ino. Who did you fight? Did you win? Were you seriously wounded? The blonde immediately bombarded him with questions. If you're interested, ask Sasuke-in. Oh, I'm here to see Sasuke-kun. Sakura, what room is he in? Ino asked, interrupting Naruto. He's in room 20, just don't disturb him, he was wounded too. Haruno was already shouting after her running friend. I'm sorry I almost put you in such danger, I need to get stronger. Uzumaki spoke after making sure Yamanaka had left. It's me you forgive, I couldn't do anything. Don't talk nonsense, you shouldn't. You're a medic, And you've done your job, and I put you in harm's way because I didn't have enough strength. I need to train harder. I don't want to lose you more than anything in the world. Never, do you hear me? I'll never put you in harm's way again. I'll protect you and my friends. Are you sure it was Uchiha Itachi? Tsunade asked, getting up from her chair. Yes, there can be no mistake, he was next to Sasuke, but when I arrived, his body was almost burned in a black flame. Perhaps it was he who killed his comrade, whom Sasuke was chasing, but this is just guesswork. Jiraiya added a little more information to everything that was said. No one should know about this until we figure it out and confirm your information. This should remain between us, but for now come with me. Sakura gave me the scroll. According to her, Sasori sealed himself in it, and as soon as we insert it into the doll, he will wake up. Maybe we can find out something. Let's go. Chapter 10. After sunset comes dawn. At the Akatsuki hideout. I have received word that 5 members of Akatsuki, including Uchiha Itachi, have died at the hands of some 2 kids and my former teammate, Orochimaru said as he walked deeper into the hideout. That's right, there are 5 of us left at the moment. I think you know about Kisame. He is currently on his way to get the head of the 8-tailed, but that's not it. We are going to destroy Konoha soon, but for that we need power. Can I count on you as a fighting unit of the Akatsuki organization? Throwing everything into the background, the leader asked the decisive question. I wouldn't have come here if I didn't want to join you. I have my own motives, of course, but they are intertwined with yours, and you will benefit from me as a fighting force, while you, in your own way, will be beneficial to me. Besides, if I had answered, no, you would have eliminated me immediately, but now I apologize, I need to leave, I am awaiting orders, leader, the Sannin said with a grin and immediately disappeared. I've always hated this man, but, never mind, I'll use him and destroy him. Let's go, Conan, we need to talk. It looks like we'll have to resurrect Madara earlier than planned. Pain finished and left the shelter with his comrade. In the village of Lista. Here is a doll, I only left her body, so this puppeteer will be helpless, Jiraiya said to his partner and placed the object on the chair. Then let's begin. Added the 5th and loaded the scroll. What? Where am I? Oh yeah, I lost to that. The Akatsuki member immediately thought about everything and realized. Now shut your mouth and answer the questions. Why do you need tailed beasts? Who is your leader? What is the strength of your comrades? The Hokage bombarded the prisoner with questions. You caught the wrong one. I won't tell you anything. Even your famous Morino Ibiki is useless. You can only kill me by piercing the scroll, but I don't feel pain. I'll only say one thing, Konoha. No, the whole world will be destroyed, and you will be the first. Pathetic weak. Sasori didn't have time to finish, as his scroll was pierced with a kunai. Why did you kill him? That was our only clue. Tsunade screamed, grabbing Jiraiya by the collar. I don't want to hear it. He won't tell us anything. His body is a doll. It doesn't feel pain. Don't worry, there will be someone else to interrogate, the Sannin answered sharply, having knocked the woman's hands away. I'm sorry. Sasuke, who were you fighting? And who was Naruto fighting? Did you win or did they run away in fear? How are you feeling? Yamanaka bombarded the Uchiha with questions. Ino, I don't want to talk about this. I'm fine. That's the main thing you need to know, the brunette answered sharply but calmly. Sasuke, you can deceive Sakura. Naruto, you can deceive yourself, but I see your gaze, saturated with pain. I see and have always seen when something was wrong with you. I want to know why you are so depressed. Ino began more seriously. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Okay, I have to train, the guy added, getting up from the bed and showing his naked torso in all its glory. Hey, you just got out of a fight, you can't do that now, fall back down quickly. Ino said, running up to the already standing guy and tugging his hand down. I'm sorry, but I have to. Sasuke squeezed out of himself, looking into the girl's eyes. Sakura could have made you, but again, I'm useless and can't do anything, compared to Sakura, Ino didn't have time to say before Uchiha interrupted her speech. You are just different. When you started talking about Sakura, I realized that in this regard you are somewhat similar to me. Maybe these words will help you find the answer to your previous question, and therefore you will understand why I am leaving for training again. Goodbye. Looking at the girl for the last time, Sasuke disappeared with the creak of open windows, leaving the blonde alone with herself. Are you similar to him in some way? In what way? Me and Sakura. I understand. I reminded him of himself in Naruto. So what's on your heart now, Sasuke? What happened there? The girl thought about everything that had happened. Good morning, Naruto, how did you sleep? The smiling girl asked, noticing that the guy's eyes were opening. Good morning, Sakura-chan, I slept well, but what time is it now? Uzumaki answered seriously and asked his question. 5 minutes to 9, Haruno answered in the same cheerful tone. But what are you doing here so early? And what time did you leave me yesterday? The blonde asked without stopping. After all the surgeries you went through, Tsunade-sama said that one of the medics had to stay with you overnight, and I gladly volunteered, although most likely she was counting on it, the pink-haired girl explained and began to peel the apples. Sorry for causing so many problems, but it's okay, I'll leave the leaf soon and let you get a good night's sleep, Uzumaki replied, trying to smile. Baka, it's not hard for me, I was even interested in watching you, you're so cute when you sleep, the girl answered in a satisfied tone and blushed. Besides, you won't be leaving the village anytime soon, you can't get up for at least a week, and, yes, you don't have to be happy, a week considering your regeneration, Sakura added, sticking out her tongue. Sakura-chan, how am I going to go to the toilet? The guy blushed and hesitated. Oh, you mean that, well, I'll have to accompany you and help you with this, I volunteered to look after you, answered the 5th student, laughing a little at her partner. Even so, are you not going to sleep this week? The guy asked with a sly face, thinking that he had left the girl with no options. Well, it's boring at home anyway, I really will spend the night here, in this ward. But don't worry, I'll sleep, I slept last night, the pink-haired girl answered and proudly looked up. But how? There's only one bed and a stool here, the blonde was perplexed. Do you want me to show you how? Now the girl put on a sly expression. Well, go ahead, Naruto thought for a bit, but still gave his consent. First I moved this stool closer to your bed, the girl said and immediately showed, then I sat down on this stool, Haruno continued, then I leaned over and with such a deft movement I laid my head on your chest, the pink-haired girl, lay down, and blushed along with her, guinea pig. Sakura-sama, may I come in? One of the nurses said, already opening the door and noticing all this. Oh, it looks like I'm at the wrong time, I apologize. Yumi, stop, Haruno shouted after her subordinate, getting up from the guy. Damn, it's Yumi, the hospital's main gossip, I had to get caught like that, and by her, tomorrow all of Konoha will know about, as Sakura slapped her forehead with her palm. Oh, that's enough, I'm going to die, stop the earth, I'll get off, well, my love, will all of Konoha know about us? Uzumaki mocked, still laughing. Baka, the girl shouted and hit the guy on the head. Hey, what are you doing? I just got out of surgery, complained the blonde, pouting with resentment. It's okay, that's why I hit weaker than usual, the pink-haired girl answered and turned around proudly. Closer to night. You know, today was a good day, we discussed a lot, you even took me to the toilet. The blonde immediately blushed, but I realized something. Yesterday was a hellish day, and today everything is fine, and this happens not only to us, notice, after sunset comes dawn, after a dark night, a bright morning, after the rain there will be a rainbow, this means that the black streak is over, it's time for a white one, I promise, I will do everything so that you and the rest of the villagers are happy. Uzumaki said and looked into the eyes of the girl who had already begun to fall asleep on his chest. That's enough for you, philosopher, go to sleep. The pink-haired girl replied and, kissing the guy on the forehead, settled herself even more comfortably on his body. Yes, you're right, it's time to rest, the guy pressed her closer to him and closed his eyes. Chapter 11. Naruto died. Morning in the Hidden Leaf Village. We want to honor Uzumaki Naruto. He died at a fairly early age, but he has already managed to touch the hearts of many. From birth, he carried an unbearable burden, or rather, he held the nine-tailed fox in his body. His father, the 4th Hokage, wanted him to be considered a hero, but everything turned out quite the opposite, which is why there are so few people at his funeral now. Some fools consider this day the best in the last few years, and someone can't hold back their tears. Come closer and lay your flower, it's time to say goodbye. The elders finished their speech and walked away from the boy's coffin. Naruto, you wanted to carry my revenge in your heart, and I can't just leave it like that, I can't just forget it, I promise, I will find him and destroy him, for your sake. I will take revenge. Uchiha Sasuke said his word and, putting the flower, walked on. Naruto, you were always a loser as a child, and I thought that you had no future in the ninja world, but it was you who showed me that you can achieve anything with your persistence, thank you, Kiba said his word and, putting the flower down, walked on. Naruto, a lot has happened between us, I don't want to talk too much, thank you, you taught me how to get out of my cage as a bird, Neji said and walked on. Naruto, it's really hard to talk when the tears won't stop flowing, just thank you for coming into my life, Ino said and, putting the flower down, walked on. Naruto, you were like a younger brother to me, I will never forget you, forgive me for not being able to protect you, not as your former sensei, but as your brother, Iruka said his word and, putting the flower down, walked on. Naruto, forgive me for not being able to protect you, forgive me for being so useless, it's very hard for me to say this, but I was wrong all this time, I kept away from my happiness, and it was so close. Only now I realized how dear you are to me, I can't live without you, I love you, Naruto, Haruno said her word and fell to her knees, I can't believe it, don't go, Naruto. Huh, what? Damn, it's just a dream, my heart, it's beating like crazy, a stupid dream, phew, what time is it now? The guy asked himself and looked at the clock hanging right in front of him on the wall. XO, it's only 7 in the morning, lucky I didn't wake up Sakura-chan, she would have asked me. The guy tried to convince himself that nothing had happened. Good morning, Naruto, I'm sorry, but I was very cold and I moved in with you, said a pleased Haruno and blushed. And I didn't even notice that she was sleeping next to me, because of this stupid dream. If it's better for you, I don't mind, the guy answered and smiled. So, she'll get offended now. Well, I mean, I'm all for it. The blonde added and winked at the pink-haired girl. What's wrong with you? You look like you're sick, are you feeling okay? The girl asked and touched the guy's forehead. Everything's fine, I just had a bad dream, the blonde replied and forced a smile. Really? It's just a dream, it's time to forget about it, otherwise Sakura-chan will pester me with questions. Uzumaki, you are incorrigible, you probably want to eat. Now I'll go get your portion, Haruno smiled and began to crawl out from under the blanket. What? Sakura-chan slept with me under the same blanket, and she's only wearing shorts and a t-shirt. The guy thought and already forgot about sleep, from such thoughts a thin stream of blood flowed from his nose. Naruto, do you have a nosebleed? What happened? Haruno immediately jumped up to the blonde, worried. Oh, nothing special, I accidentally hit myself in the nose, don't worry, she's already stopped, Uzumaki explained and forced a smile. Oh, you've always been like this, you're something else, the girl said and, shaking her head, took out a napkin and wiped away the blood. Thank you, Sakura-chan, sorry for causing trouble, Naruto said and bowed to the pink-haired girl. That's it, I'm going, don't be bored, I won't be long, said the girl and, going to the door, blew a kiss to the blonde. Oh, Sakura-chan, wait, I'm sick of your hospital food, maybe we should go and eat ramen. Suggested the fourth son and was surprised by his own wonderful idea. Baka, have you forgotten that you can't walk? However, I have an idea, instead of bringing you ramen in boxes, I'll go get a wheelchair now and take you there, and at the same time you'll get some fresh air, well, do you agree? This time it was the girl who suggested and was happy with her idea, because she knew perfectly well that Naruto would never refuse such a thing. Of course, thank you, Sakura-chan, and if you take me right there, I'll just kiss you. The guy blurted out with happiness and only then thought about it. Honestly, the pink-haired girl asked next. What are you talking about, Sakura-chan? The blonde asked, confused. You're a man, and men are responsible for their words. The girl explained and blushed again. No problem, Uzumaki replied and looked proudly at Haruno. 5 minutes later. Here's your chair, let's get you dressed now, the pink-haired girl said, coming closer to her friend. Well, I'm in my underwear, and, the embarrassed guy mumbled and scratched the back of his head. Enough of this, we've already gone to the toilet together, what haven't I seen there? You're our sexual giant, Sakura replied and started laughing, which made the blonde blush even more. With great difficulty, Sakura managed to dress Naruto and seat him in the chair. On leaving the hospital. Why were you kicking so much when I was dressing you? It's worse for you. Haruno was perplexed, asking the guy, the girl was pushing him down the slide. Wait, Sakura-chan, let's not talk about this, it feels like I haven't been outside for ages, it's so nice here, the sun is warm, the air is fresh, how I want to live. I'm glad that you're happy, I've always liked to look at your smile more often for me, Haruno added and looked into the blonde's satisfied eyes. Naruto-kun, is that you? Hinata greeted the guy, seeing him. Oh, Hinata, hi, Uzumaki immediately answered her. What's wrong with you? I heard rumors that you were in a fight recently, but these wounds are so serious. The girl looked at the guy again and, out of habit, became embarrassed. Don't pay attention. Sakura-chan and I are going to eat ramen. Do you want to join us? The blonde changed the subject and winked at the girl. Sorry, but no. Oh, I completely forgot. Kiba and Shino are waiting for me at the gate. We're going on a mission. Sorry, Naruto-kun. The brunette screamed as she was already running away. She's kind of strange, Uzumaki commented, his face twisted. In my memory, she was always like this, the girl added and continued on her way. Here we are, old man, triple portion of ramen. The blonde shouted immediately. Oh, Naruto, I haven't seen you for a long time, what's wrong with you? Were you injured on a mission? Then today a portion for you and your friend is completely free, get treated and gain strength, I have everything ready. The old man said and handed over the portions. A teriyaki maze. Naruto wished him a pleasant appetite and began to eat. How you've grown up, Naruto, you're already bringing your girls to me, time flies. The cook said, smiling at the guy. Well, we're not quite yet. Don't waste time explaining, I understand everything, Sakura is very beautiful, you're on the right track. Thank you. 20 minutes later in Naruto's room. Now that we've eaten, I'll go away for a bit, I need to report your condition to Tsunade-sama, don't be bored. The girl said, already slamming the door, and began to move around the hospital. She finally left this room. This girl would have raised everyone's alarm with her screams, and you, Uzumaki Naruto, are apparently very weak now and seriously injured, since you didn't feel my presence, the masked guy said, sitting on the windowsill. You, this cloak, Akatsuki. The guy shouted and, immediately jumping to his feet, immediately fell. Your lack of restraint was your undoing. I know that these legs are from Hashirama's cells, they couldn't take root in a day, and now you experienced such severe pain, it reminded you of the moment when your legs were in hell, and from this your body was paralyzed. I won't have to strain myself too much, forgive me, but I'm taking the fox with me, and now the world is over. The stranger easily read everything that happened and approached the guy. You wouldn't dare, bastard. Even with the fox, you still need the eight-tailed and one-tailed, and after what happened today, the villages will strengthen their defenses, you're finished. Uzumaki said and tried to move, but he couldn't. You are very much mistaken, I recently realized something, we don't need to completely capture the Biju, only a part is enough, and we already have a part of the one-tailed and eight-tailed. The guy said and came as close as possible. You're bluffing. The blonde man panicked and couldn't believe what he heard. You don't know anything. Remember your battle with Gaara at the final stage of the Chunin exam, in that fight you forced Gaara to summon his Biju. I watched that fight, but since I was much weaker than now, I was only able to pull out half of the one-tailed and impose Genjutsu on the other half. No one knows about this to this day, and half of the eight-tailed was obtained for us many years ago by one of our people, because no one knows, but Zetsu is the oldest in our organization, he is a creature that outlived Raikuta Sanin. He is the will of the goddess Kagaya herself. And back then, when they just divided the 10-tailed into 9 parts, he stole half of the Hachibi. To you, this sounds absurd, and you do not understand much of this, but you do not need to, because now I will pull out the fox completely, and you will die, I will stop wasting my time on you, goodbye. The masked guy shouted and, having folded some seals, put his hand to Uzumaki's stomach and began to pull out chakra, which resembled the shape of a 9-tailed. Kurama, no, I can't move, damn. My powers. The guy said and almost passed out. Naruto, please, Naruto, survive. The fox screamed and was completely swallowed up. And you, fox, stay in my dimension for now, that's it, it's time for me to go, goodbye, Uzumaki Naruto, goodbye, village hidden in the leaf, the guy said his last words and, opening some kind of funnel, entered it and disappeared. Naruto, weren't you bored? I brought some apples. The girl didn't have time to finish, seeing the guy's body lying there. The bag of fruit fell to the floor. Naruto. Chapter 12. This is not a request, this is an order. Naruto. The girl quickly ran up to the guy's body and immediately pressed her ear to his chest. The heart is not beating, his body. His body is getting cold. No, I'm a medic and I won't let him die so easily. The pink-haired girl ran out of the office. Someone, call the 5th Hokage here immediately, call the best medics, call the Jonin, urgently gather everyone in Uzumaki Naruto's room. Haruno couldn't hold back and started sobbing, she screamed and choked on tears, calling for help, immediately returned to the blonde. Naruto, please, don't die. The girl screamed and pressed her hands on the guy's chest, trying to somehow stall for time, Her mission was to restart the guy's heart, but it was useless. If I can't restart your heart, if my medical techniques don't work, it doesn't mean anything, you won't die. The girl shouted to the guy who didn't even hear her. Sakura strained her chakra in her fingers and made a cut in the heart area. Although she knew that she couldn't rush, she quickly plunged her hand in there. Got it, the girl said when she felt the dying organ. After waiting another second, Haruno began a direct heart massage. No one knows how long this procedure lasted, but it was of no use either. Sakura, what's wrong with Naruto? Fifth immediately asked her student, but didn't wait for an answer when she saw that the pink-haired girl had resorted to massaging her internal organ. I see, but how did this happen? Most likely, the biju was pulled out of him. I don't feel his aura, and since we didn't notice him, it means that he is the shinobi who uses space-time technique. The captain of the 7th team immediately appeared. His body has completely cooled down. There has been no life in him for a long time. Sakura, all this time you tried. I don't blame you, but Naruto will not die, Tsunade said in a calm tone. But, Naruto, he's already dead, the pink-haired girl said once again, starting to sob even harder. I know, as soon as I received the message that help was urgently needed for Naruto, I decided that if he died, I would give my life for him. I was able to master the technique of one of the elders of the Sand Village. I will not let him die just like that. Sakura, there is no need to dissuade me, you understand yourself, I am a relic of the past, and Naruto is young and strong, stronger than me. He has a great future, the 5th Hokage said while folding the seals, Kisho Tensei. One of the Sannin screamed and put both hands on Uzumaki's body, transferring her chakra and a piece of her soul into him. She's transferring a huge amount of chakra into his body. Will she be able to fill Naruto's shell? The copy ninja wondered. Mom, Dad, is that you? The blonde asked, running closer and closer to his parents. Naruto, don't tell me that you. Minato asked with all seriousness, but he didn't need an answer, he understood everything perfectly. Yes, Kurama was pulled out of me, and I ended up here, but while I was running here, my body started glowing. Do you know what that means? The excited guy asked, hugging his parents. I'm not sure, but this can only mean that it's too early for you to leave this world. Kushina shared her guess with peace of mind for her soul. What are you talking about? Will I really not be able to talk to you again? But we'll talk some more, we'll wait for you here, but don't rush, your friends need you now, goodbye son. The 4th Hokage said his parting words, shedding a tear. Good luck, my boy, Naruto's mother added. See you later, Mom, Dad, the blonde man barely managed to finish the last word before disappearing. What? Where am I? The guy immediately opened his eyes and bombarded those around him with questions. During this time, the following appeared. Kurenai, Asuma, Moitogai, Neji, Shikamaru, Chuza, Inoichi, and only later the guy noticed that he was being hugged by a crying Sakura. But how? Naruto, I don't have much time left, listen to me. I used a technique and exchanged my life for yours. Please don't blame yourself for my death. It was my own wish. I'm alive because I still have the Byakugo seal on me. Once it disappears, I'll leave this world. The 5th explained, choking from the lack of chakra. Tsunade no ba-chan, no, my life is not worth the Hokage's life. The boy was indignant, and tears appeared in his eyes. I asked you not to interrupt me. Listen, you are young, and you still have so much to go through. You always reminded me of my little brother, whom I could not save once. That is why I do not want to see you die, because you are the heart of this village. The girl did not have time to finish, as she was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. What's going on here? Why did they call everyone? What? Hoka? Oh, Shikaku, Jiraiya, you are just in time. Listen to me now, Shikaku, you as my advisor, Jiraiya, you as my former teammate, and Kakashi, you as an experienced shinobi of the leaf and Naruto's teacher, from this day forward, despite his current rank, put the question to the daimyo that Uzumaki Naruto should become the 6th Hokage. And tell him that this is my personal request. And you, Naruto, are no longer a renegade of the leaf. After my death no one will be interested in containing rumors about you. We all already know about your strength and your dream and, of course, about your character. Even though you are young, you will become Hokage. Decide what is better for you. To remain a renegade forever, or to finally fulfill your dream. I myself know the answer and will not tolerate indignation. This is not a request, this is my last order as the 5th Hokage. Shikaku, Jiraiya and Kakashi will help you. Perhaps I said too much, because you will become the 6th only because I always wanted to see you achieve your dream, but since I will soon leave this world, I want your dream to come true now. The Hokage confidently declared with the last of her strength. And only because of her wish Naruto will become Hokage. This guy is lucky, because the wish of the fifth one is to fulfill his dream. So, is the life of the fifth Hokage worth the life of the sixth Hokage now? What do you think, Naruto? The girl finished, already closing her eyes. Tsunade, I hope you meet Naoki and Dan, you will definitely go to heaven. I will not cry, because that will only hurt your feelings. Jiraiya said loudly and looked at the sobbing Naruto, Shizune and Sakura. I promise you, Naruto will definitely become Hokage, Shikaku added. Thank you all. The fifth one finished her last words and the seal fell. Many around stopped shedding tears after Jiraiya's words, and everyone had the great woman's last words in their thoughts. Silence reigned in Uzumaki's chamber, and only the number of shinobi kept increasing and increasing. It has been raining since early morning. This confirms that not only shinobi mourn this loss, the heavens themselves mourn her. We said goodbye to the first female Hokage of our village. At first, I could not believe that with such a character as Tsunade, it is possible to control people, and only now I realized how wrong I was. All the shinobi of our village loved her. She saved countless lives. I ask you to honor her death with a minute of silence. The elders finished and, closing their eyes, began to see the cage off on his final journey. The rest of the shinobi, from Genin to Jonin, the common people of the settlement, bowed their heads and began to remember all the best moments that had happened in her life with the participation of the fifth. Sakura stood next to Naruto, who was sitting on a chair, behind the Hokage's residence, so that no one would see them there. They were waiting for their turn to come out, but they also saluted Tsunade-sama. Everyone came to the funeral. The shinobi returned from missions. Even the uninterested Uchiha Sasuke closed his eyes. But she left behind a successor, and her last wish, request, was to make him Hokage. After long training he was able to defeat 2 shinobi with the rank of Kage from Akatsuki. He has completed many missions, and he has many merits for the village. Meet the new, not yet officially, but the 6th Hokage of the village of the Hidden Leaf. These words were a signal for Uzumaki, and Sakura took him to the center of all the ninja of the village. Shikaku, Jiraiya and Kakashi were walking next to him. On the faces of the walking ninja there was no joy, but only grief over the loss. Please, Hokage-sama, have your say, Shikaku added quietly in the blonde's ear. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and inside me was the one that everyone considered a monster for 16 years. In the end I was able to befriend the Biju, but it was pulled out of me by Akatsuki, and now the people who were afraid that I could cause harm may not be afraid of me. Replacing his life with mine was Tsunade-sama's own wish, which I can never approve of, but from today on I will no longer grieve, and I want you not to grieve for the 5th Hokage, because by doing so we only make her sacrifice in vain. She would want us to smile and move forward, and since I have the honor of leading you, I promise you, I will lead and do my best so that our village will never grieve for anyone, only when death itself comes for us, I promise. Naruto shouted and instilled hope in the hearts of the people. Sakura, take me to her coffin, I want to put this flower. The girl fulfilled the boy's request, and together they placed 1 rose on the lid of the 5th coffin. Tsunade no Ba-chan, you have always been the most important person for me and Sakura. Your faith and will of fire have been passed on to us, and I give my word that this will befall everyone in our village. This is my word as Hokage, the guy said and gave a sign to the others, after which everyone began to approach, remember the best moments, say wishes and leave their flower, their parting gift. Fire Daimyo, as Tsunade-sama's advisor, I declare that the 5th's last words about the successor were to name Uzumaki Naruto the 6th Hokage. What do you say? Shikaku said, kneeling. Uzumaki Naruto, former Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox, son of the 4th Hokage Minato and Kushina. An excellent choice. I am waiting for him personally to officially appoint him to a new position, the Fire Daimyo replied, recalling the merits of the 4th. You understand, he's injured from the recent battle. How about in a week? The doctors say that this will be enough time for him to recover. Do you agree? Shikaku added and closed his eyes in excitement. So be it. In a week, somewhere around lunchtime, I'll be waiting for him here, but for now I'll inform the other daimyo about this. Go. Chapter 13. Confession. The 5th died, and Naruto will very soon become the 6th Hokage. He recently returned to the village and then only temporarily, and now he is chained to it. Now he has fulfilled his dream. I do not envy. I always knew that everything would be like this, and I am even happy for him, but Akatsuki attacked him right in the village. This means that a battle will soon take place, and I must use the full power that I received, thought Sasuke and, getting up from the grass, folded the seal, and closed his eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan burst out of the guy's mouth, and he opened one eye, and what his right eye was looking at began to glow with black flames. And now the left eye, the Uchiha added, and, opening both eyes, armor began to cover it. According to what is written on the Uchiha stone tablet, this technique is called Susanoo, and the black flames are none other than Amaterasu. Now I must tighten my control. The guy closed his eyes again, gathering his courage, he quickly opened both eyes, and squeezing his hand, his Susanoo began to be covered with armor, and a crossbow appeared in his hands. Great! Now, Amaterasu! Sasuke shouted again, and the crossbow arrow was covered in black flames. Shot! The arrow flew through the trees, leaving a fiery trail behind it. This is all I could achieve in a few days, it remains only a mystery, where did I get this power from? However, it doesn't matter, flame, go out. Uchiha directed his gaze at Amaterasu and absorbed it. This requires too much endurance, I need to train more. Okay, it's time for me to return to the village, the guy said to himself and, taking some kind of bag, stomped towards the village. Uchiha Sasuke, it seems to be true that you killed Itachi, now that child's strength has grown, and even he will be a very formidable opponent, killing him now will be unwise, then the leaf will start hunting for Akatsuki. I will continue to stick to my plan, the masked guy said while sitting on the tree and, having finished his observation, disappeared. Night. In the Konoha hospital. Naruto, tell me the truth, do you feel guilty about the death of the fifth? Sakura asked, sitting next to the guy. No, I have no right to feel guilty or grieve for her, that would make her waste in vain, on the contrary, I must live a happy life in order to justify her trust, the blonde answered and smiled at the pink-haired girl. I can't believe it, soon you will fulfill your dream and get everything you wanted and dreamed about, said the girl and, looking out the window, was sincerely happy for her friend. Not everything, I also dream of destroying all the evil in this world and living my life without wars, without losses, and just recently I realized that I want, having achieved peace, to find a girl who will spend the rest of her life with me and give birth to a child for me, and this child will continue my work and will not allow new evil. Well, in general, it's also a finger in the sky, distantly, but I will still be happy if I succeed, Naruto explained, embarrassed, and again turned his expectant gaze to the girl. You have wonderful desires and dreams, now I see how much you have matured. Don't worry, I will heal your wounds when you destroy all evil, and you will definitely find a girl, the best one, worthy of you. Speaking of girls, Naruto, do you like anyone? Now the girl blushed and, hesitating, asked another question. Well, I don't know. I mean, I know, but I don't want to think about all of this now, because Akatsuki has already deprived me of the Biju, they will soon begin to act, there might be a war, and I don't want to drag what is dear to me into it, I don't want to lose the one I love. Only when I have completely fulfilled everything, only then will I have the right to confess to her, Uzumaki answered confidently, raising his head up. Why are you so cruel to yourself? Is your girlfriend some kind of weakling who can't stand up for herself? What if you let her go while you're dealing with your evil, what if she doesn't wait for you? Haruno began to bombard the guy with questions, raising her voice ever higher. She is very strong, she is the student of the most. It doesn't matter, I just don't want to force her to solve her problems, I don't want to lose her. I will definitely protect her. The blonde shouted, bringing his face closer to the girl's. Why are you tormenting me? I'm worried about you, I'm afraid that you won't come back from the next battle, and I won't have time to confess to you, I'm tired of deceiving myself, I don't want to be late. Naruto, listen, you've been running after me for so many years, and I didn't notice you, I acted like a real bitch, but you didn't give up and still continued to love me, and always came to my aid, I was afraid to admit it to myself all this time, but when you disappeared, I finally realized that I don't see my future without you. And even if you don't reciprocate my feelings, just know that I love you, Naruto. The girl said quickly and loudly, which made Naruto open his eyes wide, and the girl moved away from the guy a little. Sakura, I can't even imagine that you. My feelings for you are still the same as before, but I can't, I made a promise to myself 3 years ago, I won't put you in danger, Uzumaki answered, having thought about everything and gathered his courage. You underestimate me, I will become stronger, but please, don't take everything on yourself, let me help, let me be there. Sakura, I'm sorry, it's too early, the guy answered, becoming even more serious and closing his eyes, holding back the flow of tears. After all, his dream could come true right now, but he was forced to give it up. Well then stay alone. Forgive me for everything I said to you, goodbye. The girl answered and, starting to cry, ran out of the room, leaving Naruto alone with himself. He really still loves me, but he underestimates me again. He doesn't want to get my help. He rejected me. Is it really better for him to be alone than to get support from a loving person? Why is he doing this? The poor girl thought as she ran out of the hospital. Oh, I'm sorry, Sakura, what happened? Why are you crying? Don't tell me. Let me guess, it's because of Naruto. The guy standing in front of her asked. Sasuke, what are you doing here? Ignoring the Uchiha's question, Sakura asked her own question. I live here, what happened to you? Sasuke repeated the question, lifting the girl from the ground. But how did you guess that it was him? Haruno asked, stopping her tears and being surprised. I know you too well, go ahead and tell me, the brunette added and led the girl to the nearest bench. I finally realized everything and confessed to him, and he reciprocated, but said that he couldn't risk me and wanted to protect me, said that he made a promise to himself 3 years ago and he can't think of anything other than destroying Akatsuki and the like. The girl explained everything and sat down on the bench. It's clear with you, but have you ever thought about his feelings? After all, Naruto loves you too, he denies himself and this hurts not only you but himself, everything he says, everything he does, it's also that you are happy, he does not underestimate, he just does not want to lose his love, and you, Sakura, do you really want to miss your love? Ask yourself this question, and you will find the answer. Okay, I have to go, I'm tired after training today, good luck, Sakura, finished the brunette and, getting up from the bench, stomped off in an unknown direction. But Sasuke is right, Naruto is in much more pain than me right now, and I told him. What a fool I am, I need to apologize to him immediately. The pink-haired girl decided and ran back to the hospital. Naruto, I told you so many things, forgive me, I didn't mean to hurt you, in fact I'm just worried about you and I don't want to lose you. I promise that. Sakura, there is no need to apologize, I understand everything, and you forgive me, everything happened so quickly, we should not think about this now, but still I am glad that now I know the truth. Sakura-chan, come to me, the guy said and winked at the pink-haired girl, from which Harun took a few steps and found herself near the guy's bed, and now bow your head and close your eyes. The girl, perplexed, did everything he asked her to do, and felt the guy's palm on her cheek, and something soft and warm on her lips. She did not need to open her eyes to understand what it was, she just leaned forward, responding to the kiss. It was the first for both of hers, they kissed strangely, because they had no experience before, but the passion and feelings they transmitted to each other could be felt only by looking at their contented faces. The kiss was short, Naruto did not dare to continue now. Sakura-chan, I hope that after you kiss me, you won't be too angry, I promise, we will kiss a lot and for a long time, just a little later, when I solve all my problems, are you ready to wait for me? I promise, I will try to deal with everything quickly. The guy said and stopped his gaze on the emerald eyes of the girl. Fool, I'm ready to wait for you as long as it takes, the girl answered, lying down next to the guy and resting her head on his chest. Commentary on Chapter 13, Confession. I decided that the chapters will always be short. It's easier for me, because when I stretch a chapter over several days, my thoughts change and everything becomes less clear. Chapter 14, Sasuke's Rinnegan. Some time later, there was 1 day left until the Hokage title was awarded. Somewhere in Konoha Park. Naruto, I understand that you are fine with me alone, but maybe you should stop avoiding your friends. They still don't know your real state and can't get in touch with you, what are you waiting for? Sakura asked while sitting on a bench with Naruto and looked at the guy with concern. There is no need to rush our meeting, I am not ready yet, when I become Hokage, I promise that we will celebrate it together somewhere, Uzumaki answered and smiled at the girl. Let's walk, I want to walk a little more, the blonde added and stood up. We've been walking for half a day already, aren't you tired? How are your legs? Haruno continued to worry. Yes, everything is fine, the pain is almost gone. By the way, speaking of friends, where is Sasuke now? I haven't seen him since Tsunade no Ba-chan's funeral, is he training? Naruto asked, holding out his hand to the girl and thereby helping her to stand up. Ino said that he immediately left the hospital and started training, which means we need to look for him somewhere near the village, the pink-haired girl answered, getting up from the bench. Sakura-san, how good that I found you. The girl said, running up to Haruno, out of breath. Yumi, breathe in, breathe out, what happened? I told you I had the day off. Sakura answered, interrupting. This is Uchiha Sasuke, he showed up at the hospital without his left arm and tried to find you, we put him to sleep, but what to do with him next? The medic explained the whole situation. What? Sasuke? What the hell? Akatsuki? Uzumaki shouted, losing his composure. Sakura-chan, Yumi, I'll teleport us to the hospital with the teleportation technique, let's hurry. Let's go back a bit. Susanoo, Amaterasu. 3 arrows. Uchiha shouted and used techniques, destroying the clearing where he was training. Great. I learned to withstand Susanoo much longer, and the control of Amaterasu became better, but in a real fight the enemy will easily dodge the attacks, I need something stronger, and if Sasuke closed his eyes and concentrated, he began to feel his surroundings, a light breeze hit him and he suddenly opened his right eye and began to spin quickly, releasing a fire attack around himself. Damn it, my arm. The brunette screamed when he lost control of the technique and the flame hit his arm in the elbow area, causing the guy to fall. This is crap, I never thought I would release so much chakra with the flame, I can't do it. I don't have enough chakra to absorb Amaterasu. The Uchiha continued to panic. If I don't do anything, it will burn me completely, then. Sasuke confidently took his blade in his right hand and, without hesitation, cut off his left limb. Our time. In the Konoha hospital. He's in room 15, Naruto-san, follow us. Yumi said and pulled Uzumaki's hand. Here he is, how long ago did you inject him with the sleeping drug? The pink-haired girl asked. About 30 minutes ago, the subordinate quickly answered. Tsunade-sama, when she created prosthetics for Naruto from the cells of the first Hokage, she created a few more limbs just in case, saying that if something happened to him, I could heal him, so we have a prosthetic arm, and sewing it on won't be a lot of trouble for me. But Hashirama's cells, in order to take root in a new body, must absorb a large amount of chakra. When the 5th Hokage made them for Naruto, she used the Byakugo seal, and thanks to this everything went well, but I still don't have this seal and have no idea where we can get such a large amount of chakra from, Haruno said, thinking and explaining everything to the others. Take my chakra, I may have lost Kurama, but I am still the same Uzumaki Naruto. My clan has always been distinguished by its reserves of energy, endurance and chakra, I think we will succeed. The blonde offered his help and took the pink-haired girl by the hand. Trust me. Okay, let's get started. The girl announced, preparing the prosthesis. Naruto placed both hands on the artificial limb and began to channel his chakra into it. It lasted for about half an hour, but he had enough chakra, and out of exhaustion he sat down on the couch next to the Uchiha. 2 hours later. Where am I? What happened after they put me to sleep? The brunette jumped up from the bed and started to shake his head. You scared us really bad. Why are you turning your head but not opening your eyes? Haruno asked immediately with concern. My eyes. I feel some kind of fatigue, but also incredible power. This has never happened to me before, now I. Uchiha did not have time to finish speaking, as he completely opened both eyes, which made everyone silent, including Sasuke himself, who saw himself in the mirror opposite. Sasuke, your eyes. Sakura tried to say something in bewilderment. I've seen this before in the Uzumaki caves, this ring-shaped pattern, the purple coloring, could it be? That's the Rinnegan, Naruto said, which made him even more surprised. Naruto, don't say anything, I know that you have teleportation seals placed almost all over the village, please transport us to the former home of the Uchiha clan. Okay, Sakura, take my hand. No, she won't go, just you and me. Sorry, Sakura, it's just our business, finished the brunette, and Uzumaki moved them. Okay, follow me, Sasuke said and began to enter some kind of dungeon, the entrance of which looked like a temple. Where are we? What is this place? Uzumaki continued to ask. This is the Uchiha clan's hideout, and the stone you see before you is a sacred tablet left to our clan by Rakudo Sanin himself. Only a Sharingan bearer can read it, and each improvement of your eye shows you more of the story. Recently, I got the Mangekyo Sharingan and was able to read more, and now the Rinnegan, now the whole story is available to me. Wait a few minutes, Uchiha explained and began to read the continuation. Naruto was even more surprised after hearing this. I read about the progenitor of all shinobi Kagaya, about Rakudo Sanin and his brother, but it doesn't matter, you only need to know one thing, it says where I got these eyes from. There has always been good and evil in the world, yin and yang, Senju and Uchiha, Hashirama and Madara, me and you. Even though you are not Senju, you carry their will, and I carry the will of the Uchiha. All this time, our progenitors with our views, blood and clans fought against each other, but when these two terrible forces unite, they can put an end to the war and restore order to this sinful earth. Rakudo Sanin is a person who has a part that you have and one that I have, that is why he was able to master the Rinnegan, but after the birth of his children, wars began. In short, I understand that all this is spontaneous and you can't understand anything, but when you made me a prosthesis from Hashirama's cells and you poured your chakra into it, these two forces mixed, and I awakened the Rinnegan. Don't be silent, say something, Naruto. The Uchiha began to panic because of the awkward silence that arose. Well, what can I say? You have gained enormous power, and although I still don't understand anything, I know that you are happy, because you have always dreamed of getting this power, and now you have it. A little later you will tell me everything that is written on this stone slab, but now answer one of my questions. Does this mean that we are friends? That together we will put an end to all wars, destroy the Akatsuki and restore peace to this sinful earth? Or will you declare war on me, as our ancestors did? The blonde asked and looked seriously into the brunette's eyes. No matter how much we have changed in these 3 years, but one thing I will say for sure, we will do it. We will not repeat the mistakes of our ancestors. We will bring back peace and make people forget about wars. This is my goal now, are you with me? Naruto. Having finished his answer, Sasuke asked his question. Of course, Uzumaki said briefly and shook his friend's hand. Chapter 15. The 6th Hokage. Morning in Konoha. Sasuke, good morning, Naruto greeted as he entered his friend's room. Oh, Naruto, hello, what brings you here? The brunette immediately answered and, smiling, asked a question. Yes, I wanted to know how he was. How's his hand? How's his eyes? The blonde asked after a short pause about his comrade's health. Everything is fine, but why are you hiding Sakura? Uchiha asked, seeing the pink-haired girl behind Uzumaki. Oh, she's mad at you after yesterday, the guy answered, smiling. Come on, Sakura, stop sulking. The brunette stupidly apologized and looked pitifully at the girl, to which she made a face and stuck out her tongue. Naruto, you need to be at the fire temple in an hour to receive the title of Hokage, can I go with you? Sasuke asked, thinking and making a serious tone. No adventures, you need to rest, Naruto can handle it without you. The disgruntled girl intervened in the conversation. Sakura, he should go with me as my comrade, as my friend, because Kakashi's teacher, Jiraiya-sensei, will be there, and you as the 5th Hokage's student. In addition, they should know about the power that Sasuke has gained, this cannot be ignored. You thought about this, didn't you, Sasuke? Having explained everything to the pink-haired girl, trying to read the brunette's thoughts, Uzumaki asked. That's right, if I'm not mistaken, your representatives Kakashi, Jiraiya and Shikaku will be waiting for you there, and Sakura and I will play the role of escorts. Sakura, don't worry, it's not like Naruto's legs, I can move normally, it's just better for me not to move my left hand for now, I'll be careful, I promise, the brunette said again and again looked at Haruno pitifully. Okay, so be it, you'll come with us and just try to wave your hand, I'll quickly put you to sleep. The girl answered menacingly and, snorting, turned away. After her feelings for me disappeared, she became so angry, she really inspires fear, oh Naruto, how I understand you. Thought the Uchiha, looking at his friend again. Some time later, on the hospital porch. Okay, everyone ready, let's move, Naruto said as he started walking with his friends towards the temple. As the boy walked down the street, the villagers worshipped him and already called him the 6th. Uzumaki had always dreamed of such respect, but it seemed to appear out of nowhere, and it embarrassed the boy a little, although the blonde tried not to think about it. Oh, it's Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, hey, 6th Hokage, Nara said mockingly, maybe you'll stop ignoring your friends, why am I the last to hear everything and that's from my father, why is there no sign of you, you've become stronger and you've spat on your friends. Shikamaru said harshly. Come on, Shikamaru, I think he had his reasons for this, because we all know how he feels about us, Uzumaki Choji immediately stood up for him. Sasuke, how are you? How is your hand, and why are you walking with your eyes closed? Ino was confused. It's a long story, you'll find out about it soon, Uchiha answered briefly and walked forward. Don't be offended by him, we're just in a hurry. Shikamaru, don't worry, when I become Hokage, we'll definitely have fun with all this, I promise. Said the blonde and, smiling, winked at his friend. Oh, how problematic it all is. Okay, I dare not detain you, otherwise it is unforgivable to be late for such an event, hurry up. Nara added to the back of the already running blonde. God, and still, how restless he is, the brunette said to himself, smiling. After running a few more meters, Team Kakashi stopped at the huge doors of the temple. Naruto, are you ready to fulfill your dream? The brunette asked, seeing the worried Uzumaki. Naruto, don't worry, I'm right here. We're right here, Haruno added to what was said. Thank you, yes, I'm ready. The blonde answered and pushed the door forward. Here he is, Kakashi responded immediately. Come in Naruto, Jiraiya added. Great Dama of the Land of Fire, this is Uzumaki Naruto, Shikaku said the obvious information in an instant. I can see it myself, this world-wise face, yellow hair, he looks a lot like his father, just as young and ambitious, but he still got his eyes from his mother. And next to him, if I'm not mistaken, is the 5th Hokage's student and his teammate, Haruno Sakura, and this brunette. The last survivor of the clan, Uchiha Sasuke, also a member of Kakashi's team. Well, Uzumaki Naruto, I've heard about your exploits and your strength, even the completely uninterested Senju Tsunade recognized you. I respect her choice and am ready to appoint you the 6th Hokage. Just answer me a few questions, very important ones, think about it when you answer them, are you ready? The man asked. Of course, the blonde answered and swallowed his saliva with excitement. Are you prepared to protect the village and its inhabitants at the cost of your life? Daimyo asked the first question. Yes, Uzumaki answered loudly and confidently. Do you promise to act not in your own interests, but in the interests of the village? Added the fire daimyo. Of course, Naruto quickly answered again. I see your perseverance and confidence, Uzumaki Naruto, with the power given to me, I declare you the 6th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto, I took care of your cloak and cape, I hope you like it, he whispered in Hataki's ear as he approached his former student. I'm very proud of you, and not just me, all of them. All of them are proud. Jiraiya said, also taking his place next to Uzumaki. I will help you as an advisor and father to your friend, Shikaku added, holding out the holy robe and standing next to him. Naruto quickly put on the cloak and noticed its coloring. It was all black, and along the rim there were fiery, orange waves, on the back in large letters, which were the color of this wave. It was written, 6th. On the side of the shoulders there were leaves. In general, looking at the robe, I wanted to say only, Country of Fire, and Village of the Leaf. This was the model in which this cloak was created. I'm proud of you, Sakura whispered, putting on a cape of the same color on her head. Now you are officially Hokage, and your clothes confirm this. I think you can't wait to celebrate this very important event in your life, because I was told that this is your dream. I dare not delay you, you can go. Sasuke immediately interrupted the fire daimyo. Wait a second, the most important officials of our village and country have gathered here, so I have to tell you something. Uchiha said and opened his eyes wide, surprising everyone who was standing nearby. I recently lost my left arm, and they made a prosthesis from the cells of the great first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, combining the forces of 2 warring clans. I received a power called Renegade. I think each of you has heard the legend about these eyes. I don't want to say anything special, I will only say one thing. I received this power thanks to my comrades, and as a friend of the new Hokage, I promise to help him in everything. Thank you for your attention, we really have to go. Having finished his story, Uchiha turned towards the exit and opened the door. Why? Yes, go in peace, the shocked daimyo added, and as soon as the door closed, he fell into his chair in horror, probably so frightened by the power he saw in Sasuke's eyes. After Shikaku, Jiraiya, and Kakashi left the temple along with Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke, everyone walked in silence, thinking about what had happened, which was how shocked everyone was. Come on, stop being silent, you're making me envy him, the blonde diffuses the situation with a grin. I heard a legend about these eyes, and every time I look into them, I understand that even the most unrealistic fairy tales can become reality, responded a surprised Jiraiya. In any case, it's good when such power was obtained by an ally and not an enemy. I hope that you will use the eyes you received for good, Kakashi added. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, stay at the Hokage's residence. When we gather all the residents of Konoha, we will call you and announce the good news to the entire leaf. Don't be bored. I can't believe it. It all happened so quickly that I myself didn't understand how my dream came true. I'm only afraid to hear the alarm and open my eyes. After Shikaku left, Uzumaki said and, lost in thought, looked through the window of the building at the village. From here, almost the entire village was visible. Children in kindergartens, older ones from the academy, genin, chunin and ordinary residents. I placed seals all over the hidden leaf and when I see that someone is in trouble, I will immediately rush to help, the smiling blonde added. You're a real Superman. I want to ask you something. Tsunade didn't give me missions because of training. I still don't do anything. What should I do as a shinobi? Answer as the sixth Hokage, Uchiha asked, looking into his friend's eyes. I've already thought about it and made a decision. I've heard about the history of the third Hokage and Danzo, but what happened to them? I want it too, only we won't make mistakes. You won't be my advisor, but my assistant. If I leave the village, you will be my escort. In general, you will be the one I will trust with everything. Since our team has broken up, Teacher Kakashi also has nothing to do. I know that he had experience in Anbu, and knowing what the route teaches, I will appoint him as the head of Anbu, and he will control everything. I am sure he can handle it. Besides, the head of Anbu should be a person I trust. I initially thought about giving you this position, but your gloom and the gloom of these shinobi should not touch. A perverted hermit, I think he will continue to travel the world in search of an answer. And you, Sakura, will become the new head of the hospital, and since you are inexperienced, your advisor, assistant and just a friend will be Shizune. That's right, I told you the immediate plans. I hope everyone is happy. Naruto asked after finishing his explanation. Yes, his friends answered in chorus. Hokage-sama, it took less time than we thought. It turns out that everyone knew about the presentation of the new title and was ready. In general, almost everyone is already under the residence building. You can go out. By the way, a surprise awaits you right at the exit, Shikaku said and smiled. Naruto, gathering his courage, quickly headed to the roof of the residence, where he met none other than the Case Sabaku no Gaara. Naruto, after learning that you two have come closer to your dream, I decided to personally congratulate you. I know that we have a lot to discuss, but now is not about that. Congratulations, friend, said the red-haired man and extended his hand. Of course, we'll talk later, the blonde replied and shook the Case's hand. This is that brat, so next to him is Sakura, and this is Uchiha Sasuke. He has become even more frightening, Temari said to herself. It's good to see you, Naruto. Well, let's leave all these formalities, hurry up, Kankuro added. Greetings to the new Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Uzumaki Naruto. Shikaku announced and pointed his hand at the blonde. Chapter 16. Sorry, I can't. Greetings to the new Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Uzumaki Naruto. Shikaku announced and pointed his hand at the blonde. First Sakura and Sasuke emerged from the shadows, and then Naruto, followed by Jiraiya and Kakashi, and finally the Case and his entourage. Dear residents of the Hidden Leaf Village, all my life I wanted to become Hokage. It was my main goal and dream, and now, finally, I have achieved it. I wish you all to achieve your goals and dream as much as possible. I also promise to protect each of you with the value of my life. Thank you for coming, thank you for believing in me. I will never forget this. Uzumaki said and, taking off his cloak, bowed. After Naruto's words, everyone started clapping and shouting words of congratulations, and then Gaara hung himself. I, the Case of the Hidden Sand Village, also want to congratulate the sixth Hokage. I have known him for a very long time and I will say even more, thanks to him I became who I am. I am very glad that he also fulfilled his dream. I promise you, residents of the Hidden Leaf Village, we, as your allies, will help you in everything, and now let's just clap for the success of this young, but already very important shinobi for all of us, added the red-haired man and everyone clapped in unison. This concludes the congratulatory ceremony. Those who left their missions for this, return and finish them, everyone else can begin their usual duties, and our Hokage will begin his, Shikaku said, and Naruto and everyone who accompanied him left the roof and went inside the residence. Naruto, we understand that you are already officially Hokage, but it has been accepted for a long time that the first day of the title is awarded to a person is still free and only the next morning he begins his duties, and for now we allow you to celebrate all this with your friends. Since the Hokage cannot live in an ordinary small apartment, you were given a 2-story mansion near the residence. And your friends have already taken care of you and moved all your things. Go, you can go and rest. And yes, Naruto, just know that Jiraiya-sama and I are very proud of you, said Kakashi and smiled at his former student. So, Sasuke, let everyone know that I'm going to celebrate my new title. I'm inviting all of them to my house for 5 hours, Naruto said and winked at the Uchiha. By the way, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, you're invited too. Uzumaki added. But, Temari tried to object, but was interrupted. No, buts, do you want to offend Naruto? Haruno responded and smiled. Sakura, I'll ask you to go with me to the store and buy everything you need, and we'll do that right now, and the Case will take a walk around the village for now, the blonde said, putting everything in its place, and taking Haruno by the hand, disappeared. Well, he's something, Kankuro said after Uzumaki had left. Indeed, he was restless, and he remains so, Tamari added. Well, we don't have a choice, let's go, Gaara ordered and they left the room. Wow, it's still cool to have teleportation technology at hand. 1, and already near the supermarket, the pink-haired girl admired, entering the store. So let's take some slices, lemon. Uzumaki wanted to say, but he was interrupted. What lemonade on such a day? We are not children anymore and we will celebrate this day appropriately. It was not for nothing that I was a student of the eternally drunk Tsunade-sama. Over the years of our training with her, I learned to determine what she drinks, so the booze is on me. The girl explained everything and winked at the blonde. It's so fabulous, as if we were a young family and went shopping together, Haruno added smiling and began confidently pouring drinks into the basket. We'll also buy a salad. The guy wanted to say again and was interrupted again. What the hell salads? It's not clear what vegetables they're made of, so you'll get poisoned later. I'll choose the vegetables myself and make the salads. Haruno decided again and headed to the vegetable section. And yet she would be an ideal wife, although her power over me frightens me, the blonde thought, looking at the pink-haired girl's back. Okay, I'll pick some potatoes and buy some meat, and we'll make some mashed potatoes. The guy was making up the menu, when suddenly his girlfriend was running up to him with baskets full of groceries. I bought everything. The main dish will be mashed potatoes, we'll make sandwiches from the sliced food and bread, we'll make 4 types of salads from the vegetables I took, and that will be enough. The main thing is not the number of different dishes, the main thing is the amount of food itself, and what I took will definitely be enough for us. Well, of course, this does not include all the other products, drinks and improvised means. While I was running for groceries, I met Ino, Hinata and Tenten. They promised to take care of balloons for a festive mood, a cake and, of course, a festive program. In general, knowing Ino, we definitely won't get bored, and here's our turn. Haruno said when they told me the bill for everything they bought. Naruto, take the check, I've brought the groceries to your new home, please call 3 clones to help me, and you pay for now. Haruno said, waiting for Uzumaki to act. The guy reluctantly created 3 clones, and they, together with Sakura, headed towards the house, and then finally the guy looked at the check. I think I'm seeing double, I guess. Can you tell me if there really are so many zeros? The blonde man said, showing the check to the cashier. I'm afraid you're not imagining it, but don't worry so much. In honor of your holiday, Hokage-sama, we'll give you a 30% discount today only. The satisfied girl replied and updated the check with a sum slightly less than the previous one. Kaso, I spent all my money. That's great. How hard it is to celebrate such holidays. Sighing and looking into his empty-toed wallet, the Hokage thought. In theory, this is my new home, Uzumaki said to himself as he opened the door. And inside, work was already in full swing. Ino was running around the rooms, decorating everything, Tenten was busy with a huge cake, and Hinata was helping Sakura with the cooking. Girls, how can I help you? Uzumaki barely managed to finish speaking before 4 individuals lined up in front of him. Nothing. Better go to sleep. We'll take care of everything ourselves. The girls said in chorus and pushed the guy onto the sofa. Damn it, they won't even let me help. Oh well, for some reason I feel sleepy, the guy managed to think to himself and passed out. Uzumaki woke up 2.5 hours later. Kaso, I slept so much, but what did we manage to do? The guy didn't have time to finish speaking, as his mouth opened wide in shock. All the rooms were decorated. In the largest one there was a disco ball hanging on the ceiling and large speakers connected to a tape recorder. In the second room there was a huge table, completely covered with food and drinks. In the third, sofas and armchairs were lined up in a circle, most likely for games. This is what Uzumaki noticed, going up to the second floor. On the second floor the girls were still busy with something. We decorated your huge bed with rose petals so that you could spend this night like a king. After all, this is your last night as an ordinary guy. Tomorrow you will already be the Hokage of the Leaf Village and a very important person for the Land of Fire, Ino explained and kissed the guy on the cheek. The blonde walked further, and what he saw surprised him even more. The entire room was covered with Naruto's photos. On one side he was still a baby, and at the very end of the wall he was at the final stage of the exam. It seemed that all of Uzumaki's photos were here, and of course, the 3 years he had missed. In the center of all the photos in the entire room was an empty space. Uzumaki stared at it. Ah, you can't figure out what this is. Today we will all take a group photo and print it in such a huge size. This will be the memory of this day. Thank you Sakura for the wonderful idea, Tenten explained smiling. Having finally reached the last room, Uzumaki saw a balcony. It, too, had not been left without attention and was well decorated. Hey Naruto, it looks like the guests are starting to arrive. Haruno shouted from the first floor after hearing a knock on the door. The guy immediately went down and, opening the door, saw Sasuke. Will you let me in? The brunette immediately made a face. Of course, the Hokage answered with a smile. So, little by little, one by one, all of Naruto's friends came together, and the last ones were the lost Gaara with Temari and Kankuro, and as soon as they went inside, the pink-haired girl's voice was heard. Please come to the table. The girl responded, seating Naruto in his place, and she sat down next to him on one side, and Sasuke was seated on the other. While Sakura was seating everyone, Uchiha managed to pour wine into everyone's glasses. And now it's time to make toasts, and I appoint Sakura to be the first, the brunette said and winked at Haruno. So, Naruto, you left the village for 3 years, and that's when we learned the whole truth about you and your hard life. Then we couldn't even imagine that you would make your dream come true so soon. I envy you, because you move forward, no matter what, and conquer new heights. I'm very proud of you and I want you to never leave us again, and if you suddenly need help, rely on us, because I love you very much, we all love you very much. Sakura stood up, said and, having drunk the entire glass of wine, kissed the guy on the cheek. As they say, there is a small gap between the first and second, Sasuke said, standing up, Naruto, you are a true friend. There are very few like you in this world. Stay like this always, and thank you for everything you have done for me. Thank you very much for everything. Uchiha added and, having drunk the wine, also sat down in his place. So everyone took turns congratulating the blonde. Between toasts they asked about Uzumaki's training and battles, and finally after 3 hours of such gatherings, everyone had their say. Then it was Ino's time. Now that everyone's had a drink, let's go to the games room. Follow me, Yamanaka announced, and everyone started to stand up and follow the blonde. Let's play, truth or dare. I think there's no need to tell the rules, because everyone has played it more than once. And let's start, perhaps, with the hero of the occasion. The girl added and pointed her finger at the new Hokage. I'm sorry, but I don't know how to play, Gaara replied. Ah ha ha ha, and the cage doesn't know how to have fun. It's okay, we'll teach you. Listen carefully, the participant chooses a goal for himself, for which he gives the choice to tell the truth or dare. If he is answered, truth, then he asks a question, which the second participant must answer honestly, and if, dare, then he must fulfill the wish, and now let's begin. Having explained the rules, Kiba fell silent again, and with him everyone else. So, I guess I'll start with Sasuke, the blonde responded and pointed his finger at his friend. Truth or dare? Oh, to hell with it, really. The brunette replied, biting his lips. Ah ha ha ha, the unperturbed Uchiha Sasuke is worried. Inuzuka continued to comment and laugh. Do you have any sympathy for any of these girls? Naruto asked with a sly face. Ah, it's simple, well, I think, more yes than no. Sasuke answered without hesitation, and everyone began to exchange glances. Now Naruto, truth or dare? Yamanaka immediately volunteered. Oh, whatever, let's take a risk. Action, Uzumaki answered, waiting for the task. Now I'll turn on the music and there will be a white dance, where the girls must invite their gentlemen, and you will start dancing with the first one who offers. Ino said her wish and turned on the music. This is my chance, I just have to prove myself, flashed through Hinata's mind. But just as she was about to approach, Sakura was already standing in front of Uzumaki with her hand outstretched. Everyone around immediately began whistling and clapping their hands. Sakura-chan, I dance really badly, forgive me if anything, besides, they're all watching. Naruto said, worried and standing in the center of the dance floor. Don't worry so much, now everyone will follow our example. Just give in to your feelings and dance, the pink-haired girl whispered in his ear and wrapped her arms around his neck. Uzumaki also decided to act and lowered his hands to Haruno's waist, and accidentally touched Sakura's soft spot with his finger. Oh, I'm sorry, the guy immediately rushed to apologize. Don't be so reserved, where is confident Naruto? You rule this dance, this celebration. You are the boss here and everything will be as you want, there is no need to apologize for such a trifle. While Naruto and Sakura were dancing, Kiba and Hinata, Sasuke and Ino, surprisingly, Temari and Shikamaru, and even Tenten managed to persuade Neji to dance. Everything was magical. The kids sang, danced and had fun. They played games and kept the music going even late at night. But nothing lasts forever and some had to leave the party, while others fell asleep on the table and the couch due to too much alcohol. Some continued to have fun, and Naruto went up to the balcony, where he looked at his village and smiled. He was also happy that the party was a success. Suddenly, a girl's arms wrapped around him from behind. It was Sakura. Hey, where's Naruto? Sasuke asked Ino, hugging her on the couch. He's on the balcony, but don't go there. Sakura just went up to him. Yamanaka explained everything, and Uchiha smiled. Sakura-chan, thank you for this wonderful holiday. I am very happy that I have you. Smiling and turning to face the girl, Uzumaki said. Naruto, close your eyes. The girl commanded, and the blonde immediately followed her order. The girl took the guy by the hand and led him somewhere. You can open it, said the pink-haired girl, and the blonde immediately followed her order and looked around. They were standing in one of the rooms on the second floor, near a bed decorated with rose petals. Thank you, Naruto, the girl added and stuck to the blonde's lips. Kissing him on the cheek, on the earlobe, on the neck, the girl began to take off his suit. Just a couple of movements, and he was already without a tracksuit. Having succumbed to debauchery, the guy took the initiative into his own hands and passionately responded with the same kiss on the neck, leaving a strong hickey. He continued to pull Haruno's dress off and, when he finally succeeded, left her in her underwear. Sakura considered this a challenge and pushed Naruto onto the bed, where with another kiss she tore off his t-shirt. And now she was sitting on top of him and kissing his torso, which made the guy moan, unable to hold back, and her lips didn't even think of stopping, kissing his abs once again. Haruno unbuttoned the fly on Uzumaki's pants, but he touched his cheek with his hand and winked. The girl reached up and again stuck to his lips, ripping the guy's pants off with her hands. Sakura, I'm sorry, I can't. The guy said, placing his fingers on her lips. But why? Am I not sexy to you? Do you really not want me? The girl was upset. No, we are under the influence of alcohol now, and I am not going to do this. I do not want you to regret it in the morning. But that is not all. The main reason is that after this we will not be able to remain just friends, but I have not yet done what I was supposed to. You promised to wait. Do not be offended, but now is not the time for this. Naruto explained everything and looked into Sakura's eyes. I understand, forgive me, let's just sleep. Kissing the guy one last time and covering him with a blanket, the girl lay down on his chest and closed her eyes. Good idea, the blonde answered her and also closed his eyes. Chapter 17. Gaining Power. Morning in Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki's house. I slept so well, Sakura said to herself, opening her eyes and stretching. Naruto, you can't be so cute in your sleep, Haruno noted with a smile. Damn, he needs to be at the residence by 8 o'clock, and now. The pink-haired girl panicked and looked at her watch. Damn, it's 10 to, Naruto. Wake up, Sakura screamed at the top of her lungs, but it didn't help. Oh, that's right, Shenro. Haruno screamed again and gave Uzumaki a flick that sent the poor guy flying out of bed. Damn, what the? Sakura-chan, does it hurt? The blonde complained, lying on the floor and rubbing the sore spot. Baka, you have to be at the residence at 8, and it's already 10 to. She immediately hurried to inform the guy about this. XO, it's my first day, I can't screw it up like that, Uzumaki replied and ran to the bathroom. Hey, wait, I need to wash up too. Haruno shouted back, catching up with the guy. Standing next to the mirror, the couple began to apply toothpaste to the brush. Hey, where did you get the brush? The blonde asked, looking at the girl. I knew I would be staying overnight with you, so I took everything I needed with me, Haruno answered, brushing her teeth, and winked at the new Hokage. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, Sakura and Naruto ran to get dressed. Damn, where did you kick my tracksuit to yesterday? Naruto shouted, running around the room. Baka, where did you put my dress? I took a special uniform, but I didn't plan on leaving you my dress, the pink-haired girl answered him. With great difficulty they finally found their things, but time was running out and they had to get out of the house. Damn, we need to wake up the others, there are 2 minutes left. Uzumaki was finishing his last words in another room. Guys, wake up, the blonde shouted at the top of his lungs. It's already morning, Gaara, when you get ready, come to the residence, the others can go home. Sakura, Naruto said, and Haruno came up to him. You forgot your cloak, the pink-haired girl said, throwing the cape over his head and putting on the cloak. She pulled his robe on completely already in the residence. I made it, Uzumaki shouted, teleporting to the residence. Idiot, we should have moved the clocks forward an hour yesterday. You're late, Jiraiya responded immediately. That's right, I checked the time on Naruto's watch. Damn, we're a whole hour late, Haruno said, lowering her head and looking a bit dejected. Okay, the main thing is that it's not 2, Aoba, bring it in. Turning to the door, the ninja Shikaku called. Here, take it, the Chunin answered, covering the Hokage's desk with some sheets of paper. What is it? The blonde asked, immediately sitting down in his place. After the death of the fifth, her work has been piling up, there are various requests for missions and so on, you need to review everything and sign off. Good luck. Having explained everything, Kakashi disappeared, and everyone else followed him, leaving Sakura and Naruto alone. Naruto, I didn't want to bring this up, but I saw your strength, and Sasuke now has the Rinnegan, and my teacher died. I always looked up to you, but now I'm far behind. Anyway, I want to ask you, could you train me? Haruno said, blushing. I'm ready for the toughest training methods, just make me stronger. If you can, of course. What questions? Let's do it right now. Uzumaki answered and winked at the pink-haired girl. But we have a lot of work, how can we? Don't worry, I'll leave 2 clones here, and we'll go away, the guy answered and, having folded the seals, created clones, let's go. The blonde added and, touching the girl, transferred them to some kind of training ground. One of the remaining clones turned into Sakura, and the second got to work. This is a training ground, Haruno said upon seeing it, and a wave of memories washed over her. That's right, here we become team number 7, and now I need you to hit me in this palm, the blonde said, immediately getting down to business and holding out his hand, be ready for a counterattack. Good. The girl, having gathered her courage, transferred chakra to her right hand and hit where Naruto asked. What? I used all my strength, how could you withstand the blow? The pink-haired girl asked, surprised and looking at the guy. Sanin mode, Uzumaki answered briefly and, jumping up, scattered kunai across the field, dodge. The guy added and began to move, throwing weapons at the girl from different sides. Naruto only tried to hook her and did not aim for vital organs. Haruno parried several attacks, dodged some, but many kunai hit her. But reading the blonde's movements, she rushed with all her might to the kunai where the 6th Hokage was supposed to move, but before she could attack, he disappeared again and, appearing in front of her, pushed her away. Sakura, you are very observant, but your speed and your perception. Your reflexes are underdeveloped, so, you know how to summon, right? Naruto asked, having said his guesses. Yes. In the forest of Shikatsu lives a huge slug, it can release poisonous liquid from its mouth, and also divide into smaller slugs. When I perform a normal summoning, I summon 1/20th of the real Katsuya, the pink-haired girl immediately explained everything. Great. Summon her, don't waste too much chakra, summon a smaller part of her. Uzumaki asked, looking into Sakura's eyes. I've seen her before when I fought the perverted hermit and Tsunade no Ba-chan against Orochimaru. Summoning technique. Taking blood from the scratch and making seals, Haruno used the technique. Sakura, what is the mission? The slug responded as he appeared. Katsuya, it seems like I want you to teleport us to the Shikatsu forest using reverse summoning, Naruto said in a commanding tone without further ado. Oh, Naruto, I heard rumors that after Tsunade-sama's death you became Hokage, I will carry out your order. Having finished speaking, the slime, along with Naruto and Sakura, disappeared from the training ground. Oh, is this the Shikatsu forest? The blonde said, looking around. The trees around were covered with vines. The forest itself was bright green, monkeys were jumping on the trees, and snakes were crawling on the floor. A tiger's roar could be heard somewhere, and in the center of the forest, in a field, stood a huge slug. What brings you here, Sakura? Naruto, the real Katsuya responded, seeing new faces in the forest. Look, the perverted hermit told me during training that every summoned animal has the power of nature flowing in it, in other words, all creatures that can be summoned have senjutsu chakra. I want you to help me teach Sakura this, please help me. The blonde begged, kneeling and bowing. So that's what he wants to do. He wants to teach me how to move faster and sense enemy attacks, this power would suit me very well, Haruno thought. You're right, we have this power, but unlike a waterfall with oil soaked in sen chakra, we don't have anything like that. In order to master this power, you need to be able to absorb nature chakra right away, and Sakura has no idea how to do it, the slime queen explained, looking at the guy. What about me? I will be able to absorb nature and go into the Toad Sanin mode, and then sense the natural chakra of your forest. I won't be able to control it, so I'll immediately send it to Sakura's body, and she will start absorbing it. Do you think it will work? The guy asked, looking at the huge body of the slime again. This is probably the only way to learn the slime Sanin mode. Tsunade-sama also wanted to learn it, but she couldn't, because it requires perfect control of natural energy. Only Jiraiya had that, but we didn't even think of doing it the way you suggested, Naruto. If I personally placed natural energy, I would instantly turn Sakura or Tsunade into a slime statue. And all because of the special climate of this forest and my innate fusion with nature, I would exceed the limit of the chakra that a person can accept, but with you, we should be able to do it. Katsuya explained everything happily and smiled. Sakura, I understand that you are in shock, but it is time for you to participate in the conversation. Are you ready for such a difficult training? Uzumaki asked, turning to the girl and smiling. Of course, Haruno answered with the same smile. Sakura, strip down to your underwear, Naruto immediately commanded. What is that for? The surprised girl asked, her face twisted. As soon as your body begins to take on the form of a slug, I will have to draw natural energy from you, and to do this, I must see where on your body the changes are taking place. The Hokage quickly explained everything. Be glad that I didn't leave you completely naked. Hey, why are you undressing? The girl was surprised again, pulling off her clothes. Since I will be passing through myself the chakra of the slimes, over which I have weak control, I can also begin the transformation. I must release it from myself in time, the guy deftly explained again. Having completed all the preparations, the girl sat down on the grass, and Naruto came up from behind and placed his palm on her back. Sanin mode, Naruto whispered and touched one of the slimes with his other hand, trying to absorb the chakra. I can feel it, and now. I'm pulling it out, the blonde said, starting to absorb the chakra, and immediately hurried to transfer everything to his other hand, and then to the girl's body. Sakura, maintain full control over your body and chakra, don't lose concentration. The Hokage added. Concentrating, the girl began to receive natural energy. She held on for a few minutes, but, having lost control, her body began to transform. XO. Noticing the changes, the blonde hastened to rid the girl of natural energy. So Naruto and Sakura studied all day, and only by nightfall Haruno began to feel the energy and maintain control. Okay, you're doing well, Sakura, great for the first day. But it's time for us to go back. Katsuya, tomorrow around 8 in the morning we'll come here. I've already marked this place with my seal. Thank you for your help and see you later, Naruto said, getting up from the grass and bowed to the Queen of Slimes. Naruto, you are very strong and smart, your method is something. I'm looking forward to meeting you tomorrow, Katsuya said in response. Tomorrow I'll show you something even cooler. See you tomorrow, the blonde said goodbye. Thank you very much, Katsuya-sama, I hope I can master this power. It's time for us to go. Goodbye, Haruno said goodbye and approached Uzumaki. In a moment, they disappeared. At the residence. Oh, the clones fell asleep, but they almost signed everything. Good job, said the Hokage and, looking at the illusions, dispelled them. So, Gaara and the others headed back to the sand village. I see. Having finished speaking, the guy felt the girl's lips on his cheek. Thank you very much, my teacher. Thanks to you I believe that I will become stronger, the blushing girl explained her actions and, looking at the guy, became embarrassed. No problem, and now it's time for you to go home. Barely having time to finish the last word, Naruto and Sakura found themselves near the pink-haired girl's house. Thank you for an interesting day, you're a very good student. Good night, Sakura-chan, Uzumaki added and disappeared again. Good night, Naruto, Haruno replied into the void. Your mother, at least clean up this mess, Herods. Chapter 18. My name is Uchiha Madara. Morning in Konoha. Naruto, wake up, Naruto. The pink-haired girl said, slapping her palm on the blonde's cheek. Just one more minute, Sakura-chan. The blonde answered in a sleepy voice, turning from one side to the other. What? Minute? It's already 20 to 8. Do you want to be late again? The girl continued. Damn, that's true. Uzumaki gave in, standing up and starting to stretch. Sakura-chan, I'm going to take a shower, the guy added and ran to the bathroom in his underwear. Come on, hurry up, Haruno shouted after him. Damn, he only has 2 pairs of the same suit, and they've been mended many times. I'll have to go and buy him some normal clothes. Sakura-chan, you care for me so much and help me, it must be good to be married, now I understand you, father, the blonde said to himself, already drying himself with a towel. Sakura-chan, I'm ready, I'll just get dressed and then we can go. I ironed your suit, come on, get dressed quickly, the girl said, meeting the guy after the shower and handing him his clothes. Every time I see his body, I get goosebumps, is he trying to provoke me on purpose? Thank you, okay, let's go, the Hokage quickly said, getting dressed and grabbing the girl by the hand, and moved to the residence. Are you really not late? Wow, I can't believe it. And yes, Naruto, I know that you are training Sakura in the Shikatsu forest, don't rush to create clones and listen to me, only noticing the guy, Shikamaru immediately warned him. What are you talking about? Did something happen? Uzumaki immediately panicked. We received a letter from the Renegade. In it, he informed us that together with the eight-tailed beast, he defeated one of the Akatsuki, his name is Kisame. And also, in a week, he invited all the Kage to the Cloud Village for negotiations. We understand what he wants to talk to us about. After all, if Kisame died and we have the right information, Akatsuki has 5 members left. The guy in the mask, the leader of the organization Pain, the angel girl Konan, the oldest member of the organization Zetsu, and recently the scouts of the Sand Village reported information that Orochimaru has joined them. Most likely, the Renegade wants to press and destroy them, what do you say, 6th? Having explained the whole situation, the advisor looked at Uzumaki with a serious face. Tell the Renegade that I agree with him and, of course, I will appear at the Kage gathering. And tell all the details to Jiraiya and Kakashi, the blonde replied and signed the letter. It will be done, Nara said, taking the sheet and disappearing. Aoba brought new work, there is very little of it compared to last time, I'm counting on you, the guy said, creating clones and giving them instructions. Sakura-chan, let's hurry. In the Shikatsu forest. Good morning, Sakura-sama, Naruto-kun, Katsuya greeted, sensing the familiar chakra. Greetings, Haruno replied and bowed. Katsuya-sama, I'll get ready for now, and you explain the plan to Sakura, the Hokage said, starting to take out some kind of scroll and draw strange hieroglyphs on it. Sakura-sama, yesterday your teammate suggested a very interesting idea, thanks to his training he mastered the technique of knowledge transfer. All day we trained your body to control the Sannin mode, and now, if everything works out and Naruto can transfer the knowledge to you on how to control this power, you will be able to master this super complex technique in just 2 days, the Queen of Slimes explained everything. Naruto-sama, are you ready? Yes, Uzumaki answered, finishing drawing the hieroglyphs on the scroll. Sakura-chan, I made marks on the scroll, put your palm in this circle, the guy added, pointing to the place, and the girl fulfilled the request. Great, and now the blonde performed a similar action only on the other side of the scroll. Focus, Sakura, relax and open your mind to me. The 6th raised 2 fingers on his left hand, and some symbols began to come out and roll down the guy's hand, and fit into the scroll. And now you, the boy added, closing his eyes and tensing up. Symbols began to emerge from the scroll and climb up the girl's arm straight to her head. Haruno felt a sharp pain, as if someone was making an incision in her head. Just a little bit more, be patient, Sakura-chan. The shinobi started shouting and raised his palm from the scroll, started making seals on his hands. Done, the guy added, and the scroll instantly closed, the girl was thrown back. Sakura-chan, are you okay? The Hokage worried, running up to his partner and grabbing her in his arms. It was so painful, and Naruto probably experienced the same thing, I shouldn't be a reason for him to worry. Everything is fine, the pain has already subsided and is almost gone, the pink-haired girl answered, standing up, what now? Sakura-chan, if you really feel okay, you can try absorbing natural energy and enter Sannin mode, the blonde said with a hint of worry and explained what to do next. So right away, I'll try, but to be honest, I don't feel any changes. Okay, let's get started, Haruno said, crossing her legs and closing her eyes. I absorb natural energy. I feel it pouring out in me like a raging stream, but I do it unconsciously, as if it should be so. Incredible sensations. Sannin mode activated. Sakura stood up a few minutes later. White streaks ran down her cheeks, and a powerful force emanated from her. Incredible. It seems that with Naruto's knowledge you have obtained his perfect control. Congratulations, Sakura, you are the first woman to master this power, and also thanks to Naruto you learned the Sannin mode faster than anyone else. Even I, the Queen of Tears, find it hard to believe. Guys, you are a great couple. Your talent, your growth amazes me. Seeing the girl's changes, Katsuya praised her. Naruto, thank you so much. Haruno screamed, jumping on top of the guy and kissing him on the cheek. The blonde was carried away by such a jerk and was stopped only by the nearest tree. Kaso, you've become several times stronger. Control your strength, you almost broke my ribs. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll heal you now. Haruno immediately ran up and started using medical jutsu. It's incredible, my technique, thanks to this natural, living energy, heals so strongly and quickly, and it's all thanks to Naruto. Naruto, I can't describe how grateful I am to you for this. I feel strong. For the first time you gave me this in the shortest time, I just don't know what to say. Haruno thanked, shedding a tear. Don't rush, that's not all the good news. Katsuya told me that since slugs don't have their own fighting style, we can't teach you to fight like a slug. But you don't need it. When Granny Tsunade learned to concentrate all her power in one hand, she began to come up with her own fighting style, and, as I noticed after our check, you mastered it perfectly. All you have to do is get used to the new power and speed, mix it with your taijutsu and your training is complete. Naruto smiled, hugging the girl with joy, because he succeeded, he was able to teach her. And that's not all. Yes, we don't have a fighting style, but with the slug Sannin mode, you should have received not only regeneration and strength, but also, as you noticed, your healing jutsu have improved, and because of my technique of dividing into smaller parts, you got the ability to transfer your chakra as you wish. Now you can transfer absolutely all of your chakra to any part of your body and release it, thereby crushing the enemy. And all slugs have liquid poison. And with the receipt of the Sannin mode, you should have received this power too. In just 2 days, in such a short time, you received incredible strength, and I also feel that your Byakugo seal is almost complete, and with it you will be almost invincible. The queen added and told about her new abilities. Okay, to hell with the chatter. Now I will create a clone and it will enter the Toad Sannin mode, it will attack you with all its strength, and you will have to destroy it, get ready. The guy commanded, creating a clone. Within a few minutes, Sakura was looking at the face of Naruto's clone, who was standing in front of her. To battle, the blonde shouted and his clone began to throw kunai across the battlefield. I have to watch carefully where he moves, because even one blow from him will be devastating. Naruto moved behind the girl and instantly carried out an attack. From such a blow Sakura flew back about 5 meters, but immediately got to her feet. Don't worry, I concentrated all my chakra in the area where the blow was delivered, and with this I created a subcutaneous shield for myself, and immediately healed myself, the pink-haired girl shouted to the original. It's incredible, if she masters this power and also obtains the 5th technique, she will be invincible, but not only does she have a strong defense, she also has an incredibly strong offense. Now I will. Sakura shouted and ran so fast that it seemed as if she had moved, but during the attack the clone managed to go to one of the kunai with the seal. Haruno concentrated all her chakra in her fist, and the attack sent out a shock wave, which blew down several nearby trees. This is not the end. The girl added and began to strike and move after the clone. Naruto tried to make several more attacks, but all of them were absorbed by Sakura's chakra shield. He's ready for shockwave attacks, but I can't outrun him. I'll just lose all my chakra or go out of Sannin mode with this success. I have to use poison, but how? It doesn't matter. Now I'll lead him to one of the kunai and at the moment of movement I'll try to attack with poison. The Hokage's partner thought over the strategy. Once again she moved to the clone and as soon as he went to another kunai, Sakura immediately turned in that direction and, opening her mouth, concentrated and spat a cloud of poison at the clone. Naruto did not expect such an attack and, having missed it, instantly disappeared. And the poison fell on the ground and continued to split even stones. It's unbelievable, Sakura-chan, you really did it. You mastered everything, and easily defeated my clone. Naruto shouted and couldn't get enough of it. It's all thanks to you. I'm really tired today, it looks like it's time for us to go. Katsuya-sama, it's so unusual to say goodbye to you, because only yesterday we came asking for help, but thank you very much for everything, now I know that I can become stronger. Having finished, Haruno bowed again and came closer to Naruto. Katsuya, thank you for your help, it looks like Sakura's training is over, the rest is up to her, farewell, Queen of Slugs, the Hokage said and bowed as well. Thank you, your era has come. Do what you have planned, and let this power help you, farewell. The Queen of the Slugs answered and the couple disappeared. Naruto, I'm sorry, but could you take me home? I want to rest, besides, it's almost evening. I'm sorry that I can't go back to the residence with you, the tired girl said and looked at the blonde with a pitiful look. Okay, the guy approved and immediately moved to his partner's house. Thank you again for everything. Good luck to you, Naruto, the pink-haired girl added and kissed the Hokage on the cheek, disappearing behind the door of her house. Okay, I'll take a look at the residence and then go home too, Uzumaki said to himself and disappeared. At the Akatsuki hideout. Nagato, are you sure this is what you want? Stop before it's too late. Konan screamed, grabbing her loved one's hand. If this helps the world become a better place, I will give my life for it. This is my contribution to a wonderful future, the red-haired man answered and, tearing his hand from the girl's hands, began to fold the seals. The resurrection technique, Rinne Tensai. Standing next to Nagato were Zetsu, Orochimaru, and the masked guy. Here he appears, the man opened his eyes wide, seeing the body parts appearing in front of him. Obito, I feel your chakra again, everything according to plan. The shinobi immediately noticed as soon as he appeared. The face of the first Hokage was carved on his chest, his hair was gray, and he also had no eyes. Did you resurrect me? Excellent. Madara immediately moved to Nagato and put his hand on his stomach, began to draw out his chakra. Excellent. All the biju are already collected in him. Obito, you did everything perfectly, Uchiha said smiling. Excellent, the tailed beasts are in me, and now I will dry out his body and get my former youth. I had to find bodies and absorb them for several hours. I spent many years in the laboratory for the sake of immortality, and this Uchiha Madara talks about it so calmly. This is the power of God that I wanted to obtain, Orochimaru thought and licked his lips in anticipation. He's still alive, I won't let them do this to his body. Konan screamed, taking out the explosive scrolls. Woman, I would like to feel the softness of your body, but you know, it doesn't matter to me, all that matters to me is the fight, and you're a hindrance. The man raised his voice and extended his other hand towards the girl. Susanoo's arm immediately wrapped around Konan. No, don't you dare. Nagato only managed to shout before Madara clenched his fist and crushed the girl under the pressure, causing his body to be splattered with blood. Incredible sensations, this is what I thought about all the time after the fight with Hashirama, and now you. Madara turned to Nagato again and began to drain his body. Gradually, Madara's hair turned black, and his body became younger. Thank you for saving my eyes, Uchiha finished, tearing out the eyeballs and inserting them into himself. Great, now I see your team Obito. Although I alone will be enough, I only have to use one technique, said the shinobi and began to fold the seals, the mode of the Sage of the Six Paths. Madara shouted, and his clothes changed to a white cloak, and the staff of the Rakudo Sannin appeared in his hand. A white protector appeared on his forehead. His hair became a little longer and was again dyed a new, burgundy color. We are being watched here. Great, I will test my new power, the Uchiha continued to speak in a calm tone. It's impossible, he couldn't notice me, I'm hidden under a forbidden technique, and he himself is invisible, whoever he becomes, he can't track me. The Cloud Shinobi panicked. Run, Kitagaru, the scout said, releasing the slug with news about Madara into the sea. You first. Madara instantly moved to the shinobi and hit him with his staff, causing him to fly back at incredible speed and crash into the barrier. Six-path Sage Technique, Hell Lightning. The ninja shouted, and lightning struck the water. The slug died instantly from such a powerful technique, and a fish 5 kilometers away from the place where the technique was used floated to the surface. Not bad, now follow me. First of all I will destroy Hashirama's village, it is not worthy of being in the world of illusions that I will rule. Who are you? The almost dead shinobi asked, barely speaking. Who am I? The ninja turned around. My name is Uchiha Madara. Chapter 19. Are you sure you can handle us? 12 o'clock. At the Hidden Leaf Residence. Kakashi, Jiraiya, Sasuke, I hope you noticed that Akatsuki is almost defeated. I'm not going to relax, but now is a real chance to put them down. Soon there will be cage meetings, and we will definitely decide this issue there. I want you to be ready for this. Collect all the information on the remaining members of this organization and study everything carefully. We must not force our shinobi to die in the last battle. I'm counting on you. Sasuke, Kakashi, get things in Anbu in order. Jiraiya, try to get more information. We must be prepared for the worst case scenario. Disperse, the Hokage commanded, after which everyone followed his order. Naruto, wasn't that too harsh? Haruno became worried and glanced at the nervous boy. They lost so many people, took Kurama, and there's still no news from them. If they don't want to show up, then we will. The guy immediately responded sharply and, standing up, slammed his palms on the table. Somewhere in the forest. This is Madara, all my expectations, Hypotheses that I created for many years could not compare with the original Uchiha Madara. His strength is terrifying, even just standing next to him I feel like I will be crushed by his power and chakra. And his aura is much darker than mine. How I want to see him in a real fight, but one thing is for sure, no one will stop him. He can single-handedly wipe hidden villages and nations off the face of the earth. It's good that I joined them, Orochimaru thought on the way. I'm thinking, maybe I should destroy you all. I don't need you anymore, and I can probably easily handle this power myself, so why should I let you live? Uchiha stopped and turned to face everyone, asking coldly. Don't be silly, Madara, we are not weak either, besides, there are strong shinobi in the village of the Leaf. And there is even one Uchiha left who has mastered the Rinnegan. The guy in the mask answered just as calmly. Uchiha with Rinnegan, interesting. Thank you for the information, you made me very happy, for that I will spare your life. Turning away and continuing on his way again, Madara smiled. A boy, so he's still a young man, maybe some young talent. One Uchiha, how much fun this all gives me. Let's see what this Uchiha can do against the power of God. The brunette shouted and, looking at the sky, laughed loudly. I am the strongest, the shinobi added and closed his eyes. The next time he opened his eyes, everything around him began to age, the trees dried up, the grass turned black, and the animals were reduced to rotten bones. This is the true power of the Uchiha. I can't kill a shinobi with this because of his control over chakra. But I can easily destroy ordinary people with this, as well as pathetic genin and chunin. I can destroy forests and mountains. I can dry up all the water from the ocean. I control the power of nature with one glance, no one can stop me, even if Hashirama was here, he would be a light barrier and just a punching bag. I am invincible, the man shouted and laughed again. I sense chakra, it looks like these are mice from Konoha. Damn, what was that? Why did the forest suddenly dry out? It's not for nothing. The Junin said to his charges as he ran. Haru-sama, maybe it would be better to turn around and report everything to the Hokage. One of the Chunin said with a trembling voice. I also completely agree with him, if a person did this, he is beyond our capabilities, added another shinobi. Mashiro, Takagi, you know that Kagami will deliver his message to the Hokage, and we must find out everything in detail. We are shinobi, there should not be a shadow of fear in us. The Junin turned around and loudly declared. That's quite a big word for a piece of trash like you. Madara barely managed to finish before he thrust his hand into Haru's chest and pulled out his still beating heart. You're next, guys. No, wait, no need, no oh. Hello, are you in a hurry? The masked guy asked the shinobi while sitting on a branch. This cloak and mask, you are one of the Akatsuki, who pulled the fox out of Hokage-sama. The surprised shinobi shouted. Yes, and you're already a corpse. Tobi said and created a vortex with his eye, which began to suck the leaf shinobi's head into itself, and then abruptly interrupted the technique, thereby cutting off his enemy's head. And here's a message for the new Hokage-sama. Damn it, do you see them? It's Akatsuki, alert, notify Hokage-sama immediately, shouted the lead lookout, who was standing on one of the highest towers in the Leaf Village. Are you done yet, Obito? Madara asked, catching up with his subordinate. Yes, but we can see the gates of Konoha, which means we've been noticed, Uchiha answered calmly. It doesn't matter, I can start, but I warn you right away, Genjutsu will not work only on those in whose veins the blood of Uchiha or Senju flows. Madara said and began to form a long seal. Hokage-sama, we have big news, we were attacked by Akats. The shinobi didn't have time to finish speaking before he suddenly fell. Damn, what's wrong with you? What's this aura hanging over the village, what the hell? Naruto ran out of the residence and looked at the moon, on which the Sharingan appeared. Your mother, I have to hurry. That's all, now we need to finish them all off, Madara said, walking out onto the main path and standing in front of the main entrance to the village. I'm sorry, but I won't let you do that, Uzumaki said, standing at the village gate with an angry look. Oh, this robe, are you the Hokage? And you look like a young boy, but the world must have changed a lot for such weaklings to take this position, you're insulting Hashirama with this. This is Uzumaki Naruto, the former Jinchuriki and friend of the Uchiha that I told you about, Obito explained everything immediately. Uzumaki, Mito clan, but you're not a Senju, how come you didn't succumb to the illusion technique? Uchiha asked without interest. My legs are made from the cells of the first Hokage, but I'm not affected by Genjutsu anyway, so I would be standing here anyway. Naruto answered confidently. You are not the only one who will stand in defense of the leaf. Sasuke said and appeared next to Naruto. And here he is, this young man with the Rinnegan, how interesting. Orochimaru, why are you silent? Aren't you ashamed to come here? After all, you killed Hiruzen last time. I won't forgive you for that, Jiraiya said from afar. And you will return Kurama to me. Naruto said quickly and, moving to the side, threw a kunai, sharpened by the element of wind, at Tobi and hit the mask, causing it to split into two parts and begin to slowly slide off the shinobi's face. That was fast. I didn't expect an attack at that moment, but anyway, it doesn't matter. I was going to introduce myself anyway. I can't wait to see how Kakashi reacts to this. The man who was left without a mask thought about what had happened, smiling. Obito, is it really you? Obito. Hearing the shinobi's voice, everyone turned around and noticed Kakashi sitting on a branch. And I keep wondering when you'll show up, Madara said, making it clear that he had felt his presence all this time. Kakashi, let's discuss all this together, Obito said and, taking advantage of Hitaki's state of shock, moved to him and moved them both to his dimension. Obito found someone to have fun with, but who will join me? Madara said with mockery in his voice and took a step forward. Sasuke. Of course. The brunette immediately answered and changed places with Madara. Is this his ability? He can change the surroundings. Madara barely had time to think before Naruto marked his body with a seal. You will come with me far away from here, Uzumaki declared and moved both Uchiha with him to a suitable battlefield. Yamato, or Tenzo, I don't know what's better to call you, but I'll leave Zetsu to you, good luck. Jiraiya said and, activating the Sannin mode, struck Orochimaru, thereby repelling him away from the village and immediately moving after him. Are you Orochimaru's experiment? You have the techniques of the first one, just like me. It will be an interesting fight, only there are 3 of us and only 1 of you. Come out already, Spiral 1. Zetsu laughed, and the black one began to separate from the white Zetsu. Damn, what's going on? Who is he? No, what is he? Tenzo was confused. Here I am. Another spiral Zetsu began to appear next to black and white. How are you going to defeat us alone? I have mastered all the elements, and black and white use the wood style just as well as you have no support. Actually, there is. I am also a shinobi of the hidden leaf and I will fight for my village. Sakura immediately appeared in front of the 3 creatures in Sannin mode and with the Byakugo seal already activated. Shenro. The pink-haired girl screamed and hit the ground, thereby splitting it. You are, of course, great, quite a strong move, but... said Uchiha and stopped. You, Madara added, and Obito and the rest of his henchmen said the same thing on the other battlefield. We are sure. What are we? To you. In the teeth. Chapter 20. On the edge of life and death. We don't need to be sure of victory, we simply can't lose to you. Haruno replied and jumped back to the leaf shinobi. Tenzo-san, I heard everything perfectly, I won't be able to maintain the seal in this form for long, so I'll take on the spiral one, and you'll have these 2 left, I'm counting on you. Good. Mokuden. Division technique. After Tenzo folded the seals, a copy began to emerge from his body. This isn't just my wood clone, this is my true double, with my same potential and chakra reserves. If they kill him, I will lose half my power forever. But this is the only way I can stand up to these 2 monsters. You can use such heavy techniques. Your division technique reminds me of the technique of the second Tsuchikage, his name was Mu. He could create an exact copy of himself in the same way, but I have encountered this technique before and therefore know its weaknesses very well. If your clone disappears, you are finished, said Kuro Zetsu and pointed his finger at Yamato. You're right, we need to deal with him faster to help Obito-sama and Madara-sama. We'll leave the girl with Spiralka, attack. Shiro Zetsu shouted and ran head-on at Tenzo's clone. Mokuden, wood spear. He made the necessary seal, a spear appeared from White's hand, which he threw at the copy of the Konoha shinobi. Makuden, wood spear. He made the same seal, and a spear appeared in the copy's hand, with which he immediately repelled the enemy's attack. Interesting. Then Mokuden, wood core. Once again folding the seals, Shiro launched the core at his enemy. Makuden, impassable wall. After the clone said these words, a huge wooden wall immediately appeared from the ground, which reflected the core. This will be harder than I thought. Mokuden, hide, White said and sank underground. I feel your presence. The clone replied and also disappeared underground. It's time for me to join the fight while he's distracted, Haruno thought and moved at great speed towards Spiralka. Take that, the kunoichi screamed and after a strong swing, she tried to strike. But, it's mean to attack me like that. For this you will be pierced, Spiral said calmly and, creating a huge number of sharpened roots from his hand, pierced the pink-haired girl. I'm not done yet, Sakura quickly replied and, having planted herself even deeper into the roots, struck. Zetsu was able to dodge, but due to senjutsu and the chakra accumulated near the hand, even a light touch was enough to send the enemy flying several meters away. Bad girl, you almost broke my neck, you will pay for this, Zetsu said, getting up from the ground and began to form a seal, after which a tree creature with a huge number of arms began to appear from the ground. If it weren't for Byakugo, I would have already. The girl thought, pulling the roots out of her stomach. Fire element, fireball, wind element, wind cutter, earth element, mud falls, water element, water stream, lightning element, destruction ray, Spiral shouted, folding different seals, and the monster had 5 heads, each of which began to attack the girl with a different type of element. There's no point in running from them, they'll chase me until I die, I have to destroy this statue, the pink-haired girl decided and moved to the tree monster. Makuden, Buddha's wood hands technique. 1,000 strikes. Spiral shouted and made another seal, all the hands began to attack the poor kunoichi. Sakura managed to dodge several, but as soon as she was hit once, the attacks began to destroy her body. You may have instant cell regeneration, but even that can't keep up with such speed and the number of attacks. After the barrage of attacks ceased, Haruno could barely move. She lay on the ground, battered and bloody, trying to restore her body as much as possible before the enemy's next attack. And have you already forgotten about the elemental flows? He only reminded her of another Zetsu technique when all the elemental attacks immediately hit the girl's body, which continued to try to destroy her immortal body without stopping. But regeneration is not eternal, and even if it were eternal, Haruno felt the pain as usual. This now looks more like a beating, I will personally finish you off, stopping the technique of his wood creature, Spiral jumped down and approached the kunoichi. It's not over yet, Sakura said in a hoarse, trembling voice and tried to get up, but she couldn't, she remained kneeling right in front of her enemy. The Byakugo seal had run out, as had the Senjutsu chakra. Having managed to restore some damage one last time, the techniques evaporated, leaving the girl face to face with death. I will kill you, but I have always dreamed of looking at a woman's body, and now is the best time, taking a small wooden blade from his hand and placing it against the girl's groin, Zetsu said, I'm starting, Spiral added and began to raise the blade up, cutting the clothes on the pink-haired girl, who was unable to stop him, and leaving a deep scratch on the girl's snow-white skin. Almost before the very end, when the blade was against her chest, Haruno tried to take her enemy's hand with her hand and squeeze it, but she could put her hand on top of his, and that was all. Spiral finished what he wanted, and, having finished cutting the clothes, instantly tore them off the kunoichi. Just like in the pictures, everything is exactly as I thought, but this is the first time I see a female body in full nudity in real life, Zetsu added and ran his palm over the pink-haired girl's body. You will die like this, naked, here, and no one will stop it. Taking a huge stake from his hand, Spiral hurried to thrust it straight into the kunoichi's heart, but centimeters from her body, he froze. What the hell? My body. I can't move, Zetsu said, trying to do something and figure out what was going on. Finally, my poison worked. When I learned Senjutsu, I began to study the poison that I create from my body, and after understanding everything, I was able to strengthen it. Haruno explained with the same trembling voice. But when did you manage to use it on me? Spiral asked in surprise and opened his eyes wide. Even during the very first attack, I left a piece of mucus on your cheek, which was instantly absorbed. It continued to grow in your body, destroying cells, and in a couple of seconds it will reach your vital organs, the girl answered and pushed her enemy away. During the fall, she tore the black cloak off her opponent and put it on herself. This is the stupidest death. But all this is unimportant, the main thing is that before death I was still able to see a woman's breasts, said Spiral and laughed loudly. A few seconds later the laughter stopped and on the battlefield where Sakura was fighting, everything became quiet, only explosions on other battlefields could be heard. I have to heal myself faster, I need to help the tree guy, and then Naruto. I can't sit back, the girl decided, starting to create a healing stream from her hand. Don't stand there, you have a fight with me too. Makuden, wood dragon, Kuro shouted and created a huge dragon under himself. Makuden, the enormous tree troll, Tenzo's original responded by folding the seals and a troll appeared underneath him, which was no less in size than the enemy's dragon. You're here, Shiro shouted and, jumping out from under the ground after the Yamato clone, White instantly created a wooden sword and tried to strike the copy's back, but he responded by creating a wooden sword and repelling the attack, after which they again plunged underground and, already moving there, continued their duel, fighting with only swords, sometimes jumping out from under the ground and continuing the fight outside. Mokuten. White parasites. Shiro, appearing outside again, created clones parasites that would steal chakra upon physical contact, but the copy of Tenzo was not going to accept everything so easily, and, having formed the necessary seal, stakes began to appear from the ground, which instantly destroyed all the parasites. Gotcha. The original White Zetsu screamed. While the parasites were distracting him, he deftly made his way underground to the Yamato copy and wrapped himself around the shinobi's entire body. Damn, he's stealing my clone's chakra. I've always been afraid of this, but I can't hesitate now, I have to do this no matter what happens next. Sensing this, the original Tenzo began to form seals that were identical to the ones his clone was doing at the same time. Makuten, ultimate wood style. Self-destruct. Both of them shouted in unison, and the copy exploded. The explosion was so powerful that the surroundings shook, and the sound was heard throughout the battlefield. Soon, pieces of White Zetsu's body flew out of the smoke. Shiro. No, Shiro, Kuro shouted after seeing and hearing the explosion. In your Akatsuki, there was a guy named Deidara. He was the one who used clay for his bombs. And the seals he made were of the earth style. After watching him for a while, I was able to learn how to detonate them, but I can only detonate those with the same amount of chakra as me. And my clone had exactly that amount. Tenzo explained everything, looking into Black Zetsu's face. I don't give a damn about your excuses, you can't get out of it now. Kuro shouted, and the dragon collided with the troll. At that moment, Zetsu entered the troll's body and headed for his head, where Yamato was, and left an ordinary tree clone in his place. Die. Jumping out from the ground and creating roots from his hand, Kuro aimed an attack at Yamato, but he dodged. I am very weak now, but even so, because you gave into emotions, I will destroy you. Water element, water flow. The shinobi shouted and with the flow cut off the hand from which the roots came out. Makuten, wood bullets. He made a new seal again, and bullets flew out of Tenzo's hand, easily piercing the body. I may die, but I'll take you with me. After the bullets failed to stop the Black One's movement, he turned his left hand into a harpoon and pierced his enemy's body. Never consider yourself stronger than those who are older than you. And you never forget about the usual rules that are created by people like us, ordinary young shinobi. Don't turn your back on your opponents, I told you he's not alone. Sakura screamed, appearing behind Kuro, and dealt a crushing blow. But that wasn't the end. The girl grabbed her comrade by the shoulder, jumped off the troll and put Tenzo on the ground. Don't worry, I'll definitely cure you. We have to help the others. Haruno said, creating a healing stream from her hand and began the treatment. Thank you, you saved me again, the seriously injured shinobi said, trying to force a smile. It's nothing. The pink-haired girl smiled in response. Obito, is it really you? Chapter 21. Obito's Prison. While Sakura and Tenzo fought Zetsu, Kakashi Hatake encountered Obito Uchiha. Obito, is that really you? Hatake stared wide-eyed at his former teammate and friend. You've become so careless, Kakashi, just standing there during a fight and giving in to your emotions. What kind of shinobi are you after that? Although it only makes me feel better, Uchiha shouted, running at the enemy and tried to attack the Jonin with a kunai, but he jumped back at the last moment. Obito, is this all because Rin died? She was very dear to you. Fool, do you think I don't know that she wanted this herself? She chose to die by your hand rather than by the hands of enemy shinobi. But I don't care who wanted to kill her, and that death by your hand is her wish. You couldn't protect her. You didn't keep your promise to me. And now I will plunge the whole world into my illusion and resurrect Rin there, and you are the one who stands in my way. The brunette shouted, folding the seals. Fire element. Wildfire dance. The renegade added, and a stream of chakra was released from his mouth, which immediately turned into flames swirling with kamui. Water element. Water wall release. A waterfall appeared behind Kakashi, pouring down in front of the man in a powerful stream and protecting him from the enemy's fire elemental technique. Why are you defending yourself? Don't you think you should die? After all, you didn't keep your promise, you covered your hands in blood, and you want to finish me off too. Surrender, Kakashi, Uchiha shouted with anger in his eyes, waiting for the Jonin's answer. You know, Hatake began to speak and closed his eyes, if we met one-on-one in some field, I would gladly give you my life so that we could both find peace of mind. But now I am not defending myself, but Konoha, which you want to destroy. Obito, you have no idea how much you and Naruto are alike. Ever since childhood, I have always noticed a certain similarity in his behavior to yours. I could never imagine how Naruto would become the embodiment of evil, and now you are standing in front of me, irritated and demanding my head. Now it has become clear to me, people like you can be either eternal light, or the blackest darkness in this world. Everything depends only on which path you choose, and, you know, it does not matter what happens between us on this battlefield. After all, I can clearly see that Naruto's light is much brighter than your darkness, and he will stop you, and I will help him with this. Kakashi finished and abruptly opened his eyes. You can only talk beautifully, but even half of your power was stolen from me. The man shouted back and pointed his finger at the Junin's eye. No, I don't know who you are at all. You are a masked shinobi. A man who calls himself evil, who attacked the 6th Hokage and is trying to destroy Konoha again, and this eye. This eye is a gift from my late best friend. Kakashi replied, taking a step forward and smiling. A fake can never compare to the original, so your words are empty. Uchiha snorted and opened his eye wide, showing his Sharingan. What is the point of this pointless conversation? Attack, he said loudly and pointed his kunai. I can't wait to trample you either. The brunette shouted back and, taking out a kunai, jumped on the enemy. The two weapons collided, and neither of their owners was going to give in, but at one point Kakashi dove down, and Obito was pulled forward for the kunai. Hatake took advantage of this and kicked his opponent in the stomach, causing him to bend, immediately followed by another knee to the head, after which Obito flew several meters. And yet, my taijutsu was always stronger, the Junin said with a grin and began to run forward. So you want to challenge me? The renegade threw his weapon to the side, Hatake immediately repeated after him, and they ran towards each other. Kakashi was the first to hit his fist to the head, but Obito easily dodged and responded with the same blow, the gray-haired one blocked. This is how their hand-to-hand combat began. Due to the huge amount of energy in their bodies and good mastery of various types of martial arts, they easily parried and dodged each other's attacks, but as soon as they got a little tired, the blows began to reach their target. The former teammates fought for several minutes, and suddenly after another blow their fists collided. Exchanging glances, they jumped away from each other and began to fold seals. Fire release. Phoenix Hermit technique. They shouted in unison, and chakra began to come out of their mouths, transforming into many fireballs. Several of them collided and engulfed each other, and Kakashi and Obito began to dodge the ones that flew past. Water element. Water core. Chakra began to come out of the brunette's mouth, transforming into a core, and headed towards the enemy. Lightning release. Lightning clone. Hatake shouted in response and created a clone, which immediately headed towards the enemy. Ignoring the water element, he absorbed it into himself. Lightning release. Lightning control. Lightning sword technique. The gray-haired man added, and the clone turned into a huge lightning bolt, shaped like a spinning sword. Fire release. Fireball. Earth release. Barrier. The Junin used two more techniques. He blocked the escape routes with an earth barrier, and to inflict even more damage, a fireball followed the lightning sword. From using a huge amount of chakra at once, Hatake fell to his knee. Darkness energy. Dark minute binding. Realizing the hopeless situation, Obito threw smoke bombs and used a technique that connected him to Kakashi's body, and now they felt the same pain. The Uchiha spread his arms wide and took both techniques on himself, while he was also covered with stones that remained from the earthen barrier. Smoke rose on the battlefield, and nothing was visible, only the screams of two shinobi were heard. This technique connects our bodies, we feel pain equally, and the same wounds are inflicted on us for a whole minute. And I still have 10 seconds. The brunette added and, taking out a kunai, inserted it into his leg. And now you're finished. I knew that we would clash in battle, and I assumed that you would use many strong techniques on me, so I learned two forbidden ones. You've already seen one, and the second. Light energy. Blessing. This technique gives me the power to ignore all pain. After these words, Uchiha stood up and, dispersing the smoke, began to walk towards Kakashi's lying body. Now die. The brunette screamed and drove the kunai deep into the enemy's heart. Lightning element. Lightning clone. Paralysis. Hatake emerged from the ground, and the body that Obito pierced was his clone. Even in that situation, when we felt incredible pain, you released the rest of your chakra and created a clone, and you hid in the ground. A splinter. My body is paralyzed, and I know it won't be for long, so hurry up and finish this. Obito, I have had nightmares for years after I was forced to kill Rin, and taking your life would be unwise. Instead, I will make you suffer for the rest of your life. The Junin approached the renegade and pointed 3 fingers at his eye. Bringing them closer, he pressed and pulled out the sharingan. Now you are blind and will live in absolute darkness for the rest of your life. Without your eye, you will not be able to get out of here. I have already realized that in this dimension, you do not feel hunger and other factors that belong to a person. Either you will not endure and kill yourself, or you will spend eternity here in darkness and loneliness. This is your prison now. Goodbye, Uchiha Obito. No, please don't. Wait, Obito shouted, starting to move, but Kakashi, using Kamui from the rest of his strength, left the dimension, leaving the poor guy alone with himself. Kakashi, what if our enemies captured us and, holding a weapon to Rin's throat, forced us to fight each other, what would we do? Uchiha asked, sitting on the grass and looking at his friend. I would have simply beaten you in a couple of seconds, and when they started laughing, I would have saved Rin and destroyed them, Hatake answered deftly and smiled. You're always like this, you treat everything with a joke, but I'm serious. But I've already thought of a way out of this situation. I would move to Rin and save her, taking the blow on myself and giving my life for her. It's an honor for me to sacrifice my life for one of you, the brunette explained and smiled. You know how to speak beautifully, but even if you risked your life, you would hardly succeed, Yujiro Tonkachi. Damn, the ceiling is collapsing, we need to get out of here, Rin, Kakashi. Obito shouted, starting to run from the huge stones falling down. I can't take it anymore. Hatake whispered to himself, gasping for breath, and suddenly, unable to bear it, he fell. Damn it, Kakashi, run. Turning around, Uchiha grabbed his friend's hand and pushed him forward, but before he could run out, half of his body was covered by a huge rock. Are you okay, Rin, Kakashi? Obito asked and looked at his friends. No, Obito. The Junin screamed and with tears in his eyes began to pull him by the arm. Forget about it, Kakashi. Even if you lifted that stone, I can't feel the right half of my body anymore, the brunette answered calmly, coughing up blood. Obito, Nohara squeezed out, starting to choke on tears. Rin, everything's fine. Kakashi, I really forgot about your birthday and didn't give you a present. But you lost an eye in that fight, so I'll give you my sharingan. Don't you dare refuse me, it's a gift. And no matter what they say about you in the village, I think you're an excellent Jonin. Please, let me see this world a little more, please accept it, this is from the bottom of my heart. Rin will transplant it to you with his medical techniques. Uchiha said on the verge of death and nodded to the girl. Please, Kakashi, take care of Rin, Obito screamed, his body collapsing completely. Obito, I couldn't keep the promise I made to you, but in memory of who you were. I will continue to look through your eye, because it has saved my life 1,000 times for this. Sitting near the village gate, the Junin said to himself. And this eye does not belong to you. I do not believe that the one I just saw could be you. Hatake added and strained the lightning element into his hands for the last time, thereby destroying the sharingan. Kakashi-sensei. Haruno's cry was heard as she ran towards the Junin along with Tenzo. Sakura, Tenzo, so, you were able to defeat your opponents? The man asked, looking towards his comrades. Yes, and I just finished treating Yamato-san's wounds, Haruno replied with a smile. Then we need to quickly find the others and help them. Let's move right now. Hatake just wanted to get up, but immediately fell back. Kakashi-san, you are seriously injured, and you don't even have the strength to get up. It's stupid to go into battle with such chakra, you will only be a hindrance, Yamato said and came closer. They are strong and can endure a little longer, the Anbu member added and put his hand on his former sensei's shoulder. Then please, Sakura, heal me quickly, and while you do this, we will assess the enemy's strength and come up with a plan of action. I will not allow anyone to kill my friends again, said the Junin and looked into the eyes of the pink-haired Kunoichi. Okay, I'll start the treatment right now, the girl answered, taking the healing stream out of her hands again. Jiraiya, you dared to challenge me to a fight. Have you forgotten how it all ended the last time? Orochimaru asked, smiling and licking his lips. No, I remember everything perfectly well and that is why I will stop you here and now. Attack. Chapter 22. In Pursuit of Power. Jiraiya, Tsunade died just recently, why are you in such a hurry to go after her? Orochimaru asked, stretching a smile and standing up after the previous blow. Shut up, Orochimaru, you know that your psychological tricks don't work and never worked on me. What's the point of this senseless chatter? Attack. Jiraiya said, straightening his back and looking angrily into his opponent's eyes. As you say, pointing his hands at the enemy, small snakes began to crawl out of his sleeves, and with each meter passed they grew larger. Fire release. Fire projectile. Jiraiya shouted and released a projectile-shaped fire from his mouth. The technique incinerated the snakes and moved on. Water element. Water wall. The brunette shouted in response and blocked the fire element technique. How interesting, then. Dark energy, paralysis, added the renegade and, looking at the enemy, paralyzed him. And now the sword release technique. Having made a few more seals, a sword flew out of Orochimaru's mouth, which was directed at Jiraiya. Damn, my body won't move. Hair modification, thorny guard technique. The toad hermit said in response, and his hair, having become strong, wrapped around his body and protected him from the attack. Then you're finished. The shinobi quickly rattled off and, returning his hair to normal, moved to the enemy and kicked him, causing him to fly back and crash into the nearest tree. Your paralysis is no longer effective. So, using senjutsu, you went into close combat. Excellent. Body modification, leg, pushing off from the tree, the brunette stretched his leg and struck the white-haired one, but he blocked it. Arm, Orochimaru added and, stretching his arm, tried to strike, but his opponent disappeared from sight. Toad surface shadow control technique. Jiraiya shouted and crawled out of the renegade's shadow, finding himself behind him, he delivered another blow, but the brunette's body did not fly off, but only stretched out. So they moved into close combat. Orochimaru, using his body stretching and chakra-enhancing blows, struck and defended himself, while Jiraiya, using the enraged lion's mane technique, repelled the enemy's attacks and, moving quickly in Sannin mode, struck with his hands and hair. Each of them rarely missed a blow, and if they did, they received little damage, and then at one point they jumped away from each other and began to exchange techniques. The art of the hermit, the barrage of hair Senbon. The white-haired man shouted and, having extended his hair again, began to shoot them. At the moment of flight, each of the hairs resembled a needle. The element of fire, the technique of the fireball. The shinobi added and released a fire from his mouth resembling a ball. Summoning technique, Rashomon gate. Biting his finger to make it bleed and making seals, the brunette placed his palm on the floor and summoned a huge gate that easily blocked the enemy's technique. Hair modification, Sannin mode, giant needle technique. Using the same technique but with senjutsu chakra, Jiraiya enlarged and sharpened the needles. Sannin mode, giant rasengan. Creating a rasengan in his hand, the shinobi jumped and ran into the brunette. Summoning technique, Rashomon's triple gate. This time, Orochimaru summoned 3 gates. Jiraiya's techniques could only penetrate 1 gate and stopped on the second. Summoning technique, house-destroying frog. Biting his finger and placing his palm on the ground, a toad fell from the sky onto the remaining gates, its mass smashing the Rashomon gate into the floor. Wind release, great gust. Gathering a lot of air into his lungs and mixing it with chakra, Orochimaru blew everything out of his mouth, easily blowing away the huge frog and thus knocking it straight at Jiraiya, but the Sannin simply dispelled the summoning and moved the frog to Mount Myoboku. You are slowly losing your strength, we need to help. Wind element, air bullets. Having said the name of the technique, the brunette compressed the air with chakra and released it like bullets from his mouth. Hair modification, prickly protector. Covering himself with hair again, the white-haired man reflected the enemy's technique. Sannin mode, huge rasengan. Jiraiya gathered a lot of chakra in his hand and created a very large rasengan. Using senjutsu, he quickly moved to the enemy and struck with his technique, but stopped centimeters from the brunette's face. Okay, enough playing around. Now I'll show you my real power. Dark energy, telekinesis. Pointing both hands at the white-haired man and concentrating on him well, he was able to control his body. From all this, the shinobi simply hung in the air without the ability to move. Should I kill you quickly or slowly? Fuck you. Jiraiya replied and kept trying to move, but he couldn't. The answer is wrong. Orochimaru began to control the white-haired man's body, sometimes lifting him into the air and throwing him to the ground, sometimes hitting him against rocks in the surroundings. And now, body modification, Orochimaru stretched his neck and brought it closer to Jiraiya's hand. I'd rather bite your hand than your neck, because no one knows what else your hair is capable of, the brunette added and bit. This is not a cursed seal, I released the king cobra's venom into you. It has already paralyzed you, and in 15 minutes you will die. And in the meantime, the renegade did not finish and ran somewhere. Oh shit, I really can't move, I can't feel my hand anymore. I have to gather the chakra in my body and all the poison in my hand, the white-haired man said to himself and, closing his eyes, began to concentrate the chakra in his hand, not allowing the poison to penetrate further. That way I can keep the poison in my hand for another 15 minutes, and then it will enter the body. I hope someone has already finished their fight and can help me. My snakes have already found the place where Madara is fighting, another 100 meters. 50 meters. There they are. Orochimaru appeared on the battlefield. But there was no battle, all three of them simply turned around and looked at the renegade. What the hell? They're not even fighting, what's going on here? Oh, and you're just in time. I just finished telling these two my story. They reminded me of Hashirama and me, and I decided to tell them what their friendship would lead to. Well, what's your answer? Looking again at Naruto and Sasuke, who were standing in front of him, ignoring Orochimaru, the Uchiha asked. This is my chance. Orochimaru pointed both hands at Madara and began to pull him towards himself with telekinesis. The Rinnegan will be mine. The renegade shouted and pulled the Uchiha even harder. Puppy, you're not strong enough to compete with me. Madara stopped abruptly and the attraction stopped. Do you think you're the only one who has telekinesis? I gave you the opportunity to be the winner, that is, to be on my side. But you didn't use it, and for that you will be destroyed. Uchiha added and moved to Orochimaru. My body. He's not using paralysis or telekinesis, why can't I move? Is it fear? No, I'm too close to him, he's squeezing my body with simple chakra. Is this even possible? Flashed through the Sanin's mind. He had been tormenting and manipulating people for many years, controlling their bodies and minds, and now he himself was in a panic and didn't know what to do. This was the punishment for people who valued only their own lives and no one else's. This should be an honor for you. You will be absorbed by Uchiha Madara himself. The man slowly extended his hand and pierced Orochimaru's body, after which he sucked out absolutely all the chakra, strength, and stamina of the former member of the legendary Trinity, and he withered away like an old man. My body. The apostate wheezed, I can't s. The Sanin did not finish, and his flow of life energy disappeared, and he himself fell to the ground. He died with his eyes open, and no one will ever close his eyes. And now, as for you, have you made a decision? Madara turned back to Sasuke and Naruto and looked at them seriously. No way, Uzumaki and Uchiha shouted in unison. We will never be your allies, much less your wards, the blonde added. Yes, we won't, because you'll die here and now, added the brunette. Jiraiya-sama, Haruno screamed, seeing the lying Sanin. It's good that we found you. Your blow left good marks. Sakura, Kakashi, Tenzo, did you win? Forgive me, I couldn't stop him. Sakura, there's cobra venom in my hand, I was hoping you'd come all this time, and I used chakra to hold it back, preventing it from getting into my vital organs. Cut off my hand now, before it's too late. The toad hermit immediately managed to notify about his problem. Right now, Sakura immediately sat down next to the white-haired man and, having gathered a huge flow of chakra into her hand, without hesitation fulfilled the wounded shinobi's request. At the same time, she immediately began treating his hand and, having stopped the bleeding, wrapped everything with bandages. You've become a good medic. It's not the first time you've had to do this, apparently, Tenzo deftly noted and came closer. Well done, Sakura. Jiraiya-san, where is Orochimaru now? Kakashi hurried to find out the details and leaned closer to the Sanin. I was still in sage mode and I sensed Naruto and Sasuke's chakra. And when Orochimaru was running away, I managed to detect that he was running in that direction. Most likely, he wants to steal Madara's power. I can't sit back, thanks for the treatment, Sakura, we need to hurry. I'll tell you all the details along the way. Since I'm the only one who knows where they are now, everyone follow me. The white-haired man quickly got up and headed to the battlefield. They arrived very soon. When they saw what had happened, they were immediately surprised. The first thing they noticed was Orochimaru's dead, withered body. And then something incomprehensible was moving and making some attacks. It was difficult for them to see in detail who or what it was. In fact, it was Sasuke, Naruto and Madara moving at incredible speed and striking each other. At one point, Uzumaki jumped back and turned to those who had just arrived. Don't come near. He's very dangerous. The blonde quickly rattled off and rushed into battle again. Do you want no one to interfere with us? It was your wish. Madara parried the attacks and, jumping back, began to form seals. The energy of darkness and light, a barrier that hides the darkness of the devil and the light of God. Uchiha added, and instead of the ground, some strange surface appeared. This surface appeared both from above and from all sides, and finally, having covered a huge territory, the barrier closed. Only 3 people remained in it. Damn, Madara suddenly said and hit himself on the forehead with his hand. I hid behind this barrier, and now all the inhabitants of Konoha will come out of Genjutsu. I don't see anything difficult here, just dispel the barrier and that's it, Sasuke said, calmly looking at his distant relative. First of all, I spent a lot of chakra to create this barrier. Secondly, even I can't open it. This barrier will only open when the darkness in it is filled with light or the light is absorbed by the darkness. In other words, until you destroy me or I destroy you, the barrier will not disappear. On top of that, if one of you still has darkness in your heart, and one has light, then even if you defeat me, you will have to sort it out among yourselves. Although let's not get ahead of ourselves, you kids will never compare to the power of God. By this time, all the shinobi of the village, even the genin and chunin, had come running and stood near the barrier, shouting threats at Madara and encouraging Naruto and Sasuke. This is where the final, decisive battle will begin. Either you will become heroes in the eyes of your village, as well as the entire world, or you will fall at my hands right in front of everyone. Let's begin. Chapter 23. The Power of God. It's Hokage-sama and Sasuke-sama. What's going on? So, the moon is the work of this shinobi. But who is he? One of the Konoha chunin was perplexed. According to my information, this is Uchiha Madara. He was resurrected and became even stronger than he was. And also with him came the guy in the mask, because of whom the 5th, Orochimaru and some other incomprehensible creatures died. They were all defeated, only this one remained, answered one of the Junin. No one is to approach the barrier. It's very dangerous. Kakashi immediately hurried to warn everyone. But Hokage-sama is fighting the great Uchiha Madara, so what are we supposed to do? Are we just going to stand there? Another Junin quickly objected, and many others supported him. Yes, we must find a way to help Hokage-sama. Another shinobi added. Now you will see a few minutes of combat and understand that you will only interfere. There is a completely different level there. Not even a Jonin, not even a Sannin from the Great Trinity, and not even a Cage level. What will happen there is beyond our understanding. You will not be able to just stand there. You must all pray for them and believe in victory. Limping, approaching the others, Jiraiya responded. Just believe, Naruto. You've saved us so many times. You even had to become a renegade to bring back Sasuke, but you still never changed. Your dream of becoming Hokage has already come true, but your fight for justice is not over yet. This is the final battle, and after it, you will finally fulfill everything you must. Naruto, don't you dare lose to him. You remember your promise, right? Win, and we can finally be together. Forever. The pink-haired girl screamed, and her words, of course, reached Naruto. Sakura, it's been a long time since we were kids. And I see how much you've grown. I'm glad you found your happiness, but Sasuke, a lot has happened between us. You always thought of me as a simple fan, but my feelings are pure and serious. I believe that you will win and accept me. Our story hasn't even begun yet, so defeat the enemy and that will be the perfect start for it. Ino responded after her friend. Naruto, you promised to become Hokage and you became it. I really love watching your ninja path. Don't you dare disgrace your title, because you have been my role model since childhood. Konohamaru shed a tear and screamed. Naruto, we are your classmates, who used to think of you as a weakling and an idiot. But you have proven time and time again that these are empty words. You have achieved greatness in this life and have always done what you wanted. That is why we all respect you. Come on, Uzumaki Naruto, surprise us as always, defeat the legend, because you are the main fidget of the Hidden Leaf Village, Shikamaru added, and many reacted differently to these words. Some cried, remembering how they spoke about Naruto in the past. Many laughed, remembering his exploits as a child, because he really is a fidget. Naruto, when you win, come and eat ramen. You always came to me to replenish your strength, don't you dare die, I'll go bankrupt. The seller shouted and finished off everyone who was standing around. I hope you're done. The moment of glory is over, and now it's time for eternal shame. Madara shouted and launched 2 Gudo Dama at both opponents, but Naruto, throwing a kunai to the side, moved towards him. And Sasuke swapped places with the stone and also dodged the attack. Amaterasu, Uchiha added and launched black flames at the enemy, but, legendary shinobi, is more than just a name. Madara easily repelled the flames with the staff of the Rakudo Sannin. Nonsense. Did you know that black flame is just one of the subtypes of God's power? Only those who have mastered the sage mode can use it to its fullest. Amaterasu is nothing more than flame mixed with the yin element, and I can do much stronger things, for example. The yin element, lightning. Black lightning appeared in the man's hand, and with a slight jerk forward he was already standing next to Sasuke and wanted to hit him with an attack. The guy's Rinnegan had not yet had time to recover its strength, and he could not dodge, but Naruto at the last moment moved Madara with the seal, and he struck the ground. An explosion occurred, and a funnel appeared in place of this seemingly ordinary technique. Naruto, I managed to catch you this time. A voice responded from the darkness in Uzumaki's subconscious. Kurama, but how? The blonde was perplexed. All the tailed beasts are in Madara now. When they were pulling my chakra out of you, I managed to leave some for this moment. When you touched Madara, I managed to establish a connection between us. Listen, you will only have one chance. Now I will transfer all my chakra into your hand. You will have to touch Madara again and start pulling my chakra out of him. There is no time to explain, do it. Naruto looked at his hand and saw a small remnant of Kyuubi's chakra on it. Get to work. The blonde barely managed to shout before he moved to Madara again and touched him with his hand. What? Are you sucking the tailed beast's chakra out of me? Don't be stupid, you won't succeed. The brunette shouted in response and hit the blonde with all his might, who didn't dodge, but simply sucked out the chakra. From this blow, Uzumaki flew so far that only the barrier could stop him, which also gave him a strong discharge due to touching him. The shinobi immediately began to inquire about Naruto's health and became worried. You managed to steal half of the 9 tails after all, boy. Madara looked at the boy angrily. Excellent work. I knew you would succeed. While I was sitting inside Madara, I managed to talk to the other tailed beasts. They placed a piece of their chakra in me. Here, take it, the fox said and touched Uzumaki's body with his claw, and transferred the tailed beast's chakra. You're not a slouch, Matabi responded. I didn't want to trust the 9-tailed fox, but you did it, Shukaku responded. We will give you our strength and help you defeat this upstart Madara, Saiken added. There is no time to relax. Concentrate and unite our chakra. Son Goku said. Naruto immediately squatted down and began to gather natural energy and tried to unite the tailed beast's chakra with each other, and suddenly light began to pour out of him. His sword appeared in his hands, which completely began to transform into the Rakudo staff. The Godu Dama began to appear behind his back, the Hokage's cloak became completely black, and the inscriptions on it turned yellow. The clothes under the cloak also turned yellow. This is, Uzumaki responded, examining his hand in which he held the staff. Yes, now you too have received a piece of God's power. Now defeat your enemy. The Biju shouted in chorus, and Naruto came out of the subconscious. What the hell? What is this, Naruto? Uchiha moved to his friend and, having examined him, was surprised. Kurama took the chakra of the other tailed beasts with him, and I also acquired the Rakudo mode, Uzumaki answered with a smile. Kakashi, this is, Jiraiya responded from behind the barrier. Yes, it's Rakudo mode, like Madara. They got good support. The gray-haired man replied and continued to watch what was happening carefully. Kid, don't be too happy, because I also have this power. I have a lot of experience behind me. You won't be able to stop me. Madara tried to stay calm, but he was still angry. Really? Then, Uzumaki scattered his kunai with seals across the battlefield. Well, hold on, legend. Naruto began to move from kunai to kunai and throw a Gudo Dama at the Uchiha. He deftly parried everything, but suddenly, after the last one, the blonde took advantage of the distraction and created a magma raisin shuriken, moving straight to the brunette, and launched the technique at him. The enemy's body was cut into 2 parts, but Madara easily got up and connected them as if nothing had happened. Naruto, I see that some shadow is following him. When the moment comes to receive a blow, he simply exposes it, and he himself remains unharmed. Without a plan, there is no point in attacking him. Think of how you can use your abilities, and I will distract him. If possible, I will also take care of his shadow, Sasuke responded and came closer to his distant relative. Uchiha Sasuke, you are so young, but already very strong. I see in you the same potential that was in me. I hope you will manage to entertain me. And now attack. Madara activated the perfect Susanoo and immediately began to attack with his huge sword in the area where Sasuke was standing, but the guy himself was not simple, he responded with exactly the same technique and also used Susanoo. Oh, you also have the final version of this technique. How interesting, but know that when your Susanoo dies in battle, it will never come to you again. The unification of the yin and yang elements. The release of fire, wind, water, lightning and earth, the Uchiha gathered all 5 elements into one of the Godu Dama and began to absorb the yin and yang element with it, which caused even the white sphere to turn black and white. Launch! The man shouted, and his sphere moved to Sasuke. Release! All the accumulated chakra of the owner, the power of the elements and the energy of the elements suddenly exploded. Damn it! Susanoo began to crack and finally turned into nothing but fragments. An explosion occurred, from which Uchiha would have been carried out of the battlefield, but his body, like Uzumaki's body, was stopped by the barrier. Sasuke! The blonde shouted and moved him to himself. Sasuke, how are you? What the hell? I've never seen anything like this before that could make Susanoo crack, and he completely destroyed it. Could it really be? This is really the power of God. Sasuke's entire body began to shake in fear. He was overwhelmed by a feeling of oppression, and he understood the enemy's superiority. Calm down. Naruto punched Sasuke in the face. We knew what we were getting into, so stay calm and don't lose your head. He sacrificed one of the Godu Damas to destroy your technique, that's already good. Are you running away already? Wait, I haven't gotten what I wanted yet. Madara's Susanoo disappeared and he used telekinesis and began to pull Sasuke towards him. I won't give up so easily. I will surpass you. Stopping the attraction, the guy himself put out his attraction in response. One smart guy already tried to defeat me in this, do you really want to repeat his feat? Madara said and showed that his technique was stronger, starting to slowly move Sasuke from his place. He's not fighting alone. Quickly combining Rasen Shuriken with the Tail Beast Bomb, Naruto moved to Madara and was about to attack, when suddenly, I can handle his attraction with one hand. And with you. The Renegade directed his Gudo Dama at the blonde's body, but Uzumaki blocked them with the same force, only his own. So, I'll come from the other side. Moving to another kunai, the guy again jumped at the Uchiha with great speed. What nonsense. Madara, ignoring the fact that he would hurt his hand, swung his staff at Naruto's body, causing the boy's body to meet the barrier again. Now it's your turn. The Uchiha subdued the boy's attraction and began to pull Sasuke towards himself. You're finished. The elements of yin and yang, the technique of the 5 elements, repeating everything he did before, Madara placed all his power into the Godu Dama and this time directed it at the Uchiha. Release. Damn it, 5-element armor. Sasuke could only concentrate all the glass and elements around himself in response to somehow protect himself. And then there was an explosion, the guy was thrown to the side again. What? He used the technique that destroyed Susanoo on Sasuke himself. How could he survive after that? Jiraiya looked at Kakashi seriously, and they nodded to each other. Ino, calm down, nothing is clear yet because of this curtain of dust. Maybe he is alive. Shikamaru began to calm the sobbing Ino. Sasuke, how are you? Are you still alive? Kakashi continued to think. And you're coming with me. Sasuke moved to Madara's side while he was being protected by the shadow, and, using the distraction, he completely absorbed him with his hand. Now you'll finally start feeling pain yourself. You're still live. Madara was just about to say, when he looked at the brunette, his body was completely covered in blood, and his right arm was destroyed up to the elbow. All that was left was a piece of bone. So you put your hand out, knowing that you couldn't absorb the Godu Dama, and still managed to take some chakra and reduce the damage. But now it's the end. The Uchiha struck with his staff, and Sasuke's body once again collided with the barrier. This staff ignores absolutely all defense, even Susanoo can't block it. After all this, you probably have all your bones broken, all that's left is to finish you off. The Renegade again moved to the poor, barely breathing guy and was just about to hit him with the Rakudo staff into the floor, when his attack was stopped by another staff. It was Naruto's staff. The only thing that can stop such an attack is another, identical attack. Rakudo's staff can only be repelled by the same weapon, but you're also a little battered, Madara said smiling. That's right, the blonde answered, clutching his side. Blood was running down his face from his head, and Naruto himself didn't look well. The rest, I leave to you, Sasuke said in a whisper, with the last of his strength. Yes, thank you for dealing with his shadow. And also now he only has 4 Godu Damas left, I have 2 more. Rest for now, I'll take care of him myself, Uzumaki added, pushing his opponent away. Naruto is still holding on. Ino, rest assured that while he's there, nothing will happen to Sasuke, Haruno said, hugging her friend. Sakura, you're so strong. Watching this fight and being able to control Yamanaka looked up and saw tears rolling down the pink-haired girl's face. So you're really worried too, but still, thank you for cheering me up, Sakura. Thank you, Naruto. What beautiful words, but you are also wounded, and I don't even have a scratch. Shut up. I don't care about your empty chatter. You are a pathetic nobody. You have already lived your life and still returned to the world to destroy it. Shut your mouth and be silent. Your words should no longer be heard, and believe me, I will take care of it. Glancing at his friend, who was unconscious, Naruto straightened his shoulders and looked angrily at his enemy. Oh, you puppy. Naruto and Madara moved towards each other and crossed their staffs. Who will prevail? The hero that the whole village believes in, or the greatest villain who always does everything alone? Chapter 24 Naruto vs. Madara. Naruto and Madara stood in front of each other and, crossing their staffs, measured their physical strength, but neither gave in, so the Uchiha made the first move. Yang element, fire element, purification. Uchiha shouted and, taking a deep breath, released it. The fire turned white and headed towards the blonde, but Uzumaki immediately moved to one of the seals and dodged the attack. What nonsense, we are sages, we do not need such techniques, because our speed is beyond the limit. The brunette was already standing behind Naruto and attacked him again with the same technique. This time the guy was unable to dodge, and he put up the Gudu Dama in the hope of reflecting the attack, but the black sphere simply disappeared along with the flame. Got you after all, this is the yang element. If darkness can absorb anything, then only light can resist it. But your spheres are dark energy, the renegade hastened to explain everything. Is it true? While I was fighting you, I noticed something. Our spheres behind our backs repel all attacks. But as soon as you repelled mine with your spheres, I noticed that they cracked. Of course, I didn't expect that the yang element would be able to cope with their power, but I know something else. After these words, Uzumaki pointed his hand at his Godu Dama and at the enemy's Godu Dama. After which he made a gesture, as if pulling them towards each other. And so it happened, the spheres of the Uchiha and Uzumaki were pulled together. Boom, the guy added, and a powerful explosion occurred. Both shinobi jumped to different corners. Damn, what was that explosion? Jiraiya screamed and covered his ears. It's unbelievable. Even here, beyond the barrier, the ground is shaking, Kakashi replied in shock. Once the explosion died down, Naruto began to walk closer to Madara with a smile. Surprised, I realized that Rakudo's staff can only be stopped by the same weapon, and I concluded that it was the same with Gudo Dama. So I figured out how to destroy them, and now you've lost your strongest technique. The blonde man said with a sly smile and looked at his opponent. You're right, but that's not my only technique. There are a lot of different jutsu that I can easily destroy you with, the brunette answered and calmly began to approach Uzumaki. Let's check it out, the blonde shouted back, and both shinobi began to move again instantly. Even the Sharingan couldn't keep track of them. They continued to cross their staffs and tried to strike each other. But Naruto easily sensed the danger of an attack thanks to his Sannin mode, and Madara saw all the enemy's movements with his Rinnegan, so both blocked each attack. During this skirmish, each tried to strike a hidden blow. Naruto created chakra arms from his stomach several times and attacked the enemy with them. Jumping aside, the blonde immediately began to make a rasengan. 5 elements, Rainbow Rasengan. The Hokage shouted and launched his technique at the enemy, but the brunette easily absorbed the attack by putting his hand forward. In this fight it's stupid to use any strong techniques, especially against him. You need to figure out how and what to do to get around him and attack. And one that will immediately crush him. Damn it, I'm tired of these games. The legendary man shouted and began to form seals. Yin element, lightning element. Having created black lightning in his hand and launched it at the enemy, Madara immediately read where Naruto would dodge, and, moving there, began to form seals again. Yang element, fire element. Having released white flame again, Madara jumped back to avoid a counterattack. Experience was clearly shown in their fight. Madara had spent much more time in battles and knew well how his enemy would act. Naruto simply dodged the enemy's attacks and did not try to attack. It was stupid to waste chakra, a strategy was needed. You seem to rely too much on your reflexes and speed, then. Uchiha pointed his hand towards Uzumaki and began to pull him towards himself, after which he knocked the staff out of the guy's hands, made some kind of circular motion with his hand and created a strange, black circle opposite the blonde's chest. It will hurt, the renegade added and began to strike with his fists at the newly created circle, which immediately absorbed all attacks. Having instantly made 30 strikes, Madara jumped back. 3, 2, 1. After the last 3 words, the blonde's body began to be thrown from side to side, and in the end he flew back and slammed his body into the barrier, which immediately threw him to the ground. I create a circle that absorbs time, after which all attacks simultaneously pass through all parts of the body. But this time I took pity on you, Now I will use this technique at full strength. Taking advantage of the fact that Uzumaki had not yet come to his senses, the Uchiha moved to him and again created this time circle, after which he began to strike, this time with a staff, jumping away from the guy again. Madara began to count. 1 flew out of the brunette's mouth, and Naruto screamed. He was suddenly struck by all the attacks of the staff, which ignored any human defense. After such attacks, an ordinary person would have already died, but Naruto was in the mode of the Sage of the Six Paths, and his soul could not simply leave the body, so he began to regenerate again, but this was not enough, the wounds were too serious. The blonde tried to say something, coughing up blood. Blood was flowing from every vein. His whole face was red, he probably already wanted to die himself, but suddenly he heard a familiar voice. Naruto, I know you're in a lot of pain right now, just like me. It hurts me to look at you. You've long since gone beyond the boundaries of an ordinary person. I say this as a medic. As a medic, who looks at a wounded patient and can't do anything. If you can still hear me, fight. Keep fighting for yourself, not for the village. Don't let him get the upper hand, Sakura responded, and everyone immediately turned their gaze to her. Confidence was visible in her eyes. She wasn't crying, but not because she was strong enough to hold back her tears, she simply had nothing to do. She had already cried everything for this fight, and all she had left was to cheer Naruto up. Uzumaki's eyes immediately opened wide, all unnecessary thoughts about life and death disappeared, there was only one. His promise. He remembered all his vows, and a huge amount of chakra began to flow out of him. He released it in order to hold his body, because without it he was not even able to move a finger. I am the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. It is my duty to protect the village and its inhabitants. The guy quickly moved to the enemy. He only managed to slightly touch Madara's back with his hand, as he was immediately thrown back by the Shinra Tensei technique. No matter how hard you try, feelings and willpower alone won't make you stronger, you're finished. Madara moved to Naruto's body, which was nailed to the barrier. The power of the Uchiha's technique was still pressing on the blonde, and even the barrier couldn't just throw him away. It felt like he was being squeezed from both sides. This is the end. Having created a circle again, absorbing attacks and transferring them through time, he began to continuously strike with the staff, and at the last second he again used Shinra Tensei and threw Uzumaki back. Naruto's body began to convulse in midair. Naruto. The people behind the barrier shouted in unison, watching as life left Uzumaki's body. Another burst of chakra and Naruto rises again. Your body hasn't been torn to pieces yet. How do you get up? And most importantly, why? This time even Madara was surprised and looked at the blonde seriously. Page. Because this is my ninja way, the guy answered, coughing up blood once again. The way of the ninja. At first I thought of making you suffer by destroying your body, then I decided to leave you to die in front of everyone from blood loss and the severity of the wounds, but now I changed my mind. I'd rather show everyone who is now behind the barrier what happens to fools like you. I will absorb you, along with your way of the ninja. The Uchiha began to slowly take steps towards the Hokage and suddenly, during the next step, he staggered a little. What? Although yes, this time circle requires a huge amount of chakra. And I got a little tired beating up this kid. Uchiha grabbed Naruto by the neck and forcefully drove him into the wall of the barrier. Even Sasuke was able to return to consciousness during this time and looked at Uzumaki. Naruto. Damn it, I can't even talk. Naruto. The people behind the barrier shouted again. Uchiha only looked away from them and returned his gaze back to the blonde. Die. Madara added and pierced Naruto's body with his hand. Commentary on Chapter 24. Naruto vs. Madara. Sorry for the delay in the chapter. Chapter 25. Can this be called a victory? Die. Madara added and pierced Naruto's body with his hand. Naruto began to choke and cough up blood again. But just as he was about to begin the absorption, Sasuke appeared in front of him. Take that, creature. The Uchiha croaked and, jumping away from the hand that was covered in Naruto's blood, cut it off with his blade. Madara wanted to attack the guy, but he suddenly shouted, "Come on, Naruto." And this made the renegade turn his head, but it was too late. Using the last of his strength, Naruto moved behind Madara and pierced him in response. The Uzumaki knew perfectly well that his strength would not be enough to completely absorb it, but he had already thought everything through and simply sucked out all the nine-tailed chakra from the enemy. It all happened very quickly, and at the moment of absorption Madara could not move, so Sasuke took advantage of this and cut off another of his hands. After which Naruto moved himself and Sasuke to one of his kunai. Hinata. What's going on? I can't see anything because of all the dust. Sakura yelled excitedly. Hey, Hinata, can you hear me? Haruno tugged at Hyuga's shoulders, but she was in shock. Sakura-san. Hyuga mumbled something. What? Hinata. Covering her mouth with her hand, the pink-haired girl had already thought about the worst possible outcome. They are both lying on the ground. It seems that they have no strength left to move. Naruto came out of sage mode and now nothing is holding back his wounds, he can barely breathe. Sasuke is also seriously injured, and it seems that he does not even have the strength to maintain the Rinnegan, so he closed his eyes. But this is all after they carried out an attack on the enemy. Madara also came out of sage mode, and he is missing both arms, and he is also saying something, but for some reason he is hanging in the air and does not move. The girl explained everything and looked at Haruno in shock. Hey, Hiashi, is what Hinata said true? What happened there? Kakashi asked and turned his gaze to his comrade. There. Incredible. Madara launched an attack and pierced Naruto's body with his hand. As I understood, he was going to absorb him, but Sasuke intervened in time and, thanks to the Rinnegan, switched places with Naruto. Madara was shocked and did not have time to reflect Sasuke's attack, which is why he lost one arm first. At that moment, Naruto moved behind him and pierced his body with his hand. As I understood from the color of the chakra, he completely drained the chakra of the nine tails. During the absorption, Madara was immobilized, and this gave Sasuke the opportunity to deprive him of his other arm, Hugo explained in detail. But if he doesn't have the nine tails chakra now, then he can't maintain sage mode. And if he doesn't have sage mode, then he won't be able to restore his arms that easily. Hitaki immediately began to think out loud. That's right, and they knew it. Naruto and Sasuke forced Madara to open up and in one go they carried out a series of attacks that we still can't fully comprehend. However, Madara still has the Rinnegan, and he can absorb the nine tails from Naruto, after which he will restore his arms. After all, if I understood correctly, our fighters are now lying without strength. Jiraiya continued his thought. Not exactly. For some reason, Madara's eyes are closed, and there's something in his body, I can't explain what it is, but it's completely blocking his tenketsu, Hiashi added and continued to watch what was happening with his Byakugan. Damn, what did you do? Why can't I move? Madara asked, still hanging in the air, now in his usual form, and not in sage mode. Even during your attacks, in order to quickly get rid of Sasuke, or rather his Rinnegan, you lost 2 of your spheres. When we entered the battle, you had 4 of them, and I had 6. You absorbed 1 with the help of white energy. Then I simply compressed my Godu Dama so much that you simply lost it. And then I exploded my 4 spheres and yours. And while you were beating me, I only managed to touch your body a little once. You didn't feel anything and continued to beat me. But I plunged my sphere into your body. It disintegrated inside you into small pieces and blocked your chakra channels. In sage mode, you didn't even notice it, but as soon as your body became normal, everything affected, Naruto explained in one breath. It was very difficult for him to speak now, but he continued to finish off Madara morally. Okay, screw this sphere, I was sure that Sasuke couldn't move, how could he use the Rinnegan and cut off both of my arms? Uchiha continued to ask. It's simple, when you aimed your hand to pierce me, I caught Sasuke's gaze on me. I responded by looking at the kunai that was lying next to him. He understood everything and grabbed it with his hand. Through the teleportation seal, I transferred chakra to him, thanks to which he was able to do all this. Naruto explained everything again and once again began to choke on blood. Oh yeah, if you're wondering why you can't use the Rinnegan, it's even simpler. When you used it in sage mode, you didn't feel the chakra cost for it, but as soon as you lost it, your eyes felt the tension and closed. Now do you understand? Now you're hanging in the air, no arms, no chakra, completely immobilized, any attacks work on you, you understand that you've lost, and a few minutes ago you were already thinking about what you'd do after winning. An interesting life, isn't it? Shut up, tell me how you're going to finish me off. You can't even move. Madara tried to put moral pressure on him, smiling sarcastically. It's simple, I absorbed the nine-tailed chakra and even though I can't move. Naruto decided not to explain it in words and began to show it in practice. The fox's chakra began to come out of his stomach, which transformed into a hand and stretched to the Uchiha's body. Your tenketsu are closed, you can't even compete with me in chakra tug of war, Uzumaki added, and as soon as the chakra touched Madara's body, the absorption began. The renegade really couldn't do anything about it, so the blonde easily pulled the chakra of the other tailed beasts out of him and placed it in himself. Now that the Jinchuriki has lost the tailed beasts, Naruto tried to say something, but his body couldn't withstand such tension, so he immediately passed out. After Uzumaki lost consciousness, the black sphere that blocked the Uchiha's chakra channels disappeared and his body fell to the ground. But he could no longer use chakra, the absorption had done its job. What a disgrace, two worthless people are lying very close to me, completely immobilized. Both of them are barely breathing, and I can't just finish them off. Pathetic worthless people, who are you? Who gave you the ability to make decisions? Here I am God, and you are slaves. I will destroy you all. I cannot lose. After all, I am Uchiha Madara. Right now, I will stand up and destroy you. I will do it slowly. I will strip the women and tie them by the hair to the branches of a tall tree, make them hang by their hair and throw darts into their bodies, and I will make the men suffer even more. First, I will pull out their nails, and then cut off one finger at a time. Then I will set them on fire alive or, better yet, bury them. I have many ideas. I will make you creatures suffer. You will all be destroyed. Without finishing, Madara died. Everyone heard his cry. Despite the fact that the enemy was defeated, it inspired fear, but at that moment the barrier began to slowly disappear. Look, the barrier is falling. Some shinobi shouted. But that scream, did Madara really win? One of the Chunin asked in fear. No, he probably went crazy, and those were his last words, the Junin replied. What's there to guess about? Hokage-sama and Sasuke-san couldn't lose, and you'll see for yourself now. Another guy spoke up, and everyone around started shouting, but as soon as the barrier disappeared, everyone shut their mouths and ran to the place where the battle had taken place. The shinobi surrounded the three, everyone was lying and not moving. Sakura immediately ran up to Naruto and Sasuke, who were lying nearby. The rest of the medics were working on Madara's body. Madara is dead, one of the medics said, having made sure. But no one cared, there were no cries of joy or anything else, everyone was interested in the condition of the two heroes, who, just like Madara, lay motionless on the ground. They are still alive, both are in critical condition, Naruto. Hokage-sama is on the verge of death, quickly transfer them to the 10th ward for surgery. All the medics are gathering there too. Quickly, Sakura screamed, and the bodies of Uzumaki and Uchiha began to be transferred to the hospital. We'll deal with this man's body, Kakashi responded, and he and Jiraiya disappeared along with Madara's body. And we must return to the village and wait for the results, Shikaku gave the order, and everyone began to return to Konoha. Yes, we won, but the condition of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto is critical. Who needs such a victory? No, can this be called a victory? Neji said and walked forward. He had never been seen so excited, all of Naruto's classmates followed him and thought about Hyuga's words. After some time, Sakura-san, the victims were taken to the 10th ward, and just as we prepared Hokage-sama and Sasuke-san for the operation. What? Sakura looked at her subordinate in surprise. Naruto-sama died. Chapter 26. Heroes of Konoha. You, died? Sakura asked in surprise, holding back tears. Oh, I'm sorry, I meant his heart suddenly stopped, the nurse explained in more detail and realized how stupid she had said it. After all, cardiac arrest cannot be called death. I'm heading to him right now, Haruno said, running out of the office and heading to Naruto's room. In just a few minutes, Sakura was with him and was trying to start Uzumaki's heart with electric shocks, which didn't want to beat at all. The pink-haired girl continued the procedures with tears in her eyes, and her efforts were not in vain. On the 20th try, with the strongest electric shock, she was able to start the guy's heart. Excellent. Now direct your chakra to heal the external wounds, and I will take care of the internal ones in the meantime, the girl said and looked at Naruto again. These wounds were inflicted in sage mode and cannot be completely removed. No matter what the treatment, each one will still leave scars, Haruno thought as she looked at the Hokage's wounded body. Sakura and Naruto sat in the center of the healing seal, and around them, Konoha's best medics used their chakra for instant regeneration. Of course, such treatment has a side effect, it shortens life. It somehow reminds me of the 5th Hokage's Byakugo. Great, now direct your chakra into me, and I will continue to treat his internal organs and collect his bones in a pile, added Haruno, and the flow of green healing chakra from her hands increased, after which the girl turned her head and looked at the second squad of doctors who were performing the operation on Sasuke. The head of the squad was Shizune. There were no screams or anything like that, everything was going calmly and the pink-haired girl concluded that there was no need to worry about the Uchiha. After an exhausting 3-hour operation, Sakura, Having finished and making sure that the blonde's life was not in danger, fell to her knees in front of him and, leaning her head on the operating table, fell asleep. Day after day, Shinobi came to Naruto's room with flowers and waited for him to finally wake up. 3 days later, when Sasuke woke up, he was transferred to Uzumaki's room. Sakura never left the blonde for a second. Day and night, she waited for him to wake up. And so, 6 days later, at 7 in the morning, Naruto opened his eyes. I woke up, Yujiro Tonkachi, without opening his eyes or raising his head. Uchiha heard the sound of the blonde's eyelashes flapping and immediately called out to his friend. Sasuke. Uzumaki muttered tiredly in response. Damn, my whole body feels like it's on pins and needles, it even hurts to breathe, the blonde immediately answered, trying to get up. You just woke up and you're already complaining. Speak more quietly, she's still sleeping, Uchiha said, switching to a whisper, and Uzumaki immediately turned his gaze to Haruno. She was sitting on a chair, her head resting on Naruto's bed, sleeping. How long have I been sleeping? The blonde asked, continuing to look at the girl's pink hair. I woke up 3 days later, and you, it turns out, 6. Everyone came and visited you here. Sakura didn't leave your bed and didn't let anyone come close, it seems she was very worried. They told me that your heart stopped and Sakura took you from the other world for 3 hours. In general, everything is as usual, smiling, the brunette explained, and here she is, waking up, Uchiha added, raising his head. How did you sleep, Sakura-chan? Uzumaki asked, smiling and watching the sleepy girl. Naruto. You woke up. The pink-haired girl cried out happily and jumped up. She wanted so much to hug and kiss him after everything, but she couldn't. After all, even a light breeze could cause pain in Naruto, let alone hugs or kisses. As it turned out later, wounds received from a person who was in sage mode not only remain forever, but the pain from them also remains for a long time. Naruto spent 5 more days in the ward, and Ino was already pushing Sasuke around the hospital in a wheelchair. They had already decided on the first day, when Uchiha woke up, that he would show himself to people together with Uzumaki. And now the time had come. At 10 o'clock in the morning, all the residents of Konoha were called to the residence. Of course, it was impossible not to congratulate the heroes on their victory, even though almost 2 weeks had already passed. Gaara soon learned what had happened, and also arrived to greet his friend. He took a place on the roof of the residence, where everyone who had participated in this great battle was supposed to show up any minute. Good morning, residents of the Hidden Leaf Village. As the advisor to the 6th Hokage, today I will be speaking about a battle that took place recently. Members of the Akatsuki organization suddenly came to our village. Using some kind of genjutsu, they put almost all the villagers to sleep, including myself. As it turned out, only those with Uchiha or Senju blood in their veins were able to resist this jutsu. Now let us greet one of the heroes of this battle. He fought valiantly against Zetsu, a member of this criminal organization, and won. His name is Tenzo. After these words, Yamato appeared on the roof and stood next to Shikaku. People began clapping and shouting words of gratitude. The only girl who took part in the battle and defeated her enemy will appear a little later, but for now we will talk about another hero of our village. Hatake Kakashi. He fought the fake Madara, the masked man who took the life of the 5th Hokage and won. Shikaku added, and Kakashi showed up. He stood next to Tenzo and pretended to smile. Of course, this could only be seen in his eyes, since his face was hidden by a mask. People started shouting again and congratulating the Jonin. The only survivor of the Great Trinity, the legendary Jiraiya. Nara shouted again, and the hermit showed up. He wasn't smiling and tried to ignore the congratulations, since he thought he had done absolutely nothing. He had lost the fight, but who knows what would have happened if he hadn't stopped Orochimaru. Now let's get to the main point. These guys are very young, but they have already defeated the legendary shinobi, Uchiha Madara, in a tough fight, and with dire consequences, they emerged victorious from the battle, welcomed the 6th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke, as well as Haruno Sakura. This time the main stars appeared. Uchiha was taken out by Ino in a wheelchair, and Uzumaki by none other than Sakura. After their appearance, on the contrary, silence reigned, which showed all the respect for these two. Many even had tears in their eyes. Good morning. I have never been able to speak beautifully, but I want to tell you so much. Thank you for believing in me. This faith helped me a lot in battle. I am incredibly glad that you all gathered to greet me, and therefore I want to remind you about the 5th Hokage. We will never forget her and will definitely visit her grave as often as possible, because she gave her life for me. And I also want to thank all the doctors who fought for my and Sasuke's lives, Naruto said and bowed. But now let's not talk about sad things. In honor of this incredible victory, I invite you all to my wedding. Yes, you heard right, and by the way, my chosen one is standing right behind me. After these words, Haruno waved her hand to the residents, and everyone rejoiced even more. Okay, leave your congratulations for later, the wedding will take place in a month, since I still need to recover well. Since I'm here, it's time for me to say a word. Now you all see this incredible man. He overcame various difficulties since childhood and never gave up. He went towards his dream, no matter what. He illuminated the path for you and me and led us, taking all the blows of darkness on himself. I am very grateful to this man and will always help him in any way I can. I will definitely strengthen the bonds of our villages even more. The Kazekage shouted and turned his gaze from Naruto to the villagers. The shouts of congratulations did not subside for several hours. Of course, almost all attention was given to Naruto and Sasuke, but no one forgot about the other heroes either. People forgot about their own affairs and were now interested in only one thing, victory. After all, this was not just some small step towards the destruction of evil in this world, it was the final coup de grace. Now people could sleep peacefully, without fearing for the lives of their loved ones. Now that no one was hurt in this battle, you can still shout, victory. Chapter 27. A funny situation. 6 months have passed. Darling, I'm going to work. Uzumaki kissed his wife and hurried into the residence. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Ino standing on the threshold, who looked at him suspiciously and ran into the house. Yes, come in, don't be shy, the blonde added mockingly and slammed the door. Well, did you notice? The blonde asked, leaning her knees on the sofa, with her eyes wide open. I didn't notice, the pink-haired girl answered with a sigh. But how could you not notice? He sleeps in the same bed with you. After all, Yamanaka blurted out again, surprised. Hey, why are you asking me? It's like I know what idiots are thinking, Uzumaki replied, hitting her forehead with her palm. But what about sex? Does he not ask at all? Ino, blushing a little, continued to bombard her friend with questions. No, he goes to the store himself, and when he comes home, even if it's late, he cleans up. I cook in the morning, but if he comes home earlier in the evening, he cooks. He seems like an ideal husband, but how can you be such an idiot? I'm almost 5 months pregnant, and he still hasn't noticed that I'm pregnant. The girl continued to sigh, surprised by Naruto again. Well, Sakura, maybe it's time to tell him. What if he's already noticed that you're pregnant, he's just waiting for you to tell him? The blonde said, looking questioningly and looking at her friend's surprised face. Exactly. How could I be such a fool? Most likely, that's true, I'll admit it today, the pink-haired girl decided for herself, having made a decision and folding her arms across her chest. Don't rush with this, we don't know Naruto after all, so it's better to make a couple of hints. If he behaves suspiciously, tell him, and if not, decide for yourself, said Yamanaka and was once again surprised at how she got so smart. Oh, damn, I completely forgot, I was on my way to give Sasuke lunch. He's always with Naruto now, as his second advisor and protector, although many residents think that he's as important as your fool. He's definitely already in the residence, because he always arrives before Naruto, so I'm off, waving her hand to her friend, the girl ran out of the house. Hey, Sasuke, Sakura has been acting strange lately, I don't know what to do anymore, Naruto said, filling out some document without looking up. Damn Yujiro Tonkachi, how could you not notice that Sakura is pregnant? She's 5 months pregnant. Naruto, I have an idea, and you come home and if you notice anything suspicious, maybe some questions, act calmly, like a real man, suddenly Sakura will understand that you are already a grown man and will let you in on her secrets, Uchiha said proudly, scratching his stubble. Exactly, I am already a grown man. After all, I am the Hokage of the whole village, what does it cost me to learn her feminine secrets? That's what I will do, yes, leaning back in his chair and putting on a serious look, narrowing his eyes and folding his arms on his chest, Uzumaki nodded. Oh my god, this idiot bought it. He actually became Hokage and defeated Madara. Fantastic. All this time, Shikaku stood silently next to them, his face twisted, watching their dialogue. Evening in Konoha. Darling, I'm home. Taking off his cloak and Hokage hat and hanging them on a hanger, Uzumaki walked into the house and kissed his wife. I made lasagna, enjoy your meal. The girl put a plate of food on the table and began to stare at the guy. How are things at work? Here it is, I never asked and suddenly decided to ask, but I'm a man, I'll hold on. Everything is as usual, I easily cope with the task set, I am the Hokage, after all, Uzumaki answered confidently and began to eat. He's answering somehow suspiciously, not like himself, how come I didn't notice before? That's good, Naruto, don't you think there's something weird going on between us? The pink-haired girl added and grabbed her knees with her hands, waiting for the blonde's answer. Everything is the same as always, nothing has changed, Naruto answered just as easily and continued eating. Well, he definitely noticed, and I, a fool, didn't pay attention to it. It's better to confess now, it will be worse later. It's better to make him guilty and remain a queen than for him to build his grievances now. Oh, really? And all this time you knew and hid it? Haruno shouted, standing up and slamming her palms on the table, with an angry look. What? I'm a man and I'm not hiding anything, Uzumaki still acted like a man. How did you start talking? Does that mean you shouldn't be happy that your wife is pregnant? The girls didn't stop getting angry and didn't even notice how she blurted out the main words. Paige, pregnant. Naruto's male composure instantly disappeared, and he looked at his wife with wide open eyes. What? You didn't know that, but why were you acting so strange all evening? The girl calmed down and fell into a chair. Yes, I just wanted to show that I'm a man. The guy began to mumble, I'm going to have a baby. Suddenly realizing the whole point of his wife's words, the Hokage jumped up and lifted his girl up. God, you can't imagine how happy I am. And I, a fool, thought that he found out, the girl said with a smile, not stopping looking into the guy's blue eyes, that's enough, put me down. Of course. He immediately hurried to carefully lower the pink-haired girl to the floor. I'm actually not in my 9th month yet and not completely helpless to be lowered so carefully, Uzumaki was immediately indignant. And how could you not notice that I'm in my 5th month? Well, I always admire your face, I don't really look at your figure, Naruto mumbled, scratching the back of his head. Sakura-chan, can I carry you in my arms when your tummy gets bigger? The blonde asked, running his finger along his cheek, embarrassed. Hey, of course, Haruno answered with a smile.